Casual.
I don't have speakers audio. Why is that? Okay, now.
Okay, we're live on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't have speakers audio on my. I'm not sure how it's supposed to go through now. I just have to leave on my microphone. I don't have speakers audio. Why is that? I don't have speakers audio. Why is that? I don't
Okay,
have
we're
speakers
live on
audio.
YouTube.
Why is that?
Okay, we're live on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't have speakers audio.
Okay, we're live on
The
YouTube.
audio. I'm not sure how it's supposed to
Are
go
we
through.
ready?
Yeah, I don't have speakers audio on.
No.
To leave on my microphone. I don't have speakers audio. Okay, well, I'm just gonna try it and see if it works okay, and I'll just have to be quiet during the video and.
Okay, Rick, we're live on YouTube. Okay, we're live on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't have speakers.
Okay, we're live on YouTube.
I'm not sure. Yes, Vince.
Good.
Okay, sorry. There was a bunch of audio problems there, but I think we have that covered now.
Are we ready to go, Rick?
Okay, I think I've got the audio issue worked out. We should be ready to go. Rick, are you okay for streaming, or were you not able to get your audio worked out there?
We are okay from here.
No, I'm not good at all. I can't record on my live stream audio. I don't have an input. I've got speakers audio is dead. It doesn't record. I can try. Maybe I can change it in Skype.
Why would
that's what's holding it up? Let's try that.
There is quite an echo.
Yeah, at the beginning there was. I apologize for that. I was looking for the audio sources that were causing that, and I found them.
There's a playback, Vince.
Yes.
It's like echoing. It's repeating.
Please mute all your YouTube or anything like that if you're on the Zoom meeting, or just stay muted. We're just waiting for Rick to get the live stream working, so just hold on one moment.
I don't know if the microphone is picking up on what you're saying or not on my built-in microphone. If I pull out the plug in if I don't use the headphones, maybe it'll pick up off the speaker. That's the only way I can see that I can get the audio to work right now.
What's wrong with the live stream, Rick?
I've only got my built-in microphone as an input.
Can you not add an input?
Yes.
Can you not choose the input after you add an input?
There's no other, maybe Zoom audio device?
Try that.
No, it doesn't pick up on what you're saying. Soundflower, nothing.
Okay, so if you choose Soundflower, then take the, I'm not sure there, actually. Because you could choose.
I can go to the system preferences and see if I can adjust it there. Sunflower, try input.
You'll probably have to change the output on Zoom as well to the output that you choose to put to live stream. But then I don't know if you'll be able to hear us.
Try that. That's okay. Okay, let me.
Testing my audio. Can you hear my audio through the live stream?
Why can't I select the speaker's audio? What is going on? Okay, just a sec.
Hello. Nope, because we're waiting for Rick again. Nope, because he's doing the live stream. He can't get the audio working. His audio is not working. He's not able to stream the audio through live stream. And it's just a setting that he has to do, and I'm not sure which setting. I've tried to tell him which one to do, but he doesn't understand. He doesn't know. It's because I have been doing the live stream. So now I'm doing the YouTube because he couldn't figure out the YouTube.
Okay, well, the only option
So
I
I
know
have
of
to
is
do.
to
I can't do
just
both.
pull the leave the headphones off.
So
and,
let me try
record
talking
off the
through it, see what I
output
can
on
do.
the
It's already been 15 minutes. So
speaker.
I'm still waiting here on YouTube.
That's
We're
what I'll
live
have
on
to do.
YouTube at the Keshe Foundation video
We'll have to
site,
leave the-
and
we'll have no way
and we
of
just have the Keshe Foundation video ready.
cutting
So
my
we're waiting for it.
audio inputs and all of our movements and so on.
Not without live stream.
Welcome everyone to the 68th Keshe Knowledge Seekers Workshop for July 2nd, 2015. And we have a bit of a different day today. It might end up being an all-day affair with the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and the online teaching will be all public for the full day today at the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Okay, we're going to Okay, so we're going to start off the workshop with the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute promotional video. We'll play that now.
Where does humanity go from here? What have we tried to do? What if there is more, much more? The Keshe Foundation is proud to announce a new way to bring humanity forward through technology that brings humanity in line with the natural operation of the planet and universe itself. The new science and technology discovered and developed by the nuclear engineer Moran Keshe centers upon the use and control of magnetico-gravitational fields. This new body of knowledge opens the road to hundreds of potential applications, which offer solutions to most of the fundamental problems of the world, such as water,
Yes.
food, environmental
With it checked or unchecked? It was checked. It was checked before. Okay. Well, it was going through the speakers. It was. That's right. That's what everything has to go through today because I have no other option. As far as I can tell, it has to go through the microphone, everything. That means everything will be live all day long. Okay.
Where does humanity go from here?
Sorry.
What have we
Again.
Where does humanity go from here? What have we tried to do? What if there is more, much more? The Keshe Foundation is proud to announce a new way to bring humanity forward through technology that brings humanity in line with the natural operation of the planet and universe itself. The new science and technology discovered and developed by the nuclear engineer Moran Keshe centers upon the use and control of magnetical gravitational fields. This new body of knowledge opens the road to hundreds of potential applications, which offer solutions to most of the fundamental problems of the world, such as water, food, environmental contamination, and shortages of energy. The Keshe Foundation is proud to unveil the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Nestled amidst the beautiful shores of Bari, Italy, the Institute is poised to become a central hub in the spreading of plasma technology and knowledge. With its state-of-the-art 21st century facilities, the Institute will be able to provide students and staff an immersive way to learn the plasma technology, to be the leaders of the new generation of scientists and plasma engineers. The Keshe Foundation has opened the door to the world for peaceful usage of technology that is independent of the limited resources that are available on Earth. This is an understanding of how everything works together in harmony in our universe, and it applies to everything from the smallest to the biggest, from atoms to galaxies. We all are able to collectively work together in pursuit of knowledge, innovation, and solutions for our society. This learning environment is new to the world, where there will be no test to confirm your understanding. The knowledge of everyone will be respected and allowed to flourish in a nurturing environment. Hands-on testing and experimenting will be widely used in conjunction with roundtable discussions to bring all opinions and knowledge forward. Students will be introduced to a change in the ethos of working in collaboration. Students will experience firsthand how we share knowledge in a free and open manner. Graduating students are expected to share the knowledge they gain from the university within their respective communities and nations. All formal teachings, lectures, and presentations will be in the English language, with technology available for immediate translation. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute will be offering 3-year executive master programs for undergraduate degree students and 1-year executive master programs for graduate degree students in the following fields: space transportation, new plasma technology, health, agriculture, materials, energy. The health section is designed to make students able to live in space without the need to return to Earth. To this end, the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute has found processes for many diseases including ALS, cancer, coma, epilepsy, multiple sclerosis. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute will offer online teaching courses which will enable anyone, anywhere around the world to enroll and increase their knowledge and understanding. Students will have the opportunity to direct their work towards commercial spin-offs and seek funding through the help of the Keshe Foundation. The access to the new science and new technologies is openly available for peaceful use to the benefit of mankind to make a better world today. Now you can be part of the changing world and the new knowledge. All commercial spin-offs are intended to be open source and patent-free. This is part of the core ethos of the Keshe Foundation and the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute will have its official inauguration on April 21st, 2015, with courses commencing soon after on May 4th, 2015. The students of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute will be the leaders of the future who will make changes in all areas of space technology, science, medicine, agriculture, and energy. Anyone is able to apply, but acceptance is through invitation only. No prerequisites are required. We will be accepting approximately 250 students for the 3-year Executive Master's Program and 120 students for the 1-year Executive Master's Program. We welcome humanity's participation in the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Where does humanity go from here? That is up to you. Apply today.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Let's see if we can get Rick back on here. I had muted him. Rick, you there now?
Yes, hello?
Okay, great. Yeah, I was able to mute you during the video there because the audio came through after you shared it again. So thank you for that.
I'm not sure what you mean there, but okay.
You got to speak a bit louder, Rick.
Louder.
Yeah.
I'm sure how to control. Let me see if I can do it on my computer. Maybe try it a little louder. How is it now? How is it now? Can you hear okay?
It's better now. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so this is the beginning of the 68th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and we're here with Mr. Keshe from the Keshe Foundation. He's got some important announcements he would like to say, and Mr. Keshe, are you ready to begin?
Yes, good morning, good day to you as usual, whenever and wherever you listen to this broadcast. As usual, we make Thursdays for sharing knowledge internationally with public, and today will be a change of course for the foundation. One of the major announcements and the development for us has been, now we see a new development in people with no background in science have taken up the condition to listen to the teachings and the workshops, understanding the work of the workshop and the teachings, and we have new generation of, you can come in, thank you. Can you come, please? Can you come? Okay. So the new generation of scientists we are developing is that most of them, because they do not have the problem with the science, because they have not been framed into engineers, scientists, and nuclear physicists like me, with a narrow-minded approach to understanding, they are developing their own science. They are developing their own knowledge. They are developing their own understanding of the new world of the creation in respect to the plasma technology. We usually make number of announcements on Thursdays, but today I think the announcement comes from the point of the major breakthrough by one of these new generation of the scientists, what I call plasma physicists. They are the true plasma scientists. We've seen the first generation of these kind of scientists with Arman, where with no scientific background, they have made a huge change in the world of nanotechnology. They develop things in their own way. Now we have the second generation. These are not nano specialists. These are the people, common people, who are understood to change, to take the knowledge to the next step, which is nano into the GaNs and the plasma state. They understood, they understand, and there are a number of them around the world who are breaking this through. So we see a new generation of common man scientists, and I've had the pleasure in past days to speak with him, being able to bring him to Italy securely due to the other factors which a lot of you will understand. And we have put the operation of the new energy system through the new plasma technology, through new scientists. So what we're going to show today will literally changes the point of energy and other aspects of technology worldwide. What this means, if you understand and you can replicate in different ways, you don't need to copy exactly the same. You can produce as much energy as you need, not only to produce energy at DC or AC for yourself at home, you can power into the national grid. So in Africa, in third world countries where I have experience, I've lived and worked in, we rely on 2 or 3 hours of electricity a day if the government allows us to, which everyone carries a power generator at home, most of the people who can afford it. But all the houses have a connection to the main line, but there is no electricity. This new technology, which is going to be shown by this gentleman, he's a man from Africa, shows not only you can produce energy at home as you need, AC or DC, but you can put the surplus back into the grid, into your nation. So you power your neighbors, you power your city. A number of these technologies can be used in different parts of the state to literally bring the nations in the third world to the first world within a matter of hours, days. I have asked our collaborators with the Ghana Space Institute, our collaborators in South African universities, and I've been assured a number of the eminent scientists and ministers around Africa will listen to this program. They'll watch it very carefully because it is so simple that this gentleman has done it in his kitchen and has taken the step not only supplying himself with the energy at home and feeding into the national grid, he has produced units for his neighbors. They are in the same position. So the neighbors are producing electricity for themselves and feeding it to the national grid. And they're waiting for the national government or the National Electricity Board to pay them for what they're putting in. So, and strange enough, this man is so humble. He has no pride because he says he's learned technology. He's a barber, not a scientist. He's been a barber, a hair cutter, hairdresser for 20 years. And I let him explain his experience with the foundation, how he's come across and what he does. He will join us for security reasons, not to have problem. We have kept him out of sight for past 48 hours. and we have kept a secure line of connection because he received threats like us with his family. And I welcome you to see the man himself. You can see him. Welcome. You're welcome. He's a man from Nigeria, and I sit back. He does the talking.
Great to see you, Alex.
Hi, say hello to Vince.
Hello.
Can you take me, please? So there is you. I don't talk anymore. You have 2 days to explain yourself.
Right.
You can sleep here.
Put it here.
Put it there. Okay. I'm your assistant. Can I have your pocket? Be careful you don't break it. Everybody on the Keshe Foundation internet know who he is. And we know he had a problem with people who don't understand our work. But you'll be shocked how he will change the life of every one of you from today.
Hopefully.
Every one of you from today. He's done things he has not. I'm going to use a microphone on this. He has done things that none of people have managed to transfer into. He has done, and he will explain. I take a back seat and I explain to add to the knowledge. So we add to the knowledge. Whenever I come in is to add to the knowledge, not to intrude. He is so knowledgeable in the world of plasma without him knowing it, because he's come from the plasma base. He hasn't come from the physics base. He has no whales. He has no blind.
No box to take in or out.
Yeah, no boxing. And he talks good enough. He doesn't need me. But what I'll do, I'll be the assistant today. I make things, what he explains himself, who he is, what it is. And every now and then, I give him a nudge if he forgets what I want him to tell you. So
Okay.
the reality is, I'll be the assistant and he'll be the teacher. He's the master today.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
You stay there.
All
I'll
right,
make the
sir.
table for you.
Are we starting now?
Well, first of all, introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is.
Very quiet,
All
very
right.
slow, because it's got to get translated.
All right then. All right. My name is Alex Ibaran. I'm from Nigeria, and I'm a barber in London, friend Barnes. Is that all right? Okay. This device I made, actually, I made it from my kitchen. I don't have a lab, I don't have nothing, but I mean, like everyone can do it because it's easy. You don't need no sophisticated equipment to
Carry on.
I just want to get on with it. And
You got 2 days.
oh my
You're
God.
not going back on the flight tomorrow.
All right then. All right. So
Tell us how you came across the technology, that everybody understands.
okay. All right. I
You
said
try
that
to calm him down. That's what it is, okay?
it's very nerve-wracking, you know. All right. I started when I first heard about the Keshe technology in 2008. That was when I was doing some research about well, just general knowledge, because I go on the internet a lot, and then one day I went to the educator.
Wait. Yes. Okay. Yeah, the water on his nose. Wait, the cameraman is coming, is moving. Okay? The cameraman is going to do it.
Better? All right. So this is what you face every time. This is what we have to face all the time. Wow. All right. So I first started getting interested in the technology while I got a link on it on the Educate Yourself forum on the internet. So I saw the page which says someone can build a reactor that can make it to fly and give you unlimited energy. I said, wow, this might be something that can help a lot of people. So I said, okay, why not give it a try? Then I started
The
following.
important thing in this technology is the tissue paper. Remember, tissue paper
Oh yeah,
is the
that's
most important
that's true.
component you ever have.
Yeah, that is going to help us. That's going to save. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. So, where was I? Yeah. So when I saw, then I went to the web page of the Keshe Foundation to try to see what they talk about. So when I went there, truly I didn't understand nothing. So like every other person,
Aluminium foil,
yeah.
you find it everywhere.
Right. So like
That's how simple it is, this reactor.
like every other person, I
Tissue
decided
paper,
aluminum foil. Yeah. So so I decided to follow every other person, and then with step by step, I started understanding how to make the nanomaterials, how to make ganses, and then I started trying things to see if I can get any practical applications to the with the technology. So eventually, gradually, I started making systems that can run an LED for sometimes, or can charge my mobile phones, which I did. Well, one of the initial projects I did was to try to charge my mobile phone, which I did successfully, but it did not stay too long because when it gets hot, I mean, when the cells dries up, the power goes or the amp goes, so I could not use it. Then I have to start thinking again, what should I do? What can I do to make sure that I have
looks like his hair, huh? So you can use your hair. It looks good. So your hair is the best nanomaterial.
All right, so I started finding out, trying to figure out what I can do to actually get enough energy out of the system. I've tried a lot of things, and then initially I started, no.
Can you explain to us what is a plasma to you, and what is a nanomaterial?
Okay.
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 You're going too fast.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
What is a GANS to you, and what is a nanomaterial to you, as a man who understands the technology better than a professor?
All right. And the plasma to me is interactions of fields. When fields interact, they build up. When fields interact, they build up, and then when it's strong enough, they make a bonding that has the ability to be able to function on their own or function by interacting with other fields to make it more stronger and or to give it more strength. Sorry, I'm very nervous now.
That's why I try to break into the break standard.
My brain is all over the place. Okay.
Do you want another hair?
No. All right, and then let me put that aside and talk about the gang. Let me just start afresh and then do something from the beginning.
Well, the main component you Americans is Pepsi bottle. Without Pepsi, you can't have energy. Correct?
Yeah, not Pepsi. It's just the can.
It's a can.
We don't need the Pepsi. We just need the can. We just need the zinc. Anyway, where was I?
You were telling us about plasma. What do you
Okay, yeah, understand. For my own understanding of the plasma is that when fields interact, while interacting, they come into contact with other fields, which makes them build up and get stronger and stronger. And then they could interact with other fields as well, and then they build up and become stronger and stronger. So that's my understanding of the plasma. And then I want to tell you how I made I want to tell them how to make nanomaterials. Okay. This is a nanomaterial. There are lots of ways of making this material. I've discovered some ways of making nanomaterials without using the caustic. If you If you put the copper in, or heat the copper up in an oven or in the fire, if you heat and cool, what I mean is, if you heat it up to a certain degree and put it straight on in the cold water, you repeat the process over and over again, it gets coated. You don't need no caustic. This is for the people who don't have no access to the caustic. So if you don't have no access to the caustic materials, you heat up a nanomaterial.
You heat up a wire.
Yeah, wire. No, yes, sorry, the copper. You heat up copper.
You heat up copper
Yeah, in a fire or in an oven.
in an oven or in a fire, gas fire.
And then
A wood fire in Africa will do.
anyone. On the fire.
Strip a piece of wire from home, and that wire becomes your energy supply. That's what it's trying to explain.
Okay.
Don't forget, we have a large number of African nations listening to this program. We are not trying to make fun. We're trying to make so easy for them to understand. You do not need scientific equipment to supply your life with material.
Exactly.
So what he's trying to explain, in the advanced nations like European nations, we have a material which we call caustic, which is a sodium oxide, NaOH. And then, in a way, us as human beings already know nanomaterial for thousands of years, but we never understood their property. And in a way, what it does, he heats up
The copper.
the wire. You can have a piece of copper on the street. You have the wire on the, that's the Italian way of being a cleaner. It's still a macho. Hey, you don't see what we see in the background. In Italy, everything has a specific motion. He just comes to take the bin. He goes, I'm here. That's the bin. The most knowledgeable man in the world walks in and he's so humble. It's a big difference. So in so many ways, you can pick up any nanomaterial, any piece of cover. You go to a car, which is loads of them, is all over Africa dumped.
Yeah.
You take the piece of copper wire in the electric connection. That is your energy supply. That is the key to the freedom of energy at any level you need. You don't need, because we had this problem with a scientist in South Sierra Leone University. When we asked them to make nanomaterial, being professors and scientists, they had to go to Freetown, 100 and 200 kilometers away, to find copper. At the intelligence of the professors and doctors, you can't take a piece of wire out of the wall or loads of it hanging around. But a common man knows, you walk into any scrapyard, you see a car on the side road, there is a piece of wire. That, if you can access to it, less than half a meter or meter of it is your key to your free energy for life. So this is what he's trying to explain. People don't think it's complicated. You have a bushfire, you just put the copper wire on it, high temperature separates the top layers, and then
Cool it down.
that's what it's trying. And then you cool it down. So we
When you
try
repeat-
to
you
explain.
repeat the process over and over again.
Yeah, you have your own way.
Yeah, when you repeat the process over and over again, it becomes black, and then after a couple of minutes, I think you can directly put it into your solution, into your make your plate, and then get your nanomaterials off it. This I've done it over and over.
No, you missed something. When you put it in the fire,
You put it in water
water,
to cool.
To
you
cool.
put it back in fire.
Put it on
You do
fire.
it over like for half an hour, and
Yeah.
then it's ready.
okay. Now
You
you put it
understand?
in and out.
In and
okay.
out, and then
This,
it's ready.
let me explain what it does scientifically. Every time you put the copper, the wire or whatever in the fire and you cool it down, you make additional layers. That's all it is. In a caustic, in a Western world, you connect it to a very low amperage and it does the same thing. Heating it and cooling it, it keeps on creating layers and layers.
Yeah.
This is in reality what NASA would like to call Teflon. This is you creating Teflon. This is the true nano Teflon structure. So you put it in the fire, back in the water, back in the fire, back in the water. This is the same process as amperage current. When you connect it to the DC-AC supply, you pulse in. That's what you do. You release layer by layer. That's why when you connect your battery to the plates, you get creating nano layers. Nano layers come layer by layer, pulse by pulse. So because he doesn't have the current pulse, he becomes cold and warm. So you understand in a simple man language that how you're producing the most expensive material at the moment in the Western world. These black materials worth thousands of dollars in the West because they make a popcorn, and in Africa and the rest of the world, if you're a housewife in the kitchen, you can do it yourself. But make sure you don't take the wire out of the husband's car, then that's a problem. But on the other hand, now he's done it so many times, the material becomes very black. According to the latest research published by in the Farm Raw Fair in the last year, this material absorbs 99.9% of any ray. So it's one of the best absorbers we know on this planet. So the man in Africa produces the latest. Pardon? Oh, it's good. It was. So what happened? This is what he's trying to explain. We're trying to make it to be understood how simple it is. Can you ask him to show me?
All right, like I was saying, if you have a piece of copper and then you want to make
They can't hear him.
can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Hello.
Everything is fine.
All
No
right.
problem.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So what I was trying to say is that if you have a piece of copper in your house and then you don't have caustic to coat it, to go through the process, you can just heat it in fire and put it in cold water, repeat the process over and over again. You end up with a nanomaterial. That's as easy as that. And then if you want to make ganses out of the materials,
Can you explain what the GANS is?
okay.
GANS, in a
GANS
simple
is,
language,
so let me do it. GANS is gases in solid states, which means the gases that are in the air, instead of it being in gas, we convert, we create the fields around the container that can attract the gases into the cup or the container you put the nanomaterials. If, for instance, you want to make, after coating your materials and then you want to make CO2, let me say there are different kinds of gases. We have CO2, CH3, CO, and so on. And then you have.
Explain what the CO2 is.
Okay.
CO2 is what comes from the exhaust of the car.
And then CO2 is what is like they're talking about global warming, and then the reason they say the globe is warming, they say it's because we have so much CO2 in the environment.
It's carbon and oxygen together.
Okay, so that is the CO2 that we're extracting from the atmosphere. So basically, if you have this system, you can absorb the same thing from the atmosphere, which means the global warming is going to be reduced or is non-existent if you can have it. Okay, CO2 is gases, but we can get the gases into solid state. So
you see, you're correct.
Yeah.
What happened? One of the biggest problem in the world of science has been, and in a way, one of the most illiterate men in physics became one of the leading scientists in physics. We call him Einstein, and he's put a lot of problem into the hand of the scientists, like in a paper which is published in 1920s he supported that you can have only gases in a solid state at minus 190 degrees and such a pressure, which later on in 2010, the scientists who managed to do it got a Nobel Prize for the stupidity of the other scientists. But in fact, if you change the strength of the magnetic field of the environment, you can have and see gases at room temperature. So what it is, maybe a lot of you for the first time see, would you like to hold this, be my assistant?
Yeah.
This is, if you want to come close, this is the same thing as Einstein said it cannot be done at the room temperature. What material you see is CO2 in a state of tangibility. It's in a plasma state. So this is another proof that how we have to stop this peer review and people who don't understand the technology, science of the physics to pass and be given credibility for. So what Einstein said is impossible at room temperature and pressure, for the first time you see is possible in a gas state, in a plasma state. So this is the CO2, it's always white. So for the first time, you can see the CO2 not in the liquid state, but in the powder state too. So if you look at it, I'll try to pour it. You can come close to see. This is the CO2 in a powder form. This is what the world of science told us is impossible. And the simple man understands it, and he has developed it in a way that is being taught by the teachings in the different workshops. So this is what the plasma is. This is what we call GANs, gas in a nano state. Nano means individuality. So he has managed to produce what Einstein said is impossible. And as he teaches and he goes further, I will explain to you how he has broken every rule in the game. By the time we finish with Alex by tomorrow night, and we carry on through, you'll find out, most probably, this gentleman has understood more than Tesla. He has understood more than Da Vinci, and he has understood more than any scientist in the past by just listening to the workshops which he ran. And as he says, whatever I taught in the workshops and teachings, what do you do?
I go practice it. I don't have no time for theory. That's why I don't go on the internet to argue. I just go and do the job.
So this is all he's done. He's translated the teaching into knowledge of physicality. And when he starts telling you things, we're going to show it. It's not a talk. He has understood a knowledge without him understanding that he understood the dream of the top scientists around the world. Creation of fields in a deuterium condition out of free plasma, out of environment of the room. I will explain because he is a professor in understanding of the plasma, but he does not understand how much he understood. And as of yesterday, he has become part of the Keshe Foundation structure. We have taken him on board, we agreed. He is becoming one of the teachers of the Keshe Foundation. And as is our ethos, he will not be here for his children in UK to suffer. We will teach from his kitchen table. We will teach from his laboratory, which we're going to set up for him in England. And he will teach in the layman language that everybody can understand. So he is part of the Keshe Foundation teaching group. He's been employed, not employed, we work on a donation basis. We have agreed to support him that he can close his business and become a teacher of the Keshe Foundation. Because by tomorrow night, you will understand you have more than Tesla next to you. He nearly killed himself trying to replicate Tesla.
Yeah, that's true.
So you will understand. Tesla could do 1 kilowatt. This guy does megawatts. He can transmit, do the job of Tesla, and he can receive, do the job of Professor Myers. He's one of the geniuses of plasma technology, and as one of the leading scientists in plasma in the world, it's a pleasure to have him with us.
Thank you,
I
Mr. Kesh.
congratulate you.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
So we see he will explain very layman way, not a scientific way. He explained things where 99% of the world can understand, where 1% of the world understand my teaching. So together we make nearly 99.99%. And the only ones, the fraction which don't understand, are the professors who are terrorists, I call them, like Stephen Donnelly, the dean of the Huddersfield University, as a terrorist threatening all the scientists. We have to explore. We will be attacked by Professor Donnelly as a fraud because he is one of the skeptics. He has made a lot of threats. He uses the public domain universities to attack scientists because he owns a company that if our technologies are put into practice, his companies go bankrupt. So he's attacking us for his own pocket and part of the UK International Atomic Energy Support. It's financed by UK IAEA. And what are you looking for? Is there? No problem. So now we see one of the geniuses of the physics. You want the scissors? We have, no, we have. We can chew it. So carry on explaining.
Okay, so what was I? All right. So now, after talking about how to make
the GANs, you haven't finished it.
Okay. Yeah. We have several kinds of GANs. It depends on what materials you're using. That is the kind of GANs you're gonna get. If, for instance, you want CH3.
CH3 is the sugar of life, the essence energy supply for living animals.
All right. If you want CH3, for instance, the way I do it, I put the nanomaterial.
This is the complicated system in the Western world to produce nanomaterials. Okay. A zinc plate, a copper plate, which is put in the fire and taken out, or we do it with GANs.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I want to make CH3, for instance, all I need is I put a piece of iron opposite the nano-coated wire, and then I connect it together. I use an LED. Yeah, I use something like this to hook them up, and then I put an LED here.
Show it.
Okay.
You know. I know. That's why I tried. He says he's very nervous. I said I know. That's why I tried to cool him down.
All right. So.
Yeah. That's why I do most of the talking.
Okay.
This is the copper wire.
This is that's zinc. This is an iron.
That's
so
an iron. That's a nail,
CH3,
a screw.
Any kind of nail. You just put the nail and
you connect it. He does all this in his kitchen in England.
You can see this. So if you put an LED to run these two systems.
LED is a small lights, yeah?
Yeah. A small lighting device. If you put an LED on top of these two systems here, like that, and then you submerge it in a salt solution.
In a salt, normal salt at home.
Normal salt, table salt, cooking salt.
It should be about 15% be fine is the best solution. 15 gram in 100 gram of water.
Yeah. With time, you see that you start absorbing this solution into your cup.
At the bottom of the cup, you see this solution, which is a sugar. We know this because it's been tested by different scientists. Some of them share the technology with us. And every time he picks this up, can you show me the other one as well? No, the other one, the small one. You see, this is understood by a barber from Nigeria in his kitchen. And if you look at these black markers, you see these black markers at the bottom, and you see it on this one. The scientists at the highest level in Canadian government, when they arrested me, and they kept me for 11 days, could not understand. This is their handwriting. These are the scientific criminals from Canadian government. They marked it at 6 years ago when they kept me for 11 days in the airport to hijack technology, never understood it. A layman, a barber in London understood. So we carry a fingerprint of the Canadians with the knowledge of Africans. So they understood more than the Canadians did. So carry on.
All
By
right,
the way,
so-
I have to explain to you something. He speaks about LED light. Hold it. When you connect the wires together, unnecessarily, you don't need a LED. If you put a load on it, it gives a better result, but you can just connect the wires together. This is what we do.
Yeah, I do it as well. I do the same. as
Huh?
well. I do the same. as well.
So you don't need anything else. You just connect the two together. Let me explain to you what it does. The knowledge behind this is very simple. If you use a copper nano-coated and zinc, which you find in all the chicken mesh. In Africa, everybody can find a chicken mesh. At the beginning, you produce CO2, and then it goes red because the metal comes up like this. The chicken mesh has a coating of a zinc. The first stage, you see a white material. And then when the white material goes and uses the partially zinc oxide and CO2, then the iron comes up, and then you get the red material. What he is showing becomes CH3. So you can change from one to another, and in that process, you produce two materials at the same time. CO2, which is like oxygen, nickel oxide, which is a matter state, is not a GaNs, but still behaves like a GaNs, and CH3, which is a sugar, natural, where the life support is started on this planet. So he can explain to you why it happens when you put the salt water in the tank, in the container like this. You can use a coconut shell. Some people use anything. Has to be close proximity. You replicate the condition of the universe or planet Earth, where the salt water is the seawater. And interaction with nanostructures of the materials in the sea has created the sugar and life. This is how life started on this planet. So now we understand the process, and there's no man better than him from Africa, because that's where the life started. With a simple process, now they gave life to humanity through the human race and the rest of the life in the universe on this planet. And now they can explain how they gave us life. At least we can hear it from the man who, his ancestors started our life as a human race. And that's all it is. The salt in Africa, copper, we know Africa is rich with copper. We know Africa rich with minerals. And in rain and a condition of nanomaterials, like when the lightning strikes a copper mine, it creates nanomaterial. And then when the rain was there with the salt, the life begins. Copper is the structure of muscle tissue, and the zinc with the CO2 became part of the structure of the intelligence and the brain of the man. We taught this before. So as he does his heating and cooling in the fire, the lightning, original lightnings, and the wood fires in Africa became the structure of the origin of the creation of the man with the rain. So for the first time, you understand how all of us, doesn't matter, irrespective of our race, color, and religion, came from Africa because of this process. We don't have anywhere but Africa, which is rich in all the minerals in near proximity of each other. And this is how life started. And this is how, from this color of a skin, we go into different colors as the atmosphere in different condition of this planet we move. So we are all in base, according to the United Nations, all black. We started in Africa, and now we understand why we are one race, one nation. We are all black with different makeups on top. So this is the process of creation of life, and he explains to you how life has started. I always say in the teachings, if I put, they say in the body of the man, there is equal to 1 nail of iron. If I put iron in a matter state in your body, you'll be a flat jelly on the table. But when you can become in a state of GANs, you get volume. And that's why man has a structure. Anything has a structure. Because in the body of the man, iron is not in a matter state, but is in a plasma state. And so we have a volume. We have, this is less than very little amount of copper, but you see how much is become in a GANs state as the CO2. So we try in this session not just to go and show power supply, not to go and show how you can run your car without a fuel, but to understand the totality from a layman point of view. This is what we've done for nearly over a year, year and a half on the teachings. Now we see how those teachings a year ago, workshops, has led for the world to have a free energy. When you see the free energy system, all your knowledge seekers, all the knowledge seekers around this table will cry. How we did not see it. How we missed the interaction and connection. He is more scientist in plasma of deuterium than the top scientists we've seen in Keshe Foundation and CERN. CERN has no knowledge as much as he has, but he doesn't know it. I explained to you in the time as he explains. He has produced deuterium in a plasma state. He dictates when to absorb energy and when to release the energy of deuterium condition. And all of you followed track. He followed the openness of the mind with no restriction. So carry on.
All right. So as I was saying, so if you, this setup is going to give you CH3. And then if you want to make the ganses of copper, for instance, all you need is to just take this one off and replace it with a plain copper, and then it becomes base, CuO. Copper
CuO,
oxide. Yes.
CO2.
Yeah, copper oxide. Okay. And then there are other means of getting ganses, for instance. If you want to make a composite GANs, which is this one, what I did is I put I nano-coated a piece of brass. You know, everyone knows what brass is. This is not brass, this is zinc. Okay. I nano-coated, Vince.
Hello, Vince.
I have a picture on Facebook that show them brass composite nano material.
Vince has it. Can you show it on the screen? Can you share it with us?
The one that made the composite
reactor. What it is?
If you can check on my,
can you show the picture, Vince?
I think I posted it last week. It's a composite. It's a brass with lots of composite materials.
Okay. I understand what the brass is. Brass is copper, zinc. What else in the brass?
Different materials.
No,
So
nickel. There is
stuff.
all sorts of things, 4 or 5 different materials made, but mainly copper, to make a brass.
Okay.
And as you nano coat copper, you can do the same process of heating on the fire with the brass. But now, instead of only having nano layer of copper, you have nano layer of all the materials which are in the brass. So this is a composite component. This is what we spoke in teaching recently with the Fukushima unit, or what we call the universal box. You can use composite alloys to create what you need. So he has created this fantastic material as a composite GANs dried of brass.
Okay. The advantage of having having a composite brass GANs is that you can actually collect it dry, and then you still have the residue of the solid, the liquid GANs at the bottom of the pot. So if you want to save time while making your GANs this is basically, from my understanding, this is basically for the energy production. So if you want to produce your energy with the dry GANs, the best way is to have a composite GANs that is already dry. So you just collect, all you do is just collect the gases from the body of the brass, and then you can store it and then directly use it to do your cells. Okay, so do we start with the explanation in this sense?
You're in a hurry.
All right, so
Now explain to us how you connected with the energy in the gases.
how I connect what?
How do you relate different kind of gases to energy you see?
Okay.
Because when you understood that, you make a system.
Okay. So if, for instance, you want to make a cell, if you want to make a simple cell like this, depending on what you want to do with it, you can have double layers on this. Because if you put a composite material first at the core, and then put the dynamic version of, when I mean dynamic, I mean the GANs itself, and then the dry form of copper oxide or any other GANs at the outer layer of a cell. You have a feed interaction that is going to, well, according to my experience, I don't know if it's really correct, but this is my experience. You're going to have an interaction that is going to boost up the current of the cell. Because if you do the cell straight on, for instance, you just do a single core, you still have the voltage, but the current is going to be very low. So I believe it's when you have a double layer, the fields of this, because it's composite, and then the fields of this, when they interact, not when they jump, when they interact, they create more amps. So
this, let me explain.
Okay.
The term interaction is not chemical.
No, it's not.
Because in a plasma state, the fields lock to each other. It's like magnets. It's the fields which interact, not a chemical binding. In a plasma technology, we don't consider no chemical interaction. We only consider interaction of the gravitational magnetic field, as we believe every entity which exists as a plasma has both gravitational and magnetical. That's why it makes it a plasma. The sun is a plasma because it's got gravity and magnetical field. Earth is a plasma. It has gravity, we are attached to it, and it's got magnetical field, which is its repulsion, which creates the atmosphere. So to be a plasma, you need to have both magnetical, which is repulsion, and gravitational together. Electron is a plasma, proton is a plasma, an atom is a plasma, and is a different strength. Sun as a plasma has a higher strength, and as the strength of the plasma reduces by the interaction with other fields to get to Earth, at the Earth level becomes nitrogen when it interacts with the plasma of the Earth. So when he explains about energy, means both gravitational and magnetical. When he speaks about interaction, is interaction of both gravitational and magnetical field of every single GANs in the package. We don't look even at the matter state. You see here in his hand, the aluminum. We don't look at the aluminum as a matter state, as solid. We look at it as a plasma. So we look at this plasmatic interaction, not a chemical reaction. No chemical reaction, more or less, takes place in this process. So I explain. Here's the master I just explained.
All right. So, if you understand that, you discover that if you want to make an energy cell, if you can put multiple layers on your cells, the more layers you put, the more amps you get, because the feeds are continuously interacting. And then when you add other feeds into it, it gathers more strength. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
To me, yes. I don't know about that.
Okay. So when you add more feeds to it, it gathers strength. And then
you see, with him to field means more gases you add, the more interactions you create. It's the close-up of it. There, well, you want to see. Oh, you're going to see it later on. No problem. Yeah, go. You show it is your machine, not mine. Yeah. This is the energy power pack of the future. You will understand it.
But it's quite easy to make, so it's not.
So now you know. You don't go so fast. Just explain.
Okay.
Don't
So
forget. Don't forget. Housewife is watching you. He has no money to feed his children, and as you said, you stay in the cold of winter because you can't pay for the energy.
Yeah, that's true.
This way now she can. So you gotta go slow. That woman by tonight can make energy, and it doesn't have to put her energy in the pocket out of the food of the children.
All
So
right.
go slow. You have all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so to explain how much.
Yes. He wants to explain. He's in a hurry.
Not in a hurry, but I just want to
So,
get it off my chest and.
Oh no! When you get it off your chest, the whole problem starts.
Okay.
You see, till when you love a woman, nothing happens as long as it's in your lung. The minute you've spoken, I love you, the problem starts. It's the same. When you get off your chest, the problem starts. So try to take the time to explain it, that when it comes out, everybody understands there is no problem.
Okay.
The biggest problem you're creating is for the energy companies. The biggest problem is producing is for the oil companies. By the end of today, I assure you, if you understand and if it goes into the national market, all the energy companies' shareholding will be zero. Oil companies will have no value for their products. It is amazing what you're going to see. I spent yesterday whole day with him to make sure exactly everything is understood. I haven't brought him here just to show energy supply and go. The depth of knowledge with him is so deep that he has understood the whole structure of the creation, but he's not aware of it. So he's in a hurry to show, I'm in a hurry to understand. Because he can show it in 2 seconds. We have a system working unit in the background. We can show it is done. But the whole process is, once we show it, you start repeating it today around the world. We keep the teaching on for 36 hours, even 72 hours. That enough people around the world copy this, that nobody can bottle it. It cannot be shelved. This is the purpose of the teaching today. We want to make sure energy becomes free, motion becomes free, production of food becomes free because he's done it. Production of water in a large quantity becomes free because he's done it. It's not one case, but if you understood the principle, it's just adding to the knowledge. But the end of the teaching tomorrow, and if we can keep the YouTube going for months, every man on this planet will be, by his way of understanding, free from energy bill, free from food bill, free from motion bills. He runs his car using the technology. Can I tell them what you've done? He runs his car. The last time he's fueled it is in April.
Yeah, I can accept
Okay.
that.
Okay. No, you're not talking. You explain first.
Okay.
So you understand? He's already running his car like Tesla. He has put half a tank in April. Usually half a tank lasts 2 or 3 weeks. He hasn't changed his lifestyle, and he's still got a quarter left, and he still can have more of it if he wants to. And April, May, June.
This is July.
July, we are festival. So for 3 months, he has written off the share of the Shell and BP and Mobil oil to zero. And at the cost of zero, more or less.
For the cost of £30 for my fuel for the car. That's all.
Yeah, but at the cost of using 0 cents the gas material and its reactors. So Mobil oil sell shares back to, I tell you something very important. I said that yesterday in the private teachings of the foundation. Please, if you listen to these programs and you're shareholders, do not dump your shares, do not get rid of your shares in energy and oil to another person. This is not the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. Sell your shares back to the petroleum company who owns the share. Do not sell your shares to pension organizations to get rid of it. Have a correct ethos. You ask your stock exchange man, your share has to be sold to the company where it came from, that they can bury all the share certificates back in the oil wells where the robbery started. Because if you sell your shares to get out of the damage this technology is going to do to the stock exchange, now you harm another man. And this is not what we are doing yet. Make sure you put a condition of sale on the ethos of the correct way we do within the foundation. You sell your shares back to the companies which you hold from. Then there is no damage except themselves. So now you're in a hurry to show?
No, I'm not in a hurry.
Okay, he's not in a hurry anymore. The nervousness is gone.
Well,
He had the injection of the anti-poison Keshe Foundation. He took some gas.
all right.
So now you're happy.
Can I carry on?
You see, I've cooled him down enough. Now we can push it.
Okay.
Okay.
So, well, after explaining how to make Ganses and so on, I'd like to share with you some of the applications of the Ganses. For instance, this is my own experience. If you want to make the water, the water would drink the.
No, we're not going there yet. Energy first.
Energy
No,
first.
no. That's for tomorrow. Otherwise, they go home. We don't make money out of it. Come on.
All right then. Okay. Okay. Now, now I told you how to make the nanomaterials, and now we're going to see how to
Use it.
use it. The application of the.
Shall we put the energy last that they stay whole 2 days?
It's up to you.
Nah.
But
Show
they're gonna be broke.
No. Okay, carry on.
Okay, so if you want to make this sauce, I think I have to involve one of you in it. No? Anyone wants to try?
A lady can do it because the housewives can repeat it. Come. We don't need a man. A woman can do it. Men will definitely do
Mr.
it.
Keshe, we need a scissor.
You need what?
A
Wait.
pair of scissors.
Okay, wait. Hold.
Can we ask something, please?
In order to make this sauce, what you need is
Can we have a scissor?
pair of scissors. You know, I'm a barber, so I'm used to the scissors. All right.
Wait, we need a woman to help you. We have a very good volunteer from America, one of our knowledge seekers. So I'm
Okay,
gonna.
before
He's
I
the
start-
master. We follow.
Okay, before I start, I'm going to show you what I put in the solution.
No.
Know that.
No. You're going too fast.
So what am I going to do first?
You're gonna do this way. We're gonna put this aside. Then you show the recipe first. What ingredients you need first
Okay.
to make? Yeah, she's cooking. You say and she mixes.
Okay. So
Okay.
to make the power sauce, you need
Wait 1 second. This is your table. You don't damage our table. So this is your pot.
okay. You need a nanomaterial.
A nanomaterial. This is that wire which you put on the fire and you took it out. This time you don't put it in the water. You just got a piece of it, and this is your backbone of your energy power supply. It's nano because it's black, and I explained why it's black, because it absorbs all the magnetic field.
And then
So
you need a piece of tissue.
wait. Sure. He hasn't been a showman, so I will try to do it this way. You need tissue paper. This you can buy from anywhere. A toilet roll will do the same. And if you can't find a toilet roll, you go to WC in Africa, which is for white color toilets only. They always have it. And that's all you need. This is a piece of tissue. Okay. What else we need?
And then we need a piece of zinc.
A piece of zinc. zinc comes from Coca-Cola, Pepsi. In Africa, you find it everywhere. But make sure when Coca-Cola is better. Make sure. I wonder if the guy will pay us for advertising. Which one shall we put in the face of? Coca-Cola or Pepsi-Cola? But Coca-Cola tin is much better. What you got to do with it, when you use it, scratch the color off and then scratch the inside off. Because most of these have a plastic coating inside and they have a painting outside. So they don't give you the effect. Try to scratch, this is what I did yesterday, to scratch the plastic coating and the color the paint outside. Then you have a good... Pardon? Sometimes he says he uses Coca-Cola bottle, but
Yes,
we
but
use
no, not the bottle. The can.
cans. Sorry, no bottles, cans. So
Aluminum.
what is it?
The can. What is
It
it?
says the cans are made of aluminum.
Well, I don't usually. That is not. I use zinc, normal zinc, but you can use that as well. It works as well.
You can use aluminum as well. It works the same.
Yeah, it works same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works. It works.
Okay.
It works the same way.
So he's a very good rich English kitchen. He uses zinc, and in Africa we use Coca-Cola cans and cans and bottles.
Yeah.
But make sure you take the coating on both sides off. Okay. Now
Okay.
we're gonna give. We are a rich one. We are a rich one. He's gonna cut you. There we are. The scissors are here.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
What's
So-
the cooking channel? What's it called? You do the cooking on? Film Network, yeah. We make a very good. Yeah. So
So if you cut a piece of zinc like that,
it's a piece of zinc this big. Actually, if you're in England, it's very cheap because you can go on the roof and take it off the roof, especially the churches. You paid enough, now you can own the building. So now you have a piece of zinc, you have a piece of tissue,
and then you need
and you
aluminum.
have your nano copper.
I
And
just
then-
want to let people know, though, for people on YouTube and around the world, especially in the Western Hemisphere here, usually you can get zinc rolls at your local hardware store. It stops moss on your roof.
Yes, they use copper or now the most important component is the aluminum foil. I was told is one of the advantages of having NASA. They used it a lot, so it became very popular. So aluminum foil is very cheap. So that's what else you need?
And then
Oh, he needs sugar.
those are part of the.
Yeah. But
Those are part
next
of-
thing you need sugar.
Yeah, we need sugar.
We need sugar, honey, sugar.
We need caustic. This is optional. It depends on what you want to do. If you want to use the cells by itself as a battery to maybe light up your LED lights or try to charge up your mobile phone, you need a caustic.
Okay, let me explain to you what caustic does. Caustic has a property of bringing in moisture. That's all it does. Caustic is like water you put in your present batteries. So by putting caustic, which is NaOH, he creates an environment that continuously extracts moisture from the environment. So your battery doesn't go dry. He has understood it, he uses it. I explained to you from scientific point of view what is the purpose of it. The sugar, in fact, is the same thing as this. Sugar is CH bond. So it continuously brings energy from the environment. Because now you work in a gas level, you interact with magnetic field of the entity, not matter field of entity. So when he shows you the sugar, take time.
No,
It's
yeah,
fine,
I'm
no
listening to-
problem. That's
Yeah,
all.
I'm listening to you.
Don't forget. Some payment in later. So, I do most of the talking, but the knowledge is yours. You understood it.
All right, then.
So The sugar brings the continuous energy. The caustic brings the moisture. Most of you who've been trying to make these cells and you failed because you cannot keep your batteries moist. The dryness, the moisture gives you liquidity of the motion of the plasma. Without the motion, you're static. This is what it does. That's what the caustic does, literally. Continuously creates motion because it brings water. This is one of the reasons your body carries 90%, 85% water. Because without the water, there is no dynamism of the gases. So what is done? He has understood the structure of the creation. So he adds caustic to create, to absorb water, to create motion, that with the sugar, he can distribute the energy. The rest of it is how you, where, and the way you distribute for potential or you distribute for the flow. The water is the same water. Because of its potential, gives you the voltage. Because of the rate of flow, it gives you the current. So in this process, he creates a potential difference, the height between different strength, because each plasma has different strength power. Copper oxide has more energy. CO2 has slightly less. He uses CH3, then slower. So he, in fact, hold this there, please. This is the top of the dam in, what do you call it, Niagara Falls. You American understand. This is the bottom. And this is more or less the turbine somewhere in between. This is the height of the potential. The rate of the flow through creates how much current the dam creates. And now you see he does that without Niagara Falls in magnetic field connected between this and this, because copper is 62 plus oxygen, which is 16. CO2 is 12 plus 16, so it's lesser strength. And then it's CH3, which is a slightly lower. So he creates a potential difference, and now potential difference creates magnetic field flow in plasmatic condition, gravitational, magnetical. As it drops, reduces in magnetical. As it picks up here, increases in gravitational. And then it has to go back, because what comes out, it has to be balanced. So it continuously creates rotational field. So in the layman term, he mixes scientific term, you understand what you're doing. So now he added a caustic. He added, this is the motion system, the liquid. This is the energy sugar. What else you need for your recipe?
I need dry gases.
And then he adds dry gases to slow down the process. Liquid goes very fast. So he slows it because now these have to convert from the solid into a liquid dynamic. So he increases the life of the cell with the dry gases, which he puts in to add with the water by 300 to 500 years. We are talking in years of energy. We are not talking about days of energy. We are talking most probably, if this battery is kept, what we make today, and it kept in the correct condition, will work after your great grandchildren.
That's true, because I have one here that I've done for a long time ago, and it's still very active.
So now you understand. So you do the cooking, and I'll bring you the material. Okay. So now you have, do you want the CH3?
No.
No? Yeah, we have the sugar, but we add CH3 with CO2 in liquid. You want the CO2?
No.
You already added?
Yeah, we already added CO2.
Okay, we call that CH3.
Okay.
What else you need? Oh, we need this.
Yeah.
This is important. It's called
Titanium dioxide.
nano titanium dioxide. Titanium is one of the freest materials to get if you live in the West. You can get it from donuts. The glazing on the donuts carries a large amount of it. Or in Africa, you have it in a very simple way out of plants. You can extract it yourself, or you can produce it very freely out of the air. You have certain amount of titanium, very little amount in your CO2 gas. It's a free agent in the air, so you have a little bit of it. You can separate it, or you can purchase in the West the titanium. What I want to ask you before it goes, now that you've learned how to make these systems we teach you, you make one for yourself and be like him, a man of integrity, a man of correctness with the human race, and make 2 or 3, go on any address anywhere and send 1 or 2 units at the same cost to somebody in the third world, and produce a leaflet, put it on the internet, we produce it, and say this is how you get your freedom of energy. In Africa, in South America, in the third world nations, once they see it, they don't have internet. But cash foundations around the world can allow. Don't make one you are free, make other people free with it too, because that's all it's going to cost you to make an energy unit, which will last a lifetime. So now you can teach.
Okay.
She does the cooking.
All
You
right.
just give the instruction.
I wanna tell you quickly how to go about making nano titanium dioxide. To get the solution, it's very easy. You just put the TiO2 in a hot caustic and leave it for 24 hours, and then you drain it and dry it. It becomes
Paste.
a paste.
What, the titanium?
Yeah, titanium.
A piece of titanium.
No.
What did you get
The
it?
powder.
Oh, the powder
Yeah,
titanium.
yeah.
Okay.
The powder. Just
The
put it in
powder
caustic.
titanium, you put in the caustic,
Caustic.
it settles, and it becomes a gas of itself. Then
Yeah.
he empties it.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
drain it and then you dry
We do that with iron cuttings, pieces. You just throw it in and you collect it. Okay, now that's how it's
it.
made.
Okay, that's how this one is here.
Very
Okay.
strange, his CO2 always turns up to be green. This is his CO2.
Yeah, but I don't know why. All the CO2.
We all know why, huh? He uses the same box as a copper oxide.
Exactly, that's true.
Yeah, the
Okay,
CO2 is green.
so if you want to make the cell, you
Oh,
put.
she does the cooking.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay.
Wait,
no, I just want to tell them
No,
how
no,
to
no,
mix
no,
it.
no, 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 no. She does it.
Okay.
You just do the talking.
Okay.
I've got to find you a plate. Wait 1 second. I've got to find something you can mix.
Yeah.
No, here. No. Can you hold this, please? I'll be your assistant. This came very easy. There we are.
Oh, okay.
It has to be seen. Okay? You can do it here. It's okay. It's the reactors filled up energy. It's no problem. You have to. 1 second. In the coming minutes, in coming hours, you will see and you hear a lot of noise background. We are running a star formation and we are running a single core on the bottom. Can you show this one? The silver, the aluminum, this, yeah? So we will explain the significance of this in a few minutes. In a few half an hour, you will see the biggest revolution in the world of energy. There is a reason they are here. And it will take 24 hours or so to build up to the point you want. So the noise you hear in the background and one of the reactors suddenly changed field forces because the field forces change is the same as the plasma in this container. In this container, you have different gases interacting. Here, the gases in that small Aluminum is interacting with the top. So you hear the changes. It's like somebody grabbing and let you go fast to slow you down. We hear the change of the motion. This is why we brought it here, because this is part of the structure. We need to do it. So now you understand the noise in the background. The reactor star formation and single reactor is running. And this is the key to free energy for life. And in fact, you don't need that aluminum. You can use a coconut. You can use a ping pong ball. It still give you the same. You can use any fruit. You can actually, one of the best ways is to use a nano-coated core. And one of the best nano-coated cores I know is the bladder of the animals. If you can use a bladder of an animal for a reactor, rotate it, dry it and rotate it, is one of the best. I'll tell you how they've done it. You will understand it later. So now you say, and she makes the recipe.
Okay.
So we started. Let's go back. We started with a piece of wire from the wall of the house or the car.
Yeah.
It's a copper.
Copper wire.
You put it in the fire. You took it out.
Yeah. And put it in water.
Or put it in the water. Cool it. Heat it down. It goes black.
That is if you don't have no caustic.
No caustic and no electricity.
Okay.
Piece of aluminum foil, piece of zinc, a little bit of sugar, a
caustic.
tissue paper. This is the most important part.
Caustic.
Caustic,
And CH3.
CH3, CO2, bit of zinc, or what do you call it? Brass cans and titanium. The whole lot will not cost you more than $1, because you find a way to do it in different way. You don't necessarily need these materials. You can do it with different gases. It's the way he's done it. You can choose any kind of gas.
Yeah,
go on the Keshe Foundation website. Arman has made videos how to make nanomaterials and gases. He's very excited. What's happening, Arman? Oh, it's okay. He's got excited. So now you say, and the lady makes.
Okay. So, well, if you add some of this.
You put some of the brass dry GaNs.
That's enough.
That's enough.
Okay.
Okay.
And then take some of the titanium.
Take some titanium.
That's it. Listen, you have to bring it out and try to.
I have to take this box away. Yeah.
So if you ever get it, I think it's.
I think Pepsi Cola will pay a lot of money for us for advertising free.
That's enough. Let me just take some of it.
This is the titanium piece. And then
if you add caustic,
just a little bit of caustic. Don't touch. You never touch caustic. You see housewives. Everything has to go. Yeah, and then you taste it, and then you smell it.
What is this? Not common sense.
A little bit. That's enough. That's enough.
And then you add some sugar.
And some sugar. It's a very nice cake. It's an energy cake. Little bit, just a little bit.
You can put them together.
Put them together. Put them in one place. Okay, how much you're putting? Okay, is that enough sugar?
Just a little bit more.
Little bit more.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And then now you made the sound. You mix it together.
Now you need the mixing it together. We give you our screwdriver.
That is not going to be, Mr. Keshe. That is going to be difficult for her to manipulate. Maybe we'll find something.
Now we do it with this. It's okay. It's okay. I'll give you a donation, a screw from the Keshe Foundation. Use that end, please. Yeah. Bring them all together, and just mix it. She's an Archimedes. You have to push it.
Since I already have the solution, don't you think I should just tell you?
No. Let her show. You see, the more you add the caustic and the sugar, it becomes moisture. It adds. You gotta flow it till it becomes liquidish.
Yeah.
It just absorbs. And if you have a problem, you can add a little bit of this to it.
Um,
Nope.
no, it doesn't. Just because this is going to be at the.
Okay, no
Yeah.
problem. You see the zinc opens up. The, what do you call it? Titanium opens up. The caustic brings the moisture. Would you like a caustic pancake for lunch, Bill? He doesn't want to listen. Hello, would you like an energy pack lunch? She's cooking.
Okay, why that is going on?
Okay.
Maybe you try.
No. We go very slowly.
Okay.
We are dealing with the world population. Okay, we are not dealing with scientists. This is a woman in a kitchen can make it. So we don't need professors to do it. I have to explain, one of the units he's built has been running in his house for 7-8 weeks.
Yeah, about 7 8 weeks.
7-8 weeks, supplying the whole house.
And giving back power into the grid.
And puts power back into the grid. And the neighbor as well has a unit.
Yeah, maybe I'm from my neighbor.
Yeah, so he's made one for himself and one for the neighbor. Would you like to make one? Actually, can I show you? Can you ask him? Can we show his face? Ask him, does he mind if he goes online to be shown? Lelo? Ask Lelo, does he mind if he goes online? If I can ask him a question in public? No? Okay. While he has one of the biggest solar panel farms. Hello? Okay, what happened? This gentleman, his name is Lelo, and he's on his property, one of the biggest solar cell farms here in this area. He earns a very good money out of it. I told him to sell your solar cell farm because it's not going to worth very much.
So we just do the same.
So he is standing here looking at his investment. So very soon we supply the whole building with him for the same energy. We already started the first test yesterday afternoon.
It's not going to do nothing.
Yeah. So now you see the past and the future.
For this future, he said that was very happy for this future that arrived. It was very very worried for the future too.
Future, not for us. No worries. Okay. Now we've seen. Hello. No. You're going too fast. You're going too... No. You're going too fast. I go away and you mess everything up. Okay. What you've done, we take this off you. We don't need it. That's a tissue paper. So what have you done? You show. You mixed it. So now it's like a liquid. Caustic has brought moisture in. Is a paste. It's a paste. Yeah. So it's well mixed. And now what's the next step?
Apply some on the tissue paper.
Put some of that paste on the tissue paper. Just pick it up with the appliance here. Very difficult. Imagine you're filling up the Christmas pot.
That's enough.
For cake. Yeah, that's enough.
Then you put the nanowire.
Then you put a nanowire on it. Put it in the this way, right in the middle. Be careful you don't touch it. I don't want your finger tight, very tight. Squeeze it and roll it. It's like a sausage roll. Yeah, the sausage is in the middle. Yeah, okay. Now we've done the sausage roll.
Okay, now you put the aluminum foil over it.
You need the aluminum foil.
Let me just make it smaller. So
It's aluminum foil has to go around it. There we go. Wrap the tissue paper. What's happening? Understand the process. First of all, the moisture and the caustic stays with the tissue paper, which means the tissue paper holds on to the moisture as it's coming in. So you never become dry, more or less. And then the aluminum foil is a wrapping and behaves and acts as a positive and a negative pole. Yes? Yeah. The ingredient is sugar, very small amount, few grains of sugar, a few grains of caustic,
nano.
Dried nanograms of titanium oxide. You can use something else. He uses titanium. You can use any other material, which is in a paste form. And then dry GANs of, don't get excited. The dry GANs of brass. And what else we put in there?
Dry GANs of brass and azole.
And we didn't put any
Sugar,
CO2 in it.
No,
we didn't put any
not
CO2.
Yet.
Not yet. We don't put no CO2 in it.
That's
So that's
the
a mixture.
That's
Actually, it looks like a Japanese firecracker. This is the fuse sticking in it, but it's got more energy. Let me explain to you what happened yesterday. Yesterday, as I was trying to connect the setup, which we'll show later, by accident, I touched the table, stainless table of the lab, and the energy was so horrendous delivered that it has welded stainless steel, which is a non-magnetic, non-stickable. I take the picture, it's still there, I can't take it out. The energy release is so horrendous, it's so huge. To fuse a stainless steel of few millimeters, the ones you see in the labs of the Keshe Foundation, one of those tables is fused in 2 points, just by touching. But the strange thing is, when a human touches it, nothing happens. Because it's in a plasma state, is as we are, it transfers through the body. When it touches the matter state of the steel, it releases all its energy. It's beautiful. We'll see the pictures later. Okay, now you have your Chinese firecracker.
Okay. And then it depends on what you want to do with it.
Yes,
Depends on what you want to do.
I'm the sound engineer.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Depending on what you want to do with the cell, with this, if you just want to use it to generate power your house, it's enough. Just add a zinc to it. But if you want to use it as a separate unit to power your LEDs or your mobile phone, you need to add more layers into it.
Can I explain?
Yeah.
So what he's doing, he's adding more layers. As he adds more layers, he increases the voltage or the current. He's deciding. So you can now go into increasing the power. You already have, do you want to show it how much power it has?
This one,
Yeah?
Yeah.
You see, this is the mother, this is the principle. Now how you play with this, it changes the current and the voltage.
No, we just go, I think we have to put the zinc.
Okay. He put the lane.
You have to do the zinc.
Yeah. Okay. Wait once. Vince, what's the question? Freeze. Pardon? Can you speak louder? Okay. When is going to be done? Don't, you're too much in a hurry. Wait. You're impatient. You lot been trying for months. You didn't get it. Now you want to run with it. Just let us rub it in, as we say in English. Okay, now you put the zinc. Now she applies the zinc. Yeah. Now applying the zinc. What do you want to do next?
Because I'm sure she doesn't have enough strength to hold it tightly. You have to squeeze it.
She's got, yeah, I need a, now this is where the man comes handy. Bill, you gotta squeeze it. You're too gentle with it. You gotta close the gap that the plasma doesn't need much to jump. Needs to connect. Harder,
Actually,
harder.
use a screw-
You can
screwdriver
stand on
plier.
it, jump on it, it's all the same.
Yeah.
You're done? Yep,
Yeah.
okay. That's it,
Okay,
okay? Now, what do you want to do?
We have to test it to see
He's gonna test it.
if she got it
So,
right.
no, the power, how do you bring the
No,
power
let me
out?
put this on for the. put it on. I just
Okay.
put this on.
Okay, what it does, he connects the positive and negative of his voltmeter. Are you sure you want this? See, it fell out. It will show no power. How do you expect to get the power when you're not? Wait. There we are. The chairman of the board of British Energy has already resigned. He's on his way out. Show it.
Okay, now we
Can we
Put
show? Hello, cameraman. This.
it's not connected. Where is it?
This is. It's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're there.
Okay.
I'll take this away that you don't get a short circuit. I bet it's not going to show any energy because it's for him. He's got to. It's not you, it's for him.
I want to see what's showing.
You are at 2 point.
No, that's okay. 1 minute.
1 minute. What have you done? Disconnect everything. Connect everything. You're connected. He's just testing. This is.
Yeah, this
See?
is not right.
It's not all right.
Yeah, it's not right.
Shall we get a man doing it?
No. Let me do it properly.
Okay.
Let me do the cells.
Okay. Okay. You're
It's
happy?
It's nice. I'm not happy. Yeah. I think I'm happy.
You're
put
happy?
Put the vote there. You see?
Okay. Now you see it. There's a millivolt.
That's what I want to. Okay, let me see.
Yeah.
Let me do one straight on. Okay.
Let him do it his way,
Let
not
me
a
do
woman
my
way.
own way.
Stay there. We got to stand our ground. You see, just follow him. Just. Shall I play music while he's there? Dee 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 dee, do 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 do. Happy? Do you want a wire?
Yeah, you can use
I have a plenty of wires. Use those wires.
okay.
Use these wires.
Yeah, this
I'm
one.
happy with it. Okay, give me the cutter. I'll cut it for
Don't
you.
worry. I have one. Just add some cheese. Yeah. So. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this one.
Pardon? No, that's aluminium. There it is.
1.26.
1.26 volts. You see it?
And then the amps as well.
And then if you go for amperage, it creates
Oh, sorry.
it creates
1.05 milliamps.
milliamps. So now you have the base, but doesn't stop here and doesn't even start here.
And then,
This is the start of a huge game. Don't look at it as a battery, because if you look at it as a battery, you are still in the schizophrenic between the matter and a plasma. This is the beginning of a change in evolution of energy and power, even in the space travel, because he uses this system in a different way, in a gas state, that even when he drives in London, he feels his car is much lighter, that it creates a lift in the car. This is what the change is. We spoke about the flying car. He's partially achieved it, and then we explain it more. Then you know why I call him a Tesla, because he doesn't need to be connected to Moscow to get energy. He's connected to his own car, and he drives no fuel and much lighter because he doesn't use that much fuel. So now, do you want to show? This is one he made one
I
earlier.
want to explain something here. If you want to make a cell that is going to be you're going to use for your as a battery or so, the system is going to be different from this. What you do is, if you make
This gentleman doesn't come from an engineering background. To him, the only tool is a pair of scissors
exactly.
and a knife. Everything else is done the same way. I give him a spanner, he says, I don't use this. I give him a cutter, he doesn't use it. So I said to him, you can have a screwdriver and a scissors. That's all he does. He doesn't have any tools in the house.
All right. If you make a tube of zinc like this is a zinc tube I've made.
It's a tube, he just rolled it up, yeah.
And then you put this mixture, you just load it in the tube. But first of all, before you do that, you have to put
Tissue paper.
Tissue paper on one end of it, and then if you fill in
Just show it.
okay.
You don't trust a woman?
No,
Oh, you want me to? You hold on the microphone. Yes, he's got excited. You hear his heartbeat. Is it better now?
Is it all right?
It's all right. No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So a tissue paper. I'm gonna grip. So we stick a tissue paper at the end.
yeah,
It's not tight or very
tight,
tight.
so that it's not gonna. It's not
It's
gonna
not gonna
go.
go through. He's got me going. This is bad enough. So we go tight. No. Then while you're doing this, let me do this. Okay. It's tight.
And then you just fill in.
And then I fill it in with this.
This is what I do.
What do you do?
Oh, sure. Because the
Don't
paste,
use all of it.
um,
Is it not enough?
yeah, but we still have some more, Mr. Kesh, if you can
Okay,
make some
no
more
problem.
paste.
Is
Okay,
it full
so-
now?
No, it's not going to be full because if you leave it to be full, you won't have enough. So now, if you stick
If you stick, thank you.
a piece of
Nano coated.
Nano-coated.
Notice these are all nano coated wires.
wire in it,
Yeah.
and then you make the layer, the same layer. This time you have to use a different material. If you put another,
Tissue paper. I'll hold it.
if you put another tissue over it, because this is going to make it like, no, we can make it 2 or 3 layers if you want to. The more layers you have, the more amps and current you have. So if you put tissue over it.
You're going to put the CO2 gas on it,
Yeah,
on the tissue.
yeah, but when it's on the thing,
Now, yeah,
put tissue over it, and then just add
this one.
anyone to do.
This is that CH3, different gas, different energy level. So it's okay. So we can plenty. We can afford losing some.
And then
What else?
we add aluminum foil. But this one should not touch the walls. So this should not touch. You need to fill this up more.
We need to fill it up more.
Yeah, fill it up more because it's not. We don't have to let it touch the interior. But let me finish with this and then maybe we can do that.
So he needs to load up a little bit more.
So if you add just put this over that again.
Don't forget we put some gas on the tissue. It's a CH3 energy transfer.
And then you put a bit of zinc over it.
Notice how he uses combination of a matter, GaNs, and matter, creating different potential differences. So the battery is good. Okay. You want to fill it up?
Let me just
fill it up with this.
It's not.
Use the filling in the container you have there.
That one is not going to be enough. You can always make some more.
Yeah?
Yeah, we can make some more.
Is that enough?
I think it's gonna be
He's made some before. We were filling up yesterday. Is it dried?
Yeah, that's all right. Still.
Is it okay? Good?
Yeah.
Okay, now you put, there is your nanomaterial. You're going to stick it back in there. Go over this video time and time till you see it. So now he's made his
I made a cell.
basic.
This I just did. I did 2 layers here. So let's see what it's going to give us.
With the 2 layers, I'll keep this up. We know which one it is. You have to put the meter on.
Let me put it on.
How do you put your meter on?
On it.
Pardon?
I'm so nervous, Mr. Fish.
Don't be nervous. Okay, where is this? Now you see.
Oh, sorry. Let me do it properly. Let me set it properly.
Now you see.
Well, this is not properly done, but if it's properly done, this is going to give you like 1.5 volts.
This, even at half a volt is good enough.
Yeah, but if this is well done, this is going to give you
If
like
you do it correctly, you get
1.5 volts.
volt.
And then the amps, no, now it can't show you the amp because it's not properly done. But
Can you show the one you've done yourself? The
okay,
black one.
yeah, this is the one I've done.
This is the black one.
This is the negative. This is a brass. This is a brass. Is a brass or lead? This is a lead I attached to it so that I can connect it.
It's
so
just the connection.
If you add this,
the meter.
Yeah, that's 1.
See,
and this can rise. This can go up to 1.7 with time because
it's 1.1.
1.88, and then this cell I've done since November of last year.
This cell has been going on since November, 7-8 months.
This cell, if you put
the current,
now the current is low because
doesn't matter.
This cell, if you put it in the sun,
if you put it in the sun,
it increases. It's like a solar.
It's
no, this one, I think
there
yes, just a little bit 1.4.
4 amp. So if you put it in the sun, it becomes a solar cell. Voltage and a current. Okay.
So if you put it in the sun, it increases the voltage and then the amperage with time. Like for instance, if I keep it in the, if I keep it on the floor, put it on the floor to the next morning, it could go up to like 2 volts.
So if you put it on the floor in the morning, it will go to 2 volts because now it absorbs gravitational magnetic field of the Earth. So it recharges itself. This is what we said. You produce more energy at night than the daytime because at night you absorb the energy from the Earth. So now,
like what I do, if I want to use this system to charge up my mobile phone,
if you want to
use this system to charge my mobile phone, to charge up my mobile phone.
If he wants to charge his mobile phone,
you just put them in series and then
put them in series, positive, negative,
and then put another series
and another series parallel. So you increase your voltage and current.
So if you connect that, you can charge a mobile phone for.
How many of them do you need?
If it's newly done, or no, if you put it on the floor till the next morning, you need like 4 of it or 5 of it to charge your mobile phone, because this one can give you 1.5 volt, like so.
Yeah. So you have a 1.5 volt battery. So
about like 4 or 5 of these units can. The one I use them like 4 or 5 of them in parallel to charge my mobile phone.
So that's what you see. Ah, look at this one. Bill comes. Oh, darling, you can have. Yeah, can we have some as well? What about us?
Okay.
No problem.
So
so now you understood how to make the system. You can multi-layer it, and then do you want to put a copper sugar on this or not? CH3.
On this one,
yeah.
If you want, I mean, if you want to increase
the power.
Yeah, you can make more layers.
More layers.
It really doesn't matter if you're going to.
Okay. Now you've seen how you produce a single cell. This is nothing till you see how he has developed the next step. The next step is next 2 or 3 steps is what you all know, but you never made the connection. All the knowledge seekers, all the people around the Keshe Foundation around the world who made it, you have not taken the next step. That's where the difference comes. So you have a single piece, few milliamps, few volts, millivolts, and now the next step.
Okay. So this cell
do we get paid for advertising in the middle? When Sabi done a promotion, you could do advertising. No, he's not there. No, not today. Okay, no problem.
So this cell, for instance, this cell now, you need
what are you looking for?
Okay.
Okay. As a normal, they say a cook has made some before.
Yeah, I've made some before that I kept.
Yesterday, these are all made yesterday here in the other lab.
Okay. So if you want to actually use this system to get energy from your reactor, what you do is yeah, that's one.
These or those?
This one is there.
This one is there. You just use some wire and a coated wire.
So this is, like we saw, this is the negative, and then this is the positive. So if you connect the negative to the positive,
you connect the negative to the positive
of the same cell, and then you connect, and is this the one I did? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just want to find, okay. And then you connect the negative of this cell, the same cell, to the negative of another cell. Sorry, let me just.
Use a longer piece. Use another piece of it. Use a longer piece. I tell you something while he's doing this. I've said this before, but I've got to say it because it means a lot to me. You know, the dream of every father is to have a son of doctor or a floor cleaner, whatever he sees his son to be, that is a happy father. One of my dreams working in Africa for years was that what I've seen in Africa over years, this technology will come out in the energy side by an African. And this has brought it reality.
Okay.
My dream was that the technology in essence will be understood by an African. As I told you when we sat on the table with the director of eCapital, IMAC, part of the Hans Brackney group, which has been trying to kill me for years. I told the major director of the eCapital, who's a scientist, a professor, a doctor, whatever. He said to me, your knowledge is explained in such a simple way that is no good. Such a new technology, such important technology has to be written in a very sophisticated language that it gives it credibility. And I said to him, I write my papers and I explain my technology in a way that an African in South Africa in a village can do it, that the white man sitting across me cannot abuse him again. He said, our discussion finished. We are not going ahead anymore. And that was the end of discussion. And in reality, it's exactly what we see. Exactly, that was my wish, and my wish has come true, and we see it. You'll be puzzled with what it comes out of here. Carry on.
So now, what's that doing? I've connected the negative of the cell on the left to the positive, and then the same negative to the negative of the cell on the right. So this and this becomes the load. So the load is going to be, negative is going to be on this one, the one on the left, and then the positive is going to be here. Okay, now, if you want to harness the energy from your reactor, all you do is you put the negative and the positive from the grid or any power supply on this other side. I don't know.
You understand?
You understand?
Let me explain it. You can see it. Cameraman is doing something. Apparently, there is a problem with our battery in the background. Just wait. He's reloading the battery. Is it better now? Hello? Yeah, we changed the microphone because of the battery has run out. This new microphone. You see Italian cameraman with his sexy legs. It's gone. It's okay. We unloaded. Let me explain this. What he explained, we understand fully, is that the microphone man. He took the original cell, he connected a wire, nano-coated wire. He actually made two wires to here. One, is it better now? Are you okay? The microphone is off. Hello. Soundman. Hello. This one. Okay, can you hear me? Thank you very much. Okay, what is done, he took what we call a base system. He put two wires around it. One, he connected back to the positive, which means he created an energy short. and then he connected the same one to the other cell, which is this one, to the negative. Now, what he's done, he has this as a power supply energy as a negative, and now he uses this as a positive. Understand something very important. This is why to you it might look strange. Nanomaterials are the best insulators. So what he has done, even it looks to you as a short circuit, is energy supply loop. Because nanomaterials, you have seen me shown before, the way we create them, hold on. If you get the nanomaterials, like this is a nano-coated, and you twist them around each other as many times as you like, despite its twist and number, this end does not connect to this end. It will not create a short circuit because nano-coated materials are one of the best resistors. We did a testing in Ghent University of Belgium. We managed to create with all the power was about 4 mega ohm resistance. SCK, Belgium Nuclear Center, did a separate test with the more sophisticated. They went to 20 mega ohm. It's one of the best resistors we know. It's a diamond structure. So do not get fooled by looking at how he has connected it. The connection here is plasmatic because nanomaterials are plasma. He's transferring energy of the right side of the plasma to its space and the other side to this. So you have to think continuously in a plasma condition, not in a matter condition. If you do such a thing with a matter wire nano-coated, it's short circuit, it just blows up, nothing happens. This is the understanding of the new material. This is part of the structure, which if you understood it, Tesla Group has used in their new 10 kilowatt battery system. They are using part of the nanotechnology in the same base as the GaN and nano layer, understanding this process. And even with what I've seen with Tesla Group, which they came out with a 10 kilowatt nano, what they call it, power pack, it means they haven't even developed, understood the totality of the concept as much as he has understood it. Instead of storing it, now he calls upon it whenever he needs from the environment. He doesn't need a solar cell to feed it. You understand? Because now he uses the plasma and he uses nano characteristics. Not having scientific background, but understanding the work of the plasma the way he does, he has understood very simply. This has taken hundreds of thousands of engineers would have never understood. But he himself, because he looks at the plasma transfer, does it so logically. I've seen two people transformation to a new plasma. One is Arman and one is him. Interesting enough, they don't come from the scientific background. Everything is a blank page. So they don't look at the resistors, capacitors, and the rest. So what it does, he transfers energy across. Now, this is your power supply to your house. The rest of the process from now on is going into dynamism, going into the process of understanding plasma, where now he only adds. And then you will see how he has understood the adding and what is the consequence of adding. This is enough for him to supply a battery, a car forever. Now he adds numbers. So you saw the mother cell, and now you see the connection of mother cell. Negative to positive. In any scientific world, they tell you you're a fool. Cannot be done. But you see he does it because he's transferring plasma, not matter level electron vibration. He does the same here. He's transferring nanomaterial plasmatic condition. So this is the next cornerstone of the energy production. And in so many ways, this is exactly how the planet Earth creates its energy, how the sun does. Field connection through nanolayers, field dispersion from the universe, from the solar energy. So, in fact, this is what he understood and what he does, that this is the work of the universe. This is a closed circuit, negative, positive, through the nanolayer of the Earth, through the central core. This is your central core, direction of flow, and leading, extracting energy from universal cosmos. This is important. You got to understand this. If you don't understand this, you're going to miss the next step, because this is where the technology of the plasma he has brought to life. He taps into the GANs, and then he taps into universal through GANs and the plasma, because universe carries GANs and plasma. And then you see things which you think is magic, but now you understand what is done. He's created an Earth condition with connection to the universe, universal energy. He is the first scientist I've seen. I call him a scientist. He's more than a professor who has understood this. He's the first man. Even Tesla did not understand this. He has tapped into the universal energy. And that's why you see new dimensions. But how next step is done, it'll blow your head up. He's understood it. He's done it the most perfect way as a scientist. He's one of the geniuses of plasma I've seen. That's why he's here and standing next to me. And as you know, I always praise people who break through. I do the same with Armand, with Marco, and the other scientists around the world, because you need to be understood. I could have done this presentation months ago, years ago, and then it would have been, I could have learned from him and show it to you. It would have been no value. And the value is in public, man on the ground understanding and applying it. And understanding that it does not have certificates. We have no professors in the universe, and we have no universities. We have no PhDs. Man of integrity of science are the assets, and he is one of them. So you see, in a simple way, a lady does the packing, and a man from Africa shows how to connect to the universal energy. This is the cornerstone of everything he will do from now on. Is the extension. But in his way, he does two things. He continuously brings energy to sustain, and he continuously taps into universal energy. And that's why I said you can load a city, you can feed a house, you can feed anywhere. This is why no energy company can touch him. Doesn't bring any fuel, doesn't touch any natural resources. He taps into Tesla was dreaming to do. Tesla did not understand the process of plasma, gravity, and magnetic field. That's where he failed. This man has. And he doesn't know why. He does it so naturally. To him, that's how it should be. He's never done electric current. He's never done any electrical work in his life. And as he said, for past year and a half, he's lived in the kitchen, and he's lost all his friends, because his friends are these little things. Because he understands how to tap. He'll be the next generation we bring out to bring the lift system, the fuel system, because he knows how to tap into it. This is the cornerstone of the change of humanity from energy. Energy to tap into universal energy system. But a lot of you will be shocked how he taps into the next step. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. All right, now, so what I did, if you want to,
I'll be your assist.
okay.
I'm going to put this away. Clean up your mess. Very bad. You gotta watch. It's us men who let us men down, huh? Sure, you're clean. I do the same at home, don't worry. I was cooking last Sunday. Armand comes and says, Mr. Kesh, do you like cooking? I said, what? I cook 11 different nationalities. So, very easy. But I don't do the cleanup. Okay, now we go to the next step. Let me clean. Just wait, be patient. We're not getting paid for advertising, huh?
Okay, then. Need some water.
You want water? Yeah, they'll give you some water to wash your opinion. What we're going to do, so these are the materials. No, he does his things. We have to allow him to work at the comfort of his home. So you've seen these materials.
I need a bathroom.
You go, okay. Don't go to the first one, huh? And close your microphone because we hear whatever you say to yourself. Just walk in, the ladies just in the front door. And we'll send the lady to guard you that nobody thinks you're in the wrong place. So the problem with this teaching room is that the toilet, ladies, is next to us. And sorry about that. And gentlemen toilet is on the other side of the building. So sometimes you see men. Pardon? It's a quite a run. He's done it. Vince has done it. By the time you get to it, you have to go back again. It's so far. But it's good for Marco and Armand. It's just next door to the lab. So now here he comes back. You got to understand something from now on. From now on, you have to think only in plasma state. Only in plasma state. You cannot divert, you cannot go back in a matter state. If you do, you fail. He goes directly into plasma. He directly taps into universal energy. He directly goes understanding what is created and how he keeps the separation. Now you understand the next step, and then I tell you the step after. Are you ready, or are you still nervous? It's gone a little bit. It's getting up. By tomorrow, just sit down. I'm talking. No problem. So you explain.
So if you add more cells to this unit, for instance, if you want to power your little flat, well, not just a little flat, because this cell, the way it is, if you add more cells to it, and then you put it at the end of the grid, it could power.
National grid. That's into your governmental line. That's what he said when he says grid.
Yeah, if the power supplier allows you to put it just at the source of the grid, you need very. I did it. Yeah. So you need very little energy to power the whole city or so, just with this configuration, because it's.
Pardon? What do you say? The microphone. Yeah, you went to the ladies. Somehow you moved. Is it better now? Is the mic? Pardon? Okay, wait. They want me to hang you. This way? Or
I think it's all right.
which way does he want you? In the this way? Put your hand up, put your hand up. Better this way? Is it better?
Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Sit down. You're too nosy.
So in order for
Listen, there is no chariot. It's Italy, but there's no chariot. Huh? No short run.
so in order for me, in order for us to get the energy from our reactor or to make it dynamic,
Keep on talking.
what you do is you make more cells, like I've done here. I don't know if you can show that.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find a way to show it. Keep on talking.
Yeah, you make more cells on the negative and the positive. But on negative, what you do is the same thing you did here when you took one part of the negative and attached it to the positive. Now, if you make a lot of cells, you don't have to do this. All you do is you just take one part of the negative and put it to the end of the cells you've made. Like for instance, if you made like 10 cells, you just connect the negative from here to the end of the positive of the last cell. That's on one end. And then on the other one, you just add the cells normally. Is it all right? Yeah. You just add the cells normally.
I don't get paid well enough, so I have to find it.
Yeah. So if you want to connect it to the grid, is it up to that? Done? Connecting to the grid?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can- No. First, power your house.
Can you show by drawing?
That's a
Just
good.
wait.
Okay, I'll wait.
I have to take this off that you can see. He's brought this with him from England. Last night, somehow I managed to pull these tapes off and damaged it, so I'm trying to be careful. So, you want to explain?
Okay.
Can you come close to see? You sure? There's a separation here. Carry on.
Okay. So what I've done is this is the negative, which is this one here that is connected to here. So with more cells, added more cells, I just connected the end of it, which is the beginning of it, which is here, to the and here to the end of it, which is here, and then I connected this one, which is the main cell. This one, I connected this one to the power supply. Makes sense? Yeah. I connected this one to the power supply, and then I use this one as a load, which goes into this one. So what you do is, what happens is, when you put this on the grid.
This is the grid.
Yeah. When you put it on the grid.
This is connecting the system. You have to be aware that the phase counts. Now you're feeding into the grid. You have to watch your positive and negative when you leave feeding in the grid, because otherwise it causes a lot of problem. The positive has to be with positive, negative with negative. This little apparatus was put together for us by Lalo yesterday, by his electrician. So that's why he's here. He wants to see how damage we do to his face. So you connect your little plug into the main grid. What we have here, let me explain to you. We have one to show how much electricity we get from the grid, one to show how much we are putting back into the grid. There is a structure. It takes up to a day for the two phases to come together, which means after 24 hours, 36 hours, what you take, you put more back in, because the environment of the plasma has to agree and settle. Watch what I'm going to do. You go back there on the board and show the connection, how you connect it as the two, because people have to understand the circuits. I do the beginning. Let me do the beginning, and then you do the next. Hold your battery. What they did, we tried to use multicolors. What is done is used a nano-coated material, and he made the basic unit. Then he added a wire and connected it back to this. He took another wire and connected it to another basic unit. And so now this is what he has. What he does is you still understand you're working in a plasmatic condition. You're dealing with plasma condition. So now this is your positive.
Yeah.
And this is your
Negative.
And then you explain how you connect.
Okay. On the, you take this negative,
That's, yeah.
yeah, and then this is the positive. You connect this one to the negative of your power supply. It could be a battery, it could be from the national
This
grid.
is the national grid, the house,
the car battery,
the car battery,
whatever you want.
yeah. This is the negative. Don't forget that's the negative.
And the positive. So this one supplies power or energizes the system. Okay. So, and then if you add a load here, you put your reactor. If you put your reactor here,
that's your spherical
dynamic
dynamic reactors
reactor.
you put here. Yeah. By the way, while he's at it, at least we do some promotion for ourselves. From yesterday, you can buy the star formation and single reactors of the Keshe Foundation. They've gone for sale, and I was told people are buying single reactors, double reactors themselves. So the reactors are, you can order, it's a sphere stuck on the motor, and then you can have it with a power generator without, or you can get set of 4 with power supply and control panel, which is on the Keshe Foundation shop sale. So
Okay.
now, before you go, you looked at it because you say you know about a reactor. This is the change of game. Game from now on is changed. This is from now on tapping into the universal energy. Reactor has no connection to the setup. So now he has joined the 2 parts of the technology together. He uses the free to tap into the energy of the plasma in the reactor. He uses what I said, he's learned how to tap into the universal energy circle. That's what he's done. This is a major breakthrough in the world of science. This is more important discovery than anything any scientist up to now on this planet has done. This is the reason why we brought these reactors operating here today. Without these reactors, to create a specific position release of energy, the system will not work properly because it needs a source. It has to scavenge. What it does, he joins the system on top of or near to a running reactor, which the reactor, as we spoke in all the teachings, you create a plasmatic field around. Now, for the first time, through this, he literally taps into the universal energy. This has never been done. It's been the dream of scientists for hundreds of years. He's created a condition, potential difference, because it's nano layers, it covers the whole spectrum of the energy level in the universe. So whatever the reactor gives out, he collects without connection, because the nanolayer gives the condition, the GaNs inside taps into the GaNs and the field of the reactor. This is how in the universe you gather energy for your spaceship. This is one of the most important breakthrough in the world of science. You don't need oil fields anymore. You don't need power supply anymore. You don't need to burn anything anymore. Because what do you do? Why do you burn fuel? Why do you burn oil? To take the energy to boil. He taps into the universal energy and he is a genius. This is why I explained to you when the Belgian security people came to raid my lab, they couldn't find anything because I have tapped into universal energy for 20 years. He is the next man who has understood. And that's why he stands here. I can produce enough energy to supply every city on this planet in a very simple way. You can do it with your own towns and your own cities. Because now the resources are not in the mines, the resources are not in the wind, the resources sits in the universe. There is no end to it. And it's absolutely free. It's absolutely, totally free. Total cost, less than $1. I've been telling you for days. I'll show you a system. And this reactor, you see, we have aluminum there. Choose a coconut. We have a fruit there we showed yesterday. Just put GANS in it. The GANS is the same thing as you made this. This is it. All the thing you need to do, put some of these material into the coconut shell, seal it, release its energy, and the same system will pick it up. How many megawatts do you want? How many gigawatts do you want? This is, in a way, what we did in the Sensano. Our system, by releasing energy, it tapped into the universal system and delivered it through the interaction. He has created a point of demand, and the reactor supplies it.
That's how you get to the demand. That's what you're saying? That's the way to tap into how to demand it.
Yes. Now you understand. This is a major, major change in the world of energy, space, automotive, and materials. Because when you can tap into this now, not only you can feed the national grid at no cost, not only you can warm your house at no cost, no man or a woman should go cold, freezing, die of frost this year in the winter if you have a good neighbor who can make such a simple thing. You can change the energy, because it's in a plasmatic, into what you like. A banana, meat, steel, whatever you like. You have tapped into universal energy, and the universal energy has no limit and can convert into anything. So this is a simple way of developing one of the most advanced technologies. Will change. What I ask you to do, what is my request from any of you who's listening or you watch this YouTube, please, please go back and make one today. You want how to make GANs? There are videos made by knowledge seekers. Arman, Marco, and other knowledge seekers have shown. We made the first CO2 kit. There is a guy who has put on the internet step by step how to make nanomaterials, which is the black material, and a GANs. And by tonight, you can be energy independent from your government. Let your government touch you. There are millions of more. There is what is called the Tesco factor.
I have to tell them it takes some time to do this.
Yeah, no problem. You see, there is a philosophy in England. It's called the Tesco factor. Tesco factor is, Tesco is one of the biggest supermarkets in England, and it's become a giant in past 25 years, 30 years. A Jewish family background based company. And what they did in England, running shop on Sunday was a criminal offense. But the penalty for it was £500 every time you open a shop on a Sunday. Tesco opened multi-million compounds, shopping malls, shopping centers. And then they couldn't lose Sunday shopping, which was very important. So what they did, they opened the shop, they went against the law, and they said, we pay our penalty, $5, 500 pounds. But they were taking millions on Sunday. Millions. 500 was nothing. Every time they came Monday morning, yo, 500, we go. And then other shops did the same. And through collective delivery of service to people, government can't go against you, because people were shopping more on Sunday. It was the only day of holiday they could do shopping with family. Family had a day. So they changed the law. And this is what you got to do. Around the world, put as much power into the grid of your governments freely, like in Italy, Japan. This is, I give this as a gift to TEPCO. Shut down all the nuclear reactors. Japanese can feed their nations in a very simple way. Japanese government, the Prime Minister of Japan betrayed Keshe Foundation, and now we give you a hand of friendship. If Caroline is not here, can you find Caroline, please? And ask her to bring a box in the back of my car. It's a post box. If she brings it, I explain to you what this box means. In Japan, Italy, South Korea are some of the nations, leading nations in the world with literally no energy resources. They import. Italy imports most of energy supply, fuel from different nations. The Italians, we are in Italy. We support you, we teach you, we give you all the facilities. You can make Italy energy independent without any of your hard work to go to Saudi Arabia, to go in the banks of a bunch of abusers and keep your national asset in your country. From today, any Italian comes to us, we teach you. You feed your nation without expectation. Put the system in your grid. Government doesn't need to import oil. You hold on to your national asset. This is the money you don't pay to Saudi princes to have womenized and whatever else they do. You enjoy the employment, you employ the amount of wealth which is staying in this country. The same with Japan. The same with Korea. In a month's time, no nation should be moving any oil from another nation for power supply. And you'll be banned, you'll be pushed not to, because a lot of your prime ministers are the directors of oil companies and their asset comes through. A lot of your ministers. As an ex-oil man, I can give you a name of huge number of your ministers in different countries who have bought oil and are involved in energy diplomacy. So now you can feed your nation. And very simple. Very, very simple. A man from Africa in his kitchen in North London has given you the freedom. It's total freedom. We are not talking about milliwatts. We are talking about megawatts. We are talking about energy beyond your dream. The only problem you will have in Italy or Western nation is your national grid to your house is not powered for 11 kV at the point of delivery. Is done for 240 volts and maybe 2-3 amps. So what you do, you deliver to your next door neighbor to next door neighbor till the grid filled up. So we need something like 10,000 Italians across Italy to start powering the supply. Within a month, no oil import for purpose of production of energy. You are the Italian people here. Put the camera on here. You are the head of the Keshe Foundation Italy. You run the Keshe Foundation Italy. It's your job to free your nation. This is your job to teach and to bring it to that point. And we have other Italians, wealthy Italians here. The same with Croatia, the same with Yugoslavia, the same with the rest. The same in United States. United States, every year, thousands of people die because they can't afford electricity. They go sick and they die. I've been next to the White House. I've seen frozen bodies next to the White House in January because there is no heating. The most ridiculous thing is when you go to, for example, Chicago in winter, January, February, it's called the Coffee McDonald because people can't afford heating in their houses. They come early in the morning, they buy one coffee in McDonald's, and they sit there whole day because heating is free. Let me tell you something very interesting. When I say Japan needs this technology, this box, I should not touch it, but I touch it to show it to you. This box contains the soil from Reactor 1 Fukushima, sent to us by TEPCO. Just arrived yesterday. This is the package you've been tracing. It's so contaminated, when I touch it, my hand goes literally burning. TEPCO has sacked people who use our technology and still send us material to use our technology to clean up Fukushima. The address is very simple. We open it. Tokyo, Japan. Sent in last week. They've sent the material because they cannot carry it into the normal aircraft. As a passenger, it will be detected. They have sent it illegally through the post. This package will go to the Italian government as a criminal incrimination of the Japanese government. How they've been bringing material for us to find a solution. We find a solution, and then they sack directors or chief management who help them through us to stop the contamination of strontium 1994, cesium, and tritium. So the Prime Minister of Japan is the biggest criminal you see. He posts and allows posts to transfer highly radioactive materials around the world to use the knowledge of the scientists to help his nation, and then he writes them off not to pay. And he has sacked 2 senior management who helped us to do it. We were going to bring them online and people will see. But now, understanding this, they are still short of huge amount of energy. Japanese industry has been hit heavily by energy. This is a gift from Keshe Foundation, from a simple man who's a supporter of Keshe Foundation, to the Japanese nation. Every Japanese can help themselves to have energy without shortage. And on the other hand, we will release in the coming days what we gave to TEPCO that they've announced. They managed to clean all this strontium 1994, clean up of the cesium. They keep on announcing their achieved cleanup. They're using Keshe Foundation technology, but they're betraying the people who took and supported the whole transformation. I asked for the resignation of the Prime Minister and head of TEPCO for defrauding the nation and defrauding the companies who supported to clean up. But on the other hand, we give a gift as a nation to another nation. This is important. This is absolutely important to understand. The simple man has changed, has shown the understanding of the teaching. So now you understand, I don't teach rubbish. I teach according to your understanding. If you understand it, you can apply it. So what is done, he has used, and now he show you how he does it in a beautiful way. Hold on to your seats because this is going to shock you. A lot of you are going to be shocked how he develops this technology. Carry on.
All right. So now, if you introduce a reactor to the whole setup, the reactor creates its own field while the cells create their own field, which makes them interact, and then it leads to the production of energy.
Absorption.
Absorption of the energy from the universal storage. Okay. If this is a star formation, for instance, and then you want to expand the field of the reactor so that you get more absorption of energy, you add if this is a star formation that has, for instance, copper oxide, CH3 and whatever GaNs, if you bring in a reactor that has iron as the GaNs, this is my observation. I think it increases because you've expanded the magnetic field. It increases the spectrum of the absorption. So you only need one system, one unit in your house. You don't have to put different units all over the place. All you need is just another reactor that can expand the field, expand the magnetic field of the star formation, and then you have the energy all over your place.
You understand what he's explaining? Yeah. You put your energy system. You can put a star formation, and then you put a single reactor anywhere else in the house or near the system. So instead of only receiving energy from your star formation, you take energy from totality environment of the house.
Yeah.
So now anything, the furniture rots, your heat, your cat heat, anything else becomes part of the structure and it becomes a supply to the house. It's known as scavenging of energy.
Okay, and then if you want to enhance because this setup is going to take you a couple of hours, like maybe 36 or maybe 48 hours to actually build up. It built up very slowly because while I started it, I was getting just like 1 pound back into my.
Let me explain to him.
Okay.
He uses a system in England where you pay at the point of the house, at the point of energy consumption. So it's not a meter in England. It's very common that people have meters in the house. As they use electricity, they just feed the meter. So you can feed the meter by 10 pounds, you can feed the meter by 5 pounds, and then you use it. But what it happens with him is that every time the system comes to zero, because it's grid feeding back the grid, it just gives him free supply. So the government continuously pay him for what he puts in. So the people who have no such a payment system, they have to wait to be credited. Like him, he puts energy in and then they say, oh, you put more than what we gave you, so we pay you so much. In this system for him is that he pays himself. The system automatically pays himself. So he does not touch the government, he does not use this, but he allows to supply the government and the government pays him and he uses his own energy which is creating and he keeps on paying. But the beauty of it is because he connects to the national grid, which is a matter state. Hello? Here he has DC, here he has AC. So he's creating both DC because it's in a plasma state. Plasma does not have an alternative. It's always DC, direct current flow between the plasmas. So any computer he has, anything he has, telephones, anything which uses DC is charged directly. And anything which is AC is delivered to and then bought back from the government. So if he doesn't use his AC, he continuously feeds into the national grid. The friend who has put the same system in, her system is not digital. Her system is rotational, where usually a clockwise in these rotational meters shows the flow of current coming in, her system works continuously backwards. She's continuously feeding. She's owed hundreds of pounds by the national grid to her because she's become a supplier. So they see it. Not only she uses all the energy she needs in the house, she actually supplies to the neighbors. So the neighbors up and down who are not having electricity, she can tell them to disconnect, to power, to use her power. For the gravitational magnetic field, the total gravitational magnetic field in this element, to tune to the total gravitational magnetic field of the reactor, because it has to gather. We've seen this in operation here. It takes 1 to 2 days because they have to take to give. And then because the weaker always takes, so you have the flow of current into your system continuously. You become a supplier. You become a user of DC, supplier of UC, supplier of AC, and a consumer of AC at the same time. And total cost, literally nothing. Don't forget, it's important, you can make these cores with a little motor. If the child's toy has burnt out or broken, but the motor still runs, take it out, stick a ping pong ball on it, fill it up with the GANs. You're in the space technology, you're in the plasma technology. Don't look that we sell units because of what we use, the material, the finances to advance the research, but you can do it at home with nothing. Go to a second-hand shop, buy any broken toy, buy the toy, bring it home, stick a ping pong ball on it, fill it up with the GANs which you made from the copper wire, even from the toy itself. You're in a space level energy-free plasma. So this is what it is. Understand the process. What is done now? Explain how you make the circuit.
I'll make a.
The circuit you have shown.
Okay. So this
I clean up because
No,
this is yours.
yeah,
Woo! I left my piece behind. Sorry about that. Yes. Another one. Okay. This is another one. I'm going to use this. Okay. I'm going to clean this up that you can expand on your knowledge. Okay. Carry on.
Okay. So what I've done is this. Can I do this?
I become part of the board. What? Oh, we stick to it. Don't worry. We know what to do. We make a plasmatic binding.
What I've done is this. This is the, sorry, I don't know if you can see. This is the negative. So all these cells here,
I think you better use the black because they can't see. Give me the red, please.
so from the negative cells, all the cells here are put in the inner circle, and then from the positive cells, I put it in the outer circle.
Okay. You have to wait. You're going too fast. You what in a circle? What else? This is not a circus.
Okay.
Just watch. What it does, they don't work, and then you have to clean afterwards. What it means by the circuit. He makes a number of principal system, the primary system, and he joins them. The same here. So what you have in the negative, you go one from positive to negative, and then you do one from negative to negative. Understand this is important. It's absolutely vital. Pardon? Good morning, Arman. This is the deuterium plasma. Gravitational, magnetical. This is the work of a genius. He absorbs all the energy from the star formation continuously, and he continuously feeds the grid through magnetical. And what is done, he has connected it through negative to negative to the power supply. So much energy, indefinite energy. Yeah? What is this done? He has created, this is, excuse me, the cameraman. Come, it's yours. I can't show, you explain. This is the system. We use a tape. Can you hold this, please? Hold this, no, hold that. We use a tape to show it. You see, he has done the two circles very, very simply. The outer, positive to negative, and feeding negative to negative. Negative is when you take in, positive is when you put away. Magnetical, gravitational, parallel, in circle. Now, can I go further? Because you don't understand this part?
That's all right on you.
What is done? Let's explain this. He connects this to the grid. It comes from here, disconnected from the power supply. Here at home, he takes what he needs. Can you hear? Okay, because I put the microphone there. What he does, he takes the energy at the home from here, whatever he needs, and the surplus is fed back to the grid, into the national grid. Go back on the original patterns. We said you connect your power supply into the house plug. Now you've seen it. Your house plug becomes the source of energy to national grid.
Actually, that's what gave me the inspiration, because when I heard that, you said you can use these wires to drain energy from the grid. That is what kept me thinking,
You see,
how could it have been done? Yeah,
he
that's what.
listens to the teaching workshops and he goes. Pardon? Can you turn it up a little bit? No, the microphone. Can you hear it now? Okay. So what he does, he actually, if he doesn't connect to the grid, he can have all the supply at home. By connecting to the grid, he brings the AC in, because here is all DC.
Can we ask a question?
Pardon?
Can we ask a question, please?
Yeah,
What?
if you can ask a question.
I want to ask a question.
No, you gotta wait,
Okay.
please. So what it does, in this way, when the government brings him supply, it shows what he's brought in, and here it shows how much he's putting into the grid. And this is a study, this is zero because he hardly takes any, but he puts so much in that it becomes irrelevant. But the beauty of it is this, and he holds. The game comes into play, not there, but here. That's why I brought this aside. Now, what it does, when it goes to the grid, the circuit is complete. He has a reactor near his meter, which continuously absorbs energy from the surrounding. and from the GANs. He has the second reactor which confines it. He has all these little small units which continuously absorb energy from what is available in the environment. So he has completed the circuit. AC, DC, source of energy, the reactors. And if you don't have the reactors, make some of these long enough to go underground. Nighttime, the cold time is when you need the energy and you absorb it from the ground. Go back on what we shown on the spherical reactor with a lot of pins in it. We said nighttime you get more energy than the daytime. You don't need, if you don't have, you don't know how to make these, make more of these principal basic system. Spend half an hour more in the kitchen. That's all it is.
It's gonna be more than that.
Oh, a day in the kitchen is worth it. You don't pay thousands of euros for heating. So you extend this to the ground. That it lies on the floor. His unit is in a cupboard. I've seen it. When I saw it, he opened. He says, I'm in my kitchen, you don't mind. And the daughter box says, hi, Mr. Cash. Correct? Simple as that. In the cupboard, in the basement of the kitchen, he doesn't need what he said to me yesterday. He says, this winter, I don't have to worry about how to heat my house. Because now I have as much energy. Next step, which is developed, we talk about it later on. He has developed the same technology in a different way. He supplies his car. He has developed this technology in a further way that he feeds himself from it. This is a man in the space of planet Earth. In a space he has understood, he develops it the way it suits him to stay alive. And it's very simple. And if you look at it, this is the same structure as deuterium. Hydrogen in its double position, neutron, proton. Neutron absorbs the energy in, proton releases the energy. This is ultimate goal of any spaceman, and a simple man has achieved it. This is beautiful what is achieved, and you don't have to worry. Total cost less than $1. And the beauty of it is, if it breaks down, if it dries up, you can make another one tomorrow. I make one unit $1 every month. I don't care. $12 or 12 euro for a whole heating and cooking. What I said from the beginning. Once you go further, this is a very basic way. Your problem is not switching the light off. Your problem is how you're going to keep the place dark. Because once you go a step further, once you bring the balance of the energy, and once you start running these reactors in that basis, you will start feeding into the reactors. And then you start creating light. Your system will fly because it gets so much gravitational magnetic field that it has no choice. We
had a vibration in my system last time.
You had the vibration? Yeah, he tells me, I was on the line, says, listen, my system has gone into vibration, trying. He says to me, when he goes home, the reactor is in different position in the house. The reactor is building up to lift. We've seen the same kind of operation in a closed circuit because of multi-layering, as we heard from Rick, Sir Vince yesterday. A lot of people are achieving lift. Within the next few days, we allow the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers to come up. He's one of the knowledge seekers. This is online.
Yeah, I'm a student.
He's a student. He's a full-time, as he says, daytime he listens in the shop, where he owns his barber shop, and at night in the kitchen building the system what they listen to. Even his clients, his customers, are all become Keshe Foundation, what they call geeks. So you see how he's changed the position. In a way, when you have a system like this, if you put the system flat, pardon? Oh God, we had a spark yesterday. I'm not doing it. It's safe. It's very, very safe. You see, it touches each other, nothing happens because it's a plasmatic. Your body is made this way. There is no danger. Unless you touch the metal, you get a shock. You see, when you put, excuse me, cameraman. Hello. When you put the system down, if you can come over and look at the circle, you have the same condition as every reactor. Now, in this condition, this is reactor number 5. This is why it works. This is why it interacts. But this is a multi-wave. Here you have mono, maybe 2 different materials. And that's why they're so efficient. So a lot of you, if you understood this, what's the time? 12:28. We're going to go for another half an hour. We take a lunch break, but we allow the discussion to go in the back. We don't stop the process today. We carry on. We take a break because it's a lot to observe, a lot to understand, and we have to allow him to come out of his shaking. He's better than 2 hours ago when he started. And then after lunch, we go in the process how he feeds his car, how he drives his car without more or less fuel. Sell the power cells very quick. There is a possibility. If tonight we are not allowed to stay open here, or we can make arrangement with the guys in China or Canada to take over us, that discussion can go on the live stream. We don't stop. And if we don't get collaboration, we go to the point that a number of people around the world report to us live, they have achieved this. We want you, if you're listening on live stream, you're in Africa, wherever you are, you're the head of energy organization, get your guys to copy what we taught. We go till we have a number of people around the world repeat and confirm success. That the technology cannot be shelved. The technology cannot be brought down. And hopefully we can use the auditorium in the building over the weekends to follow that we make sure the technology is dispersed fully. Is that okay there? Yeah? Yeah, because the gentleman is the owner of the premises. We opened the institute, the Keshe Foundation Research Center, and he's given us the facility for the whole building. And so if the people here cause us problem, we go to the new auditorium in the Foundation Center, not in the institute. There's 2 separate. Here is the institute, teaching arm of the Keshe Foundation. There is the research and the Keshe Foundation head office. So we go there, we carry on, that we make sure within the next 48 hours, 72 hours, a number of people achieve this. Most of you have most of these materials at home with you. Don't be afraid of trying different material. If you don't have the same, try something else, but follow the same pattern. Then we achieved it. Put it on the internet. Add to the page. Add to the YouTube. Help each other and put into the grid. Supply the national grid. Force your government to accept unconditional, what I call surrender to new technology. They told me all the time, proof of the pudding is in eating it. Now we give so much that he cannot eat anymore. We change the course. And that's the purpose. So if you are on the live stream, on the YouTube, on anywhere. Please, during the afternoon, during the day, you're listening on the driving or whatever, you get home, build one. Build a very simple system that gives you the freedom for a lot of things. You've been telling me you gave the key USB stick to the government, you betrayed humanity, you're one of them. I gave you the patent. Those who read the patent, followed the teaching, now they broke the shackles of the government. It's you who's going to let you down, not me anymore. We carry on with the teaching. We bring experts in confirming what we can do. In the afternoon, we take some questions, and then we go into the next automotive section. How you can use this material to reduce energy production, energy supply, buying fuel, and how you can use the system as he does to power your motor car. If you buy 1/10 of what you use now, and you put $100 a week into the tank, and now you need to $90 is there to enjoy a restaurant and be a president and take children out for lunch. Buy them new toys, new clothing. I know families who fuel is the break point between the families. What they put in the fuel to go to work, to bring bread, every time it goes up, it breaks. Let me explain to you something very, very important. I come from a very strong oil background. I always open books. I bring you, there are very few people in this world who carry oil contracts of millions of barrels in their own private name. I'm one of them. I bring you the contract to see. I come from a very strong oil background, and I always promise myself I bring the oil cartel to zero. And today is that day. Because oil should be not more than $5 to $10 a barrel, not 120. So if you use this technology, oil for you will be $10 per month, not $400 a month. So your efforts of your work is to spend on your family, on your better wellness of whatever you do. And in so many ways, I have achieved my dream. With the help of a man from Africa. There is a very strange thing. I worked in Africa for a long time. What do you say in Africa? Africa always wins. Huh? This is a say, wherever you go in Gambia, wherever you go in with Africans, they say, Africa always wins. We gave life to the humanity. They'll come back to us in time for more. And now we see it. And understand something very simple. This is the very simple, less than 20 cents, less than even a cent. But this is your lifeline to every freedom from national governments. This is what we said. There shall be no president, there shall be no kings, because when you gain energy, when you gain power, when you gain food, when you gain motion freely, you don't need to do anything wrong. So when you don't do wrong, you don't need anybody to tell you what is wrong and what is right. This is in so many ways a symbol of freedom, but the reality of the freedom. So with this, you will understand when we run the reactors, how we'll ask you in the next few days to tap all your computers on the line here. You don't need to go there to put pressure on the, what do you call it, on the system for the university to pay. It's free. Bring everything you have at home here. Next week and the week after, we just keep on producing systems here. We have the facilities. The foundation will finance it. And we send systems free into Africa, into Asia, into South America. Part of the workshop you wanted to do thing, now you can go in the lab, produce and supply freely. Has to go from somewhere. And then the Keshe foundations around the world will support. This doesn't cost us much. We can make 200, 300 and send it to most nations I know. So if we can send 1,000 to one country, like Sierra Leone, I watched PhD students, first degree students, sitting outside in the darkness because it's brighter than in the room because there is no electricity in the university. So we send gifts to universities in Africa. Let them to be enlightened that they enlightened others. So I would like to thank one of our supporters who's the ex-director of the World Bank, a very good friend, which I know he will open the door into Africa. He's a senior advisor to the president, and we have had a good times with each other. And I know he will take this right across Africa as the director of the World Bank. Yeah. Yes.
Different, for instance, for those who has, in Africa, some people has generators in their houses and then some don't. So if you have a generator in your house and you can incorporate this system into it, you can supply your neighbors as well. You don't have to, your neighbors don't have to go buy generators because this takes the energy from the, takes enough energy to supply everybody on the street.
You understand what it says? If we have asked a number of African nations to join us today. That's why we concentrate on it. What it says, if you've been in Africa, every few houses, the rich guys have a generator. When the power goes, you put the generator for the night and then you shut it down. He says, if you have a generator in one house, just add one of these to your generator. You can give the same energy freely to the rest of the neighborhood without adding any more cost to the fuel. And in so many ways, if you listen to the reactor, your generator will not take anything at all because your power in respect to the core will absorb energy and put back in there. So in a way, your energy consumption is zero. He's doing the same thing in his car. When he goes back, he will show us his car, how he runs his car. So in Africa, even here, one of the biggest demands is on electricity. So when it's free, nobody can charge you. I bet you something. I was thinking 2 o'clock this morning when I was thinking about this. Do you know, if we don't get it the right way, do you know what they're going to do with you? They're going to charge you for what you give them from now on. Because they have to find a way to be the mayor or the vice mayor of the city. So they find a crooked way to do it. So it's finding a balance that we don't feed the crook. They're going to try to find a way, because don't forget, oil and electricity is one of the biggest income earners for men to be president and prime ministers and the rest of the entourage. For their sons and for their interesting habits. So if by tomorrow or tonight or by Saturday, we get a number of you confirming, come on live stream, come on YouTube, go on a Facebook, post everywhere to as many people as you can, the link of this teaching today, you'll all be free energy users. True free energy is on your hand. Now it's for you to change the course of humanity. And I thank you very much. You see, now he's relaxed. Thank you indeed for your work. Congratulations. So we take a break. Vince or Rick,
Yeah,
you can
thank you very much, Alex and Mr. Keshe. That was very good. I would suggest that we possibly get the nano coating materials videos ready, Rick, to see if maybe you can share those for the people on YouTube of how to coat.
Can you? Hello?
We didn't get that.
Vince, can you repeat?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just saying maybe we should show the CO2 or the nano coating that Armin had done. I think it was last year.
Okay.
Maybe we can get those videos ready and show it during the break for the people on YouTube. And
Use any of the tubes. The CO2 box we made in the Sensano. Use the Fukushima video. These are the packages we done as part of our structure. As many videos we have or other people have shown, and let people see how it can be done. And then in the afternoon, we show how to power the system. We are charging the system now. We connect to the grid in the afternoon to show how power starts becoming part of it. So it's not just showing it in the afternoon. We connect the system into the structure, and then we see how we go. Yeah? Good enough? We're going to go for a break till about 2 o'clock. You carry on with whatever it is. And please find people who can back us up for next 36 hours at least. That if you can make a structure that people just put a yes, I achieved it, I have produced it, and then we see how many. If you get to 100, 1,000 people in next week, we have done a lot of development. And I think people will go the same way because we showed it. Now we're going to show how it can be used to supply and become power supply. Thank you very much indeed. We'll be back from here, but you can show whatever you like in the background.
Mr. Cash, can I ask you? Hello, Mr. Cash. This is Kayvon. I want to thank you so much.
You haven't paid your fee.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Can you ask Alex?
No, it doesn't matter. You ask too many questions.
No, I want you to ask Alex.
Guest? Are your guests online?
Yes, I'm online. Yeah.
No, I mean your guests you had yesterday. Are they online listening?
I don't know which guest you mean. Which guest?
The gentleman you were asking question and he was explaining things.
No, I don't see them online at the moment, but they might come on a little bit later. It's only 4 o'clock in the morning for them.
4 o'clock. Okay, no problem. We'll wait till they wake up.
Mr. Cash, I just wanted to ask you, can you ask Alex whether he would, do a kids workshop, a special kids workshop with us?
No, he won't do. He only will teach. You see, now we got a bit of muscle. We're going to force it. He will teach more or less one morning a day on the Keshe Foundation channel from England. So from next week, we don't need to ship him here to separate him from his children. He's very close to them. As you know, when he put the video of this power supply on YouTube, he received threat and he disappeared. We waited for the dust to settle, and very smoothly, very quietly, we brought him back into Italy to show that we do not stand the threat. We have provided him with the full protection. We have a structure to do, and in that way, now he can teach openly once a week when it suits him. Maybe if it's a Saturday morning or whenever he doesn't work in his shop, to become the teacher for international teaching of the plasma. So you can ask your questions then. When you pay your fee for questions, you ask too many questions, Kevin Davina.
I know you're kidding.
You know what it means?
Yeah, I know the word. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you ask one question a week. He doesn't like it. You can ask your question in the afternoon.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations, Alex. You're really genius. I mean, I think a lot of knowledge seekers have been running around like blindfolded chickens, but it comes obviously out of necessity. You become so, intelligent and creative, understanding, the simplicity behind this technology. I just want to congratulate you, Alex. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, he says, 2 fingers up, and we'll see what happens. We will go next step in the afternoon. The show starts because we need 24 hours to build up the power. So in the afternoon, we go to the power section. We start connecting laptops and everything else, and we monitor the meter if it goes in one way or another. Yesterday, when we started it, in the first hour, we took from the grid 2 kilowatts from 4:20 till 5:20. We took 2 kilowatts, and from 5:30 to 6:30, we took 1 kilowatt. So we immediately saw the drop in demand as the field was building up. Because if you remember yesterday, I gave you a figure. I can't remember. Was it 8742 or 48? Yeah, it's 8748. That was at 4:20, 48. Pardon? 8647 at 48. At 5:20, it was 8650, and Lelo had it at 1840 was 8651. Yeah, because he took a picture of it. Let's see, we show it to you. No? 87. You can see it. It's a meter in the ground floor. So we saw the drop within the first 2 hours from double to half. So as Alex said, you need to build it up, and then we disconnected the system. So the first hour we used 2 kilowatts. In the second hour, 87. We used 2 kilowatt the first hour. The second hour, we went in an hour and a half, only 1 kilowatt. We dropped by 1 kilowatt in the first hour, the same, because we left all the lights on in the building to see. So we saw the results very quickly. 420 to 520, 2 kilowatts. Here is only 1 kilowatt. Here is 1 hour. Here is 1 hour and a half. Yeah. So we've seen the work. We're going to have a break, have a lunch. I let Alex to get a little bit relaxed so he can get nervous again. And then we come back. Thank you very much, Vince. Thank you, Rick.
You, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the end of the morning session for the 68th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And we'll carry on with it in the afternoon, starting at 2 o'clock Central European time.
No, I think we're going to stay going, are we not?
Well, but Mr. Kesh won't be back until then. But yes, apparently we'll keep broadcasting from that time. Yes.
Okay, that's great. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. Did you want to show those videos of the nano coatings that Armin had done before?
Is that the ones on Armin's site or on the old Kesh Foundation YouTube site?
Yeah, I think they're on the SSI site, the SSI YouTube page, I mean, as well.
There's prepared materials, one. GANs capture.
Aren't they, sorry, you go to the Kesh Foundation site?
YouTube site, you mean?
No, the Kesh Foundation site. Isn't there the steps of nano coding right on the Kesh Foundation site on a banner down below?
CO2 capture kit instructions and video. PDF. No, that's not it.
Is there the video? Isn't the video there?
Instructions for the nano coding process. No, that's just a PDF.
Yeah, but that one's in video.
Capture kit instructional video. I think that's it. Okay, we'll put that on.
Hello everybody, this is a video which will explain how to set it up CO2 kit. We have two plates.
Can you hear that okay? Okay.
We have two plates, two plastic boxes,
There
four
was
clips,
background noise.
and 4 hooks and 2 wires.
Okay.
It's a simple, all you have to do, connect one of the holes and tied it up very good. After that, you put the clips behind and the hooks. And hang it on one wall. Now, take the second plate, which is nano-coated plate. Always use gloves when you're dealing with nano-coated materials. The same thing, you're going to do it in here. Put the clips, get up your wire very tight. And put the hooks on the right position and hang it from the wall. Now, the thing is that we have to adjust that all the plates are up from the bottom approximately 3-4 centimeters. After adjusting, you prepare your salt water, which is 20% or 25% of salt to a liter, liter and a half of the water. Then you connect your wires together. Here you go. You have your CO2 kit ready. After the production, you're going to get CO2 with a syringe, collecting from the bottom of this big container and putting it in a small container, which later on you will clean it up with pure water for further use. Thank you for your attention. Hello everybody. In this video we're going to show a simple way how to nanocoat any material. Zinc, it's going to be copper, or it's going to be iron. All you have to do, over here we have caustic soda, NaOH, and you have to put some of the caustic soda on the bottom of the container. Try to cover every single part. Then we put the material on the mesh and boil the water. When the water is boiled, try to wear your gloves. This is a little bit difficult to do precise, but you have to right away cover the lead. Here. Try to cover the material. This slimming process is going to go half an hour or so. So leave it as is 24 hours in the caustic. And then in the next video, we're going to show how to steam nanocoat. Thank you. Hello everybody. In this video, we're going to show how to nanocoat second tunnel, which is going to be vapor nanocoating. After deep nanocoating, we're going to take the material and hang it straight up. Bear with me. Okay. Then we're going to put the caustic again. Very little this time. You don't need that much. And do the second time, you know, vapor nanocoating. I'm gonna leave this process to go another 24 hours. Then after 24 hours, we have to take our voltmeter and try to drain our voltage out. This way we're going to create more stable nano layers, which is going to repeat this process several times. Every 5-6 hours we just have to drain the voltage out and let it dry for 24 hours. And in next video we're going to show how to do it third time and drying, which is most important thing. Thank you. Hello, in this video we're going to show how to dry nanomaterial, which takes a long time actually. We have to empty the water. And we have to leave a little bit water in the container. And we have to close it down and leave it just a little bit open window that you can dry it very slowly. This process takes like 3-4 days minimum. You have to understand that drying process which is going to firm your nanomaterial. And you have to do one more thing every 6 hours. Just with your voltmeter, try to put in a microvolt and try to touch one side on the mesh, and second on the top of your nanomaterial. You're going to see right away that we are draining. And this process you have to repeat in several times. In 2-3 days, every 6 hours, you just have to open up your container and do this process, which in time you're going to have a firm nanocoat material. Thank you.
You there, Rick?
Fine, mate.
Oh, sorry, I unmuted you. I figured you were looking for your mute button. Okay, you could probably stop your screen sharing now. There, perfect. So I think what we'll do is we'll end the live stream to try to get the sound working better on live stream. I'll put the YouTube on pause and we'll come back to the YouTube and the live stream once we're back up and running. I'm going to stay in the meeting, and that way we can people can go out and in as needed.
I should
Other
stop
people
live
can come in.
stream. Is that what you said? Sorry.
Yeah, I think we should stop live stream so that we can try to take care of the audio issues, and you can do that with a draft mode on the on live stream instead of doing it live. So, because are you still going through your speakers with your microphone?
Yep.
Yeah. So let's try to get that worked out so that it works out better for everybody on live stream. I think it's okay for everybody on YouTube. But let's make sure we can get that working for people on live stream. So like I said, I'm not going to stop the YouTube live stream. I'm just going to pause it, I do believe. I think I can do that. And we will be back.
Okay, sounds good. So I will close off on the live stream for now. So thank you everybody for attending this first session.
And yes, you should be broadcasting back on the Knowledge Seeker Workshop live stream once it comes back up and running, right? You're just going to rebroadcast on the same channel and live stream.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a good point. Which should be in about an hour from now.
About, yeah, for everybody's time frame.
Yep, sounds good.
So we expect people to have about 50 of these made. I think that's about a reasonable number.
Maybe 50 each.
Yes, 50 each.
All right.
Okay, so yep, thank you everybody for coming, and if you're on the Zoom meeting, just stay on here, please. Okay, thank you for joining us for this morning, and we'll be back in about an hour on YouTube.
Sounds good. Bye to folks on live stream.
If there are any questions to answer, we try to answer from this morning, and then we go to the next step of development.
Okay, we're
Okay.
live right now. So
Yeah, let me just announce first that it's the 68th Knowledge Seekers Workshop Part 2, July 2nd, 2015. And Mr. Kesh will tell us
If
a
there are
little
any
bit,
questions to answer,
a bit of a
we
wrap
try
up
to
of
answer
this
from this
morning's
morning,
session
and then we
and
go to the next step
give
of
us more
development.
information about what's in store for this afternoon.
right now. So
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Mr. Kesh.
sorry, I just had a
Yeah.
little bit of feedback, so I just tried to find it. I found it, so it should be okay now.
Can you hear me easy now?
Should be good.
Yep. Okay. First of all, I should thank Alex for coming all the way to show his understanding and development of the technology. As usual, we see our technology so correct that we are not afraid to share knowledge, and we are not afraid other people around the world to copy, to develop new concepts and do things. We warn when it's wrong. I warn strongly when the things are wrong and it's getting done. And when the people do it because they think they can do it, foundation stays totally apart and independent from any damage to the foundation. I explained this very thoroughly yesterday in recording what came. We asked and we announced that when you mix gases with amino acid, it can create new germ, new viruses because of the combination of fields. And I warn you categorically, anyone who uses or contemplates to use, to develop, to manufacture needles as part of the structure of acupuncture, you are playing with people's life. And Keshe Foundation stays totally independent from this one. We told the technology, if anyone develops it categorically, because I can explain how you create diseases in people you don't understand, and people look for their own private, what do you call it, profit pocket, you are responsible for people's life, especially if you're in the medical field and you do it with the warning I give. So if any new diseases or death cause, it stands responsible by you and not by the foundation. We are very categorical about this because we know there are people around the foundation who are developing or trying in China, especially Dr. Elia Kostova, to develop needles in acupuncture. I warn her, she has nothing to do with the foundation. She's categorically beyond the limits. We have warned that if such a step has taken, I hope I'm wrong, but it's for people to understand and authorities to understand. We separate these kind of actions from the Keshe Foundation. These kind of needles, nano-coated in any shape or form, delivers energies on the layer which body has no immunity for. The skin cancer and different kind of cancers are inevitable. We warn, and anything to intrude, and I give this categorical warning to Dr. Kostova, is beyond the limitation of the medicine while you are warned to practice and develop such a technology. And it has nothing to do with the work of the Keshe Foundation, and this can create huge damages to people who use it, long-term and short-term. Time will tell, and we stay independent from this. The same as what we warn about the use of amino acid in reactors. I think I'm quite clear. Yeah, we made our point very clear in this respect. So amino acids can attain and produce new microbes and diseases. So it's your responsibility not to do. It's your responsibility to be aware how you do and how you develop these kind of materials. Today, we have touched on the structure of change, the structure of a new beginning with the help of Alex, and understanding of the technology in different way. What we learned today is bringing the whole totality of the energy, matter, composite gases together. And what we've seen in how to use the nano layers as a different strength in conjunction with the GaNs as different strength, in conjunction with the matter as a different strength, which is GaN's part of its structure, to produce energy balance difference in plasma, where what we see here, if we look at the cross-section of this.
Mr. Kesh, there's something wrong with the audio. It's not coming through.
Oh, it's just okay. I forgot it left behind me. If you look at the cross section of this, you have the GaNs, the nano layer. You have a tissue paper with the GaNs. Then you have brought a matter state with the GaNs. And then what you've done, you've taken the energy. Can I have a red one, please? You have taken energy with another nano layer on top. When you look at this cross section, this is what you have. Nano, a GaNs embedded in tissue, then you introduce the aluminum, then on top of the aluminum, you introduce zinc. So what you've done, all these are matter of different strength because now the field force comes internally outwards. Because the GaNs is more powerful than matter state. So what you're getting is the push of a nano into the GaNs out for the matter level to be absorbed. So in this aluminum and in this zinc layer, you are reducing the energy of the plasma to matter state. So what you're actually picking up here is a fraction of the fraction of the fraction. So it means there is still a need for further understanding that in your development, Alex, to replace these two with a nano layer that instead of getting 1 kilowatt, you get 1,000 kilowatts. Because here you're still working in a schizophrenic. No, you have a new, it's not a schizo. You have used different structure of the plasma. Very strong, holding to, pushing. This is exactly, if you look, is the same structure as what Armand did with a coil inside. Yeah? You understand? So you have managed to break internally outwards. What I can tell you very interesting is, if the cameraman can show us we go to the system, we have set it up here. If you look, we have put 2 fans as the load, and we have put the system here. I try to go away that you can see. We have put the system this way that 2 fans are taking energy. We have connected the energy, what is getting consumed, to this meter, and what we are putting back into the grid here. This meter was red number 1 when we started it, which means we are not taking anything from the grid at all. This one, which is feeding to the grid, originally 2 hours ago was between 0 and 1 kilowatt, and now is switching to 1 to 2 kilowatt. If you can come, the cameraman cannot come so close. It was 0 and 1. We've done a picture with a camera with, what do you call it, mobile phones. And now you see the number 2 in red is coming up. So we have already started supplying the grid with 2 kilowatts of the energy from 0 to 1. Now we are going to 2. So this proves completely the correctness of the structure. Thank you very much, Alex. So at this moment, we are supplying into the building the energy which they need. Why we see such a huge, rapid drain is because the building is using energy. And in time, you will see this will go into 1 kilowatt, 1, 2 kilowatt, blah, blah, and the rest of it. So in past hour, we have fed to the grid nearly 2 kilowatts of energy. And as the ambient builds up, we'll see we start supplying kilowatts. So already within 2 hours, the concept is proven to be correct. And it's not just me, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 of us here. We have watched it. We can confirm it was 0 to 1. And now it's 1 to 2. So it's building up. Hopefully by 4 or 5 o'clock we see. And it's proven the correctness. We become a supplier to the Italian grid. So less than cost of $1. And if 1,000 Italians do this, we'll become fantastic. This is what I explained to you. We have got this circuit set up by the Italian electricians. They've done it yesterday. It was done especially for us to see. We have put out on the top and in on the bottom. This is the in and this is the out, you see it. And now the figure is running to, we see where we're going to get. Is there anywhere we can come close? The cameraman, can you come close to see? No?
I think the zoom is enough.
You cannot zoom?
You can zoom it enough.
You cannot, yeah, but that digit is,
It's blue.
it's red. We have, anyway, you got to trust our word. It's 10 of us, we don't lie. Shall we lie out together? It is 1,000.
I can actually see that it's between the 1 and the 2. Is that correct? The red number on the out?
Yeah, this is what we said. You become national supplier, but don't forget, we are putting energy out in AC in a national grid where we are consuming 2 electric fans. And input still stays at 1. So we are not taking anything from the grid. We are not taking any energy from the system in this country. We become a supplier. I would like to send my bill to the electricity board.
What, Mr. Cash?
Yes?
Actually, all the components in the all the components in the classroom they are taking energies from the grid as well. So, so which means it's supplying free. They're getting free energy from the system.
All our computers working here is taking energy from the system. That's what Alex tells us.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, and so what I want to check something is the power of each fan. It is a 45-watt fan. So every what do you call it? That's 90 watts an hour. In 10 hours, we use 1 kilowatt. So we are not there yet. The famous Canadian word, are we there yet? We are not there yet. And the strange thing is, we're still at 1. Arman, can you take a picture of this? Then you can do it because the cameraman can. Yeah. Yes, would you like to connect yourself into it? No, you can connect yourself to it if you want to, Marco. Pardon?
Water. Okay.
What?
Water.
The water boiler.
Kettle. Yeah,
that's what we did in the other lab. Yes,
yeah, that's what we did.
It's in the other lab. Bring it. Actually, even if you put it on in the other lab, it still comes on it.
Same thing. All the grids.
Okay, depends on. Yeah. Okay, you can join us here. Bring the kettle. Well, anybody would like a cup of tea? Very easily. Oh, he wants 3 of them. You took a picture close up. So what we see now is actually they're trying to focus on. Yes, you see the one. Okay. Can you do the same with the top one? Okay, leave that there. Now, can you do the one with the top? Okay, fling, twist it till we see it. Huh? Yeah, it's Sopra. It is Sopra. No, a bit more. No, we have a light on it. Hey, there it is. Don't move. Don't move. You see the 2 is coming down. Keep it there. Yeah? You see the 2 is coming down. It was 0 and 1. That's perfect. Yeah, it's the light you need to it. So now, if you go back up, please, can you go up? You see the 2 is coming down very rapidly. This was 0. So by the end of the day, it says kilowatt hours. We are putting in 0.2 kilowatt hours into the Italian national grid. It's not illegal because we are not consuming any fuel. The international law says if you are producing energy from national resources or you bring sources in, it's a criminal offense. You need a license. We are not doing anything. We are using the national energy of our own heat of the body. All of us, the reactor which is running with the gas from the CO2. And the most beautiful thing with this is that if by tomorrow we go to 2 to 3 kilowatts an hour, we put 30, 50, 40 kilowatts a day into the grid. Not only we are not using, we're supplementing the government's subsidies. And on top of it, if 1,000 or 10,000 Italians do the same, the mathematics build up very quickly. The mathematics is very simple. 10,000 Italians put in 50 kilowatts a day. If 1 million Italians out of 70 million do it, that's 350 or 0.35 gigawatts of energy. But don't forget, this 1 million, not only they are putting in, whatever they use is not there either. So in fact, is much 2-3 times bigger. So a country like Italy, if the national government decides to support, will be energy free. And I'll tell you something, Saudi Arabia king is planning a very big coup d'etat. One of the things I said I enjoyed in my trip 7 years ago to Iran was the dress I had from the Office of His Excellency President Ahmadinejad was that you're not here for energy. We know energy resources is going to finish. Just contemplate on the space technology. And now we see what has happened. From today, there is no need for a single cent. It takes about 2 to 3 months to bring into national grid to be spent on fuel, which causes what has been the CO2 global warming. If this procedure followed, not only we absorb the CO2, but at the same time, we make for the first time the possibility to produce energy without damaging environment. There is no environmental damage. There is no reason for changing the environment except putting what we need. Something you will understand very, very important is that because of the transformation in the system, this is the system running, this is your body, you will receive energies as you need. So you'll find out the members of people who live near these systems become very healthy because any deficiencies is supported. But you cannot take more than what you need. So what you should see in the coming time, reduction even in the health problems. This is a huge development.
I mean, when your appetite, you not lost your appetite, but you don't feel like eating because you have so much energy in you, you don't have the need for food.
Now you hear from Alex. He lives in a house with this system for 8 weeks now. He says you don't lose your appetite, but you don't see a need for energy to eat because you receive what you need. This is what we said in a space. There it comes. The guru comes in with a teapot. He wants to increase as much as possible the energy consumption to see if the meter runs faster. We don't know if the fuse in this room, what they call the plugs, are connected to same phase as your power supply. So we see, be careful, we don't want a boiling reactor. There it is. How many times are you going to boil it, Marco? Oh, you're going to keep on pushing it? Oh, you can boil the whole container. You can boil the whole container. Be careful. Don't burn the university down, please. Huh? Without it, we can't show anything. Huh? You're happy? Oh, why not? Do we have a 2 kilowatt heater somewhere? Just plug it in. If you plug in a 2 kilowatt heater, we're doing it the wrong way. You have to plug that to the outside, not to here. We want to see if we can get consumption from this. You're taking from us free. Okay, let's boil it. Huh? Yeah. But this shows the energy taken from here. This is the incoming energy. We are not taking any energy coming in. So we're going to let you boil water. Leave it. Let your water boil. And then we take it to a circuit outside. That the energy. No. We want to see if you're taking anything from the grid. And we want to see if you are putting anything into the grid. This is the outgoing. This is how it's set up by the electrician. Yeah? So this one, the more you are using, the faster we are going. So it means as we increase demand internally, we increase our export. You see, now it's literally 2. Can you come close? Excuse me, Giovanni. We are actually supplying. We are supplying into the grid. Giovanni, your light here, enlighten us. We actually gone to 2 now. There he comes, the happy man. The Italian, there we are, you can see it. If you can show it there, you see the 2 is clearly now 2. It was 1 a few minutes ago. Yeah, perfect. And if you go to input, what will it? Pardon?
The light is actually blinking faster too.
Here we have a 3-phase. Depends on which phase the light sits. If you turn the light off, maybe we can see it. The other one? No, it's no different. It's worse. It's worse. Jew. Yeah. We see now the 2 is going to 3. If you go up, can you go up, please? Can you go up? The 2 is moving into 3. So we are putting energy into the system. And you see the inputs taking from the grid is literally staying at 1 watt. You see this coming down 2 to 3. So, and very little is going on the other side. You have to compensate. Vale? Pardon?
No, you can't unplug.
You can't.
Yeah, but because you need to energize.
You need to create a demand to get the pull. You need to create a demand. And so what you see by the time we finish, pardon?
Sorry, if you plug in the refrigerator, you might have more of a draw then. The more draw you put into that, the more you're going to put out.
Yeah, that's true. That's correct.
Yes, in a way, yes. I mean, you can connect the laptops will go only on DC. There is a very interesting, if the input goes up to 1 to 2, it's not actually the output goes much higher. So in fact, defeats what comes in because you put it back in at the higher strength. So you will see the input will go up, what we take from, but the rate of output goes much faster. So by the time we go to 2, we are most probably 5 or 6 in the. Pardon?
I see 3 is already visible.
3 is already visible. You see it now? We especially put, as you see, my handwriting is as the electrician gave it to us. We wrote on it that there is no confusion. It's just out. This is how it's going to be. He tuned the phasing. He's told us exactly how to connect, and he tested it. And you see, is that the 1 out? 3. The 3 is fairly visible, yeah? Can you turn the light a little bit? You see the 3. And so now we are putting in about 4 or 5 times more than what we are taking. So you've seen it at 0 cost. The energy control is over. You have to follow the pattern. In a due course, we will make a proper drawing of how to do it, the way to do it. And you will find out, if I'm correct, Alex will confirm it to us. the more pieces you add, the more power you put in.
Yeah. The more cells you add, the more
cells you add, the more power you put in. So you can increase the number of cells by increasing. You see, you're going from 1 to 2 on the input, and then don't forget, is the water kettle stopped? Not yet. It's still boiling because you're boiling some water plus the 2 fans. So you see we're going to 2, and can we go up? You see we are going from 3 to 4. And in time, in the coming hours, in the next few hours, the 1 is irrelevant because the ratio becomes so high that you're still a supplier. You're still supplying huge amount, double what you're taking within the first 2 hours. And this, pardon? The kettle is stopped. Yeah, okay. Now you see the 4 is coming down on the output. So we are putting.
I seen as soon as that kettle stopped, I seen that that light that was blinking very rapidly before. It's no longer blinking as rapidly.
No,
So
because the
slow
more you
down
put
itself,
the man on, the more you supply.
So it doesn't even matter if it's 120 or 240 or whatever else it is.
Nothing.
It will condition itself to whatever's put in.
Yeah. So in fact, you become a supplier because you already not only supplied yourself, you put back in double the amount you supplied, you consumed. So we've seen it. We showed the theory. Alex showed the practical way of making it. Now we have put it to test. At the cost of less than $1, you can have as much energy as you like, anytime you like, according to what you like. And I go back to, as Alex said, that I don't have to worry about heating my house this winter anymore. Because in the past, you had to select.
Yeah, I have to rationalize my heating because it's expensive for me to run. I can't run it all day long when it's cold. But this winter, I'm going to put it at full blast.
But I tell you something, this is a word of a woman, my wife, I love her so much. She said, now we can officially use and heat up the swimming pool and the house. Because as a scientist, as a developer, every time we get attacked, they will look for energy sources, power supply to damage us for whatever, a nuclear material. We've seen it with the King of Belgium. Now, I can actually make a decoration outside the house from this hanging and supply all my neighbors and have a warm swimming pool in the winter. This time I won't break my head like last time to end up in the hospital. So it's a big difference. And actually what this means is a warning for national governments. Your income from electricity is going to be zero. Unless you find another way to tax. And then I'm sure, then what you're going to do with the fuel, then what you're going to do with the free food, then what you're going to do with the free application of the technology. So you see extremely interesting situation where what would be interesting, Marco, is to put again cold water in there and this time connected to the plug next to the plug on the ground, which we are beyond our system. Yeah? We see if you go, you see we are about to go 3 to 4. And that's all in a matter of half an hour, 20 minutes. Now Marco is going to connect it. This was on our grid. And we go to the next grid. So what is happening is by increasing the demand in the circuit is releasing more. You shrink the gravitational, so magnetical, which is what you put in grid, increases. If you look at it as a plasma, this is here. This is exactly what Alex has done. As magnetical, if you put them, we always do one red and one different color because it really shows. If you do the gravitational and magnetical, as you increase the gravitational, there is more magnetical available. Understand this. If you understand this, what I just said in the last two sentences, you have found the key to motion. If you understand what sits here, as you increase gravitational, as you pull more electricity in from our circuit, you release more of the energy in the circuit to be put out from the environment. So you have entered directional motion. And if you take this one step further in your reactors, I promise you, in a very short hours, you will fly. This is, nothing has changed here from day one. When I said, I stood here, I stand here, I watch everything. When I said with a fat boy, this 100% flies, there was a gentleman sitting here called Marco, turned on to Armand and said, he said the same thing with the plant pot, what is not flying? Correct?
No.
Yes. He said, what did he say? He said the same thing about the plant pot.
No.
What was the other one?
I told him, I said, let's reassemble plant part and reload it again. That's all I said to him.
That's what I heard.
He didn't say nothing.
No problem. I do apologize. I don't remember. So I remember I'm correct. And I said, yes, you would have flown. So you've seen this as it is. And now, what is interesting is, this is going to shock you in so many ways, but it needs for you to understand. If Alex brings this circuit, I'm going to go back.
Mr. Kesh?
Yeah?
Try not to touch the metal.
What?
Try not to touch the metal. Try not to touch the metal.
No, I won't touch. I've seen it
Yeah, you know
go
what
yesterday.
you see what it is. So.
I had my fright yesterday.
Okay.
I nearly got fused to the table yesterday. It was in my hand. I never thought. I just took the unit, this one, and I just put it on the table. And it fused everything. Good job my finger wasn't in there. So what happened if you take the inner this structure and place it on top of this frame, the star formation, and then change the demand on gravity or magnetical field, I promise you within seconds you fly. Yeah, but you have to know how to do it. Because don't forget, this sits in a circle on top of the star formation free plasma. you should see, but you have to measure the correct size that your plasma fits both in gravitational and magnetical. I explained to you something which Tesla did. I showed this to Alex yesterday in the lab, and a lot of people have not understood. Professor Miles have understood it, but very cleverly has disguised it for his condition to be proven. Excuse me, can you hold this? I'm losing a lot of weight. That's good? No good. You got to be fat to be fit. So, listen to something very interesting. We're going to show this in the coming days because we have a full Tesla unit here. We have an energy Tesla unit. We have a communication Tesla unit. The foundation has paid something like 8,000 to 9,000 euro for them to Professor Miles. And you've seen it in Ninov. He used our unit to show the fluorescent tube. Understand how it works. And so we add to the knowledge of Tesla, and we add to the knowledge of Professor Miles. Professor Miles has understood it very easily. Tesla understood it fully. What you have is this. Tesla unit from Professor Miles has a board and has a silver ball. This silver ball is hooked up onto the plate with 3 plastic that he stands in position. And then he has connected the central, this is a silver ball, through the central, through a wire to the center of the plate in the bottom. The trick, you don't look, because Professor Miles is very clever in trying to hide the understanding of Tesla, because otherwise he has no credibility in his scalar wave. When you look at this plate with Professor Miles, which has interpreted the pattern of Tesla, on the top, this is, we have how many plates? We have 8 plates, correct? We have 8 plates of Professor Miles. All the plates on the top are like this. Flat coil rounded on a printed circuit. Yeah? And then some of another one plate is like this. Tighter coil. But the trick is what Professor Miles has done. Professor Miles uses the link of common denominator interaction of plasma. On the bottom, all the plates have circuit like this. And the diameter of the rings is equal to the diameter of the ball. You pick up the plasma because it's chosen a copper and its ring. He transfers energy to the center plate. What is the difference between this and this? According to interaction, becomes the energy available. Power supply, transmission of information in kilohertz. Gravitational, the size of gravitational. Magnetical, the size of magnetical. Tesla transferred the knowledge totally different way, where he used this dimension by a scale to the size of the planet Earth. So he could receive energy anywhere on this planet. And he added this as a transmission. Professor Miles has used this as gravitational. I'll bring you the plate, you see it. So in fact, the transmission ball and the diameter of the Earth have a ratio. And then he created a copy base in his car, and voila. Now the energy is transferred any way you like to a motor or anything else. This is the secret of Tesla. This is what nobody has understood today, how Tesla works. It's the first time I open the patent of Tesla. So what it did on the receiving end, when you look at Professor Miles' plate, he has one plate like this, and he has a matching plate in another place. This is in Russia, the other one is in his car. He only could understand to work within the diameter of the planet Earth. Now, the way you work as a plasma, your plasma has the size and the characteristics of the plasma of the universe. So the game is no different. But in both ways, receiving and sending in the same plasma instead of making a plate. To receive, to match, to send, to receive. Within certain band, with certain tightness, you transmit information. Certain tightness, you transmit, reject power. And don't forget, Tesla never could send to receive. He was always sending from one to be received by one. And Professor Miles has referred it. That's why in Faraday cage, you cannot send, but gravitational field is stronger and you can receive. This part, sending out, is what Tesla understood it did. This part is what Miles has understood and is done. Because you send out, it's a level of throwing, depends on how much you're allowed to throw. A box blocks you, but what Professor Miles says is because it's gravitational, it pulls in anyway. So physical barrier is no different. And then Miles trying to justify his system that is the scalar wave. There is no scalar wave. One is working with gravity, one is working with magnetical, both the same strength, both the same equation. The only thing is the gravity, the pull is always stronger than throwing away. So in fact, Tesla in Moscow threw away and he collected in, in New York for his car. So they got his car from him, they couldn't understand. For the first time, do you understand what Tesla did? So, but the difference now with you, this is what Alex said to me yesterday. He said, oh, now I understand. Can I have the ball? I said, the system, take back and do what you like. He wants to fill in the balls with guns. Then you can hear that beacon through the universe. Because now he's confined it to a ball, but it's a ball of plasma. And now you understand in a very short time, energy production, if you understood this with Tesla, in gigawatts from a single place is available. All you need to do, you don't need to put any more wires. The wire transmission is finished. But today, if you understood, is not the end of only production. If you understood how you collect it, now you don't need any wire to collect what you want to collect where you want to collect. Teapot, a fridge, television. Now only we need to put a printed circuit of the amount of energy we want to receive at a point of demand. In fact, all we've seen today is control of plasma into conversion of energy. As I said, the development has to be very rapid. Within the next few days, a lot of you should be able to produce systems which have no wires, totally wireless, and totally harmless. Because when you create the right connection, you're Tesla in New York. You're Tesla in anywhere in the world you want to be. You're a Tesla in the universe. Because you have made a matching here on Earth. This is what I said. You develop when you get to the point of understanding. I teach. I explore and I open the books. So now you understand. Very simple. You send a message. It's sent as any power immediate. You want the message received immediate. The whole structure is done very, very perfectly by Alex. But he did not understand, in a way, the totality. And that's why the job of a teacher is to teach, to understand, to put things in equation in the right order. You can demand 100 kilowatts, it'll be there instantly. The way the system receives energy, and you're seeing it now is building up. Now you need to find a system that receives energy at the amount you need. Now we put the kettle on, we don't need a wire. If we can print a circuit in the background exactly like this, instead of being a collector to be a receiver, your kettle boiled with no wires. So the economical cost from today of energy transfer is zero. We've seen the solar cells, now we see plasma cells. And this should run like a wildfire throughout the world. You don't need to send a man in Africa a system to produce energy. You send the man a little circuit which works the same way, and you say, please connect it to your television. It'll be there. Because here, from the same source, you have sent the energy, but through plasma. Central power supplies, transmission lines at $1 to $2 million per kilometer are buried. If you lot knew how much governments put in maintaining transmission lines, is a percentage of national asset. I know, the Westinghouse man knows in the background too. Transmission lines is one of the biggest burdens on the Chinese government development. And if our Chinese friends, which I know a number of them are listening, understand this, I tell you, Mr. Hui, with his investment in transmission line in China, is out of business, unless he develops and confirms and transfers immediately. Because if you understand it, it's a very simple, actually, the receiving system is very much the same thing, reverse winding. Cost zero. The way you learn to transmit, you change the gravitational system out and a magnetical system in. That's all. Understood? So if you reposition, now the magnetical becomes a receiver. Solved anywhere in the universe, zero cost. Congratulations. And Italians, we wait. Welcome to Africans. We have to understand, it's very important, the way you have been taught to even produce gases and nanomaterials relies a lot on the first group of knowledge seekers, especially these two. especially these two, have put a lot to bring it in a language that everybody could understand. Making it, developing it, and you're just walking it through. 99% of you have no clue what you're doing with nanomaterial. But you watch a video, you've seen something, you've got it there, you repeat it. That's what all it needs to be. For people to do it, to see the benefit, then they understand it later on. And now, what is our reading? Let's have a look. I'm getting blind, I can't read. We are between 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, but we are still loading into the system. So we are, yes. Oh, it's just.
Did you want to try plugging in one of those computers into that? Because that UPS will
Which
draw.
computer? We can load all the computers into it, but they're short wires. So, in any case, Marco, I think you better put your kettle on again. It's a bigger energy demand. It's 800 watts, where these are only 50 watt fans.
If the plasma builds up, so no, we don't even have to load. Just automatically start firing.
Oh, something jumped. Something here jumped, so let's have a look.
It's 3-4.
Is 1 going to 2? It's been the same position. That's been the same. So, would you like to put a demand on the car and the load? Is that boiling on this outside? It's already boiled. Okay, open the cap and let it boil out. It's nice. There'll be a sauna here.
Thermostat.
Thermostat. Yeah, the thermostat only works if the steam goes back on, no? Is it boiling? Yeah, let's see. Let it boil. I hope you don't mind having a steam bath. You know, a sauna is good sometimes. Clears the skin and the brain. So what you see now is in, which one are you showing? Giovanni, a little bit. Are you on the bottom one or the top one? You're on the out, between 3 and 4. So what is important is if you understood, that's okay, we're going to read it again, it's okay. If you understood this, if you understood what was explained now, so remotely from outside, you can control the performance of your star formation legs. So what you do, if this sits there, and you have your star formation, now we're changing the field demand. Excuse me, can we speak? This is important, I think, more than boiling a kettle. Leave it there, it blows out. Yeah, it's okay, no problem. Get back there, this is more important than a kettle. Switch the kettle off, it gives you a peace of mind, we can carry on. Leave it. Okay, sit down, leave it. Leave it. He's such a tidy man, he gets excited with boiling of the water. Leave it. So, you got to understand, Keshe Foundation is full of nice people. Look, you have now a free plasma in this position. You have a free plasma condition in the center. By changing This, you can control and change this because it's already receiving energy from it. So you want to take off, increase it remote. You want to land, decrease it remote. At least 1 or 2 people in this place. I tried to keep Alex here because he's going to do it before all of you when he gets to England. Should be able to fly within the next 2-3 days and be honest enough, like Alex, to come and teach it and put it in public. Because now you have learned how remote, at least you can control the lift and landing. This is what I said when the Italians came down with the big core a few weeks ago when they came to see me. I said, this system is both energy and motion system. This is the first time when you put the reactors near each other or in a position of a cell like this, you see the energy and you see through energy how you control the lift. So, irrespective of how you run it, all you need to do in the time of control is just fling the switch to this or to this, because the rest of the apparatus is exactly the same. You want to land, switch over. You want to take off, switch over. Which way would you like to go?
I want to take off.
Huh?
I want to take off.
Take off.
Yeah.
Very easy. You understand? So, in fact, now you have a full energy because the energy production is not going to change here anyway. Is your flight position in respect to your central core does. So all of you who bought the Keshe Foundation new star formation, if you know how to make these little circuits, I think you should know by now, all of you should be in a flight position in the next month or 2. So tell your cousin, I'll see you in Washington tomorrow for lunch. And then we go for dinner to Tokyo. You'll do it because you have enough time. Don't forget, we can do this on planet Earth because here we have a full GPS gravitational magnetic field released by NASA and the Russian Space Agency on a daily basis, hourly basis. So we know the gravitational magnetic field at a point in Washington. Don't promise a dinner at home tonight in wherever you come from. Pardon? Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh. No dinner tonight. And don't promise the boys I'm home tonight, Papa. Yeah? Because if you have this, you promise me you fly my Persian carpet. You remember? And yesterday I opened the boot to put his suitcase in and says, oh, that's a flying carpet. I said, yeah, not yet. Because you don't need an aircraft, you don't need a pilot. You tune your GPS gravitational magnetic field over the house, is unique fingerprint. You don't forget the Tesla boy. You're home within seconds. Just be careful you don't fall out of the earth. You got to get yourself back in. Yes. Now, even the aviation has changed. But the beauty of it is you don't need my carpet. You can just fit in your car. He's done it. This guy, I'm going to stand off. He's going to explain to you how he runs his car. Do you want to talk or are you chickened out? You're not shaking anymore?
No, that's done now.
Good. Carry on. I'm here to give you a little bit of support if you need it.
So,
he looks very official, huh? He's got a tailbone. He's a news agent. We cover you.
Okay. So what I've done with the car system is this.
Explain. No. You're too quick.
What do you
It
want
doesn't
me
make
to say?
sense. Then they ask us, what did you do next?
Okay.
First of all, what did you understand? Come there. Here is, you're too dangerous. You write too fast. There. Okay. Explain what was your concept about using the technology in the car. What did you do first?
I added
The cameraman wants to see you.
sorry. I added CO2 to my.
Why did you do that? Who gave you the idea to do that?
You gave me the idea.
No, I know I gave you the idea. In one of the teachings, I can put CO2 in the fuel. And what it does, it goes and does it straight away.
Yeah.
The copper oxide and CO2, yeah.
I didn't
You
put-
already burned the cylinder twice. You better watch. He says, I'll be in Bari in 200 kilometers away. 5 days later, he's still there, and I passed him a long time ago. Have you seen the Road Runner? So, what was the idea to put? What did you do?
Because
Did you put CO2 or copper oxide?
I think it's I can't remember. I think it's CO2, and then I had copper oxide in the reactor. But the idea was that I wanted to link the fields of the one in my tank.
Link the fields
Of
of
one
the GANs in the tank.
to the reactor in the car.
He put a
That's
reactor, one reactor or star formation.
Just one reactor.
One reactor.
Yeah.
Now, it's important. Understand this. Scusa, you Italians. Scusa. Or shall we go like this? I don't want to do other features. I've learned all those. They tell me you haven't learned Italian to talk. I said I've learned all the back things. Body language doesn't need to speak. You learn it from the Italian on the driving on the motorway. You go slow, they give you all the handshakes they like. So you learn very quick. Now, stop.
Okay.
This is important. This is very, very important. He said, listen to the language. So he doesn't understand. Maybe he understood, but he just followed. He said, I wanted to link the guns in the tank with the reactor in the car.
The fields of the gun system.
Pardon?
The fields. I wanted to link the fields.
Yes, the fields. Don't forget, he understood it because he already uses the same thing in the house. To him, is a natural progress. He doesn't use the CO2 or the GANs as a fuel. He, by transferring the GANs, creates a field between the tank and the car in the reactor. This is the key. CO2 is not the fuel. CO2 is a condition very much what is put in this tank. If you remember, we've shown the pictures when the Belgian authorities came to stop us to demonstrate flying car on 25th of November 2011. I showed them, I took them to the car, and the fuel tank was in the back of the car. I said, what's your? I said, I don't need a fuel tank. But he's still in a fuel tank state. Understand what's the difference? When he puts the GANs in the fuel tank, now all the fuels within the environment of the GANs are in a GANs state. Energy release is different. Behavior of the fuel is different. You get injection motors, you get all sorts of things to make the plasma of a gas efficient enough to lose very little. He already converts some of the fuel into open plasma, so he doesn't need one when he hits the core in the cylinder, has done the job. But he has something else to tell you, and then I explain. Tell us the next step.
How to connect it all.
Yeah, tell me you put a fuel in the tank.
Yeah, and then I connected I connected the reactor. I put a series of these cells on the reactor and hooked it up on the cigarette lighter. You know, the cigarette, oh yeah. I hooked it up and then I kept it in one side of the car and let it run. I observed that when I drive, sometimes if I'm like, let me make something clear, I have a very old car. You know, I'm a poor man, so I can take risks with the car.
He was a very poor man till he got here. Now he's a very rich man.
All right.
In knowledge and soul.
All right, so I observe when I drive, the car first is lighter, and then when I negotiate a turn, it's like the car is on its own. It's just don't feel it. It just goes like that. So like it wants to. I don't know how to explain it. It's like you're driving on air. I'm not saying the car has levitated, but you can feel that it's you don't really need a lot of forces.
Would you say that it's like it's on rails instead, as in?
It's a hydraulic system.
Exactly, it's like on magnetic rails, but it's
exactly. Not. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, it's something like that.
Don't forget. Again, I'll explain. So let's throw this to add to the knowledge in a different way. He has a car, very old. We presume it looks like this. And then he has a fuel tank. This is him sitting here, and he's made one of these guys here. And he connects this into the cigarette lighter. Am I correct? Excuse me. Are you teaching or playing?
No, I'm not playing. I'm just trying to try something else.
There'll be no pay, huh? Get here.
No, don't worry. All right. So
teacher has to be good.
Okay. So
when you play, children play.
No,
then
I was just really doing something else.
So you put the GANs in the tank.
Yeah.
Okay. Children. This is the GANs in there, copper oxide, CO2.
Yeah.
And you made one of these principal batteries here.
Yeah, I made one. Yeah.
So there's one here, yeah? And what else did you do? You connected it into the cigarette lighter.
Yeah.
Okay.
But hooked to the reactor. What I did is
you connected the
let me show
lighter to the reactor.
So what I did is I cut the wire into two, and then this is the supply coming. I use the supply to power the socket the same way I do here.
Yeah.
And then I just use the load. I put the reactor on the load, and then I put it on the cigarette
ashtray.
Yeah,
on the cigarette lighter.
Yeah.
So let's explain. People can feed their car tonight. You got one of these cells.
Yeah.
You connected it to the wire.
Yeah.
And which way did you connect it? Positive or negative to the wire?
Positive to just the same way it is here. Just exactly the same way it is here.
Same as here.
Yeah, same as here. So it is negative to the negative and the positive to the positive. Which means this wire.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the one coming from the battery of the car.
Yeah.
Okay. So
battery of the car or
the source is the battery, isn't it?
The cigarette lighter.
Yeah, but that's the battery.
Okay, the cigarette.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the one coming from there. So the negative goes here, and then the positive goes here. And then the load, which is the reactors, are coming from here and here. And then you put this one. That's it.
And then?
That's it. And then put it on.
Okay.
So
you connect the negative to the negative, positive to positive. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the load. This is the load that goes to the reactor itself.
To the
reactor, the ping pong ball reactor.
You connect your ping pong ball reactor
to
here. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we understand. The guy has got a ping pong ball reactor in the car too. So he's repeating the same operation.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No.
Yeah.
You said to me a reactor is everything is a reactor. But let me be clear.
Okay.
So now he connects to a system. And then he says the system is very soft. I have a very old car, and it goes like this. So what is actually done? through the demand, creates lift in his car. Have you secured the reactor, or is it loose in the car?
It's loose, but you can see it.
Lift.
It's always trying to.
Do you understand what is happening? This is what I explained to you here. Now, I'm the driver.
He's demanding from the reactors, which is causing the magnetic or the gravitational field to expand.
And his fuel tank is the gas sitting in a tank. Now you understand. We'll explain in a short while you understand. So I'm going to ask you something. I'm the driver. Where is the chain? Where is the
reactor
link?
is just beside me.
Beside you, where? On the driver's side?
No,
He's
the-
an Englishman, so
Oh,
the
yeah,
driver's
sorry.
here.
Yeah. Sorry.
You don't know the confusion. I used to drive in Europe and live in England. It was very difficult. The car would have
change.
moved to change. So I'm
Yeah,
the
you're
driver.
the driver, and then the reactor sits just right underneath the thing.
Me or
No.
a passenger?
You are the driver, and then the reactor is on the
passenger
passenger.
side.
Yeah, yeah.
What about the dog if he jumps in?
I don't have a dog.
Okay, now you have. So where did you put the chain? Where is the chain?
The chain is connected. That's what I said.
Yeah,
I
but
cut
where
this
is it?
into-
Where do you put it in the car?
I just hung it on the pigeonhole.
Hanging on a pigeonhole. You have a pigeon in the car.
Yeah, no, the pigeonhole, the one where you keep your little envelopes and so on.
Ah,
The compact-
okay, the pigeonhole,
Yeah.
the letterbox.
Okay.
Okay, you hang it in the letterbox.
Yeah,
Why don't you hang it from the mirror?
from the mirror.
From the rear.
It's not the thing is not long enough.
I
The
see,
cord is
okay.
not long enough.
What about if you hang it from the mirror like everybody does, you know? But
Yeah,
they
but it's
don't
not-
know
it's
the
not-
thing is
it's-
like a tasbih, but it's not. It's just energy.
But it's not long enough.
Okay, so you hang it on there. You connect it to the cigarette box.
Yeah.
I also have a question.
Yeah.
Pardon?
I have a question.
No, you can't ask questions. Wait.
I'm gonna ask a question
Wait,
anyways.
No, you can't. You don't even
How-
ask questions. Wait. We don't know where the reactor is yet.
Yes,
What
but
happened-
I want to know how many of the base reactors are on that ring.
Only one reactor. One.
Only one core.
Only one
One
reactor.
core. One ping pong ball
Okay.
reactor.
Thank you.
Now I'll tell you another secret. Wait 1 second. So you have this, what we call this is what the Arabs call a tasbih. You know, they play with it. What do you call it?
The beads.
The beads. Yeah. From now on, we call it energy beads. It's easier. Everybody understands. Okay. You got your energy beads hanging there. You got your
Ping pong ball
CO2
reactor.
box, what do you call it, reactor there. Your reactor is connected to here.
Yeah.
Your energy supply is there. Do you know what you're doing?
No.
You're using your starter motor as a running motor. In fact, you can throw away your engine.
Now you just told me. So maybe I'll throw my engine away when I get
Yeah,
home.
but the difference is that in doing that, because the system is in the corner, on the floor, he feels easy to drive. So in fact, between the back and the front of the car, you create a levitation field, but it's very soft. The good thing will be next time when you go back to England, if they allow you in now, well, you know you're on the television. When you go through Heathrow, all the cameras will be on.
No,
The genius of the
no
century
way,
is
no
here.
way, no way.
So what's gonna happen? You don't know England.
No, I'm gonna
Somebody
sneak in. Don't
pays,
worry, I'm gonna sneak in. Don't worry.
Somebody pays the Sun magazine. You'll be all over the floor. Just make sure you got your top on. You won't be on the page 3. So what's gonna happen when you go to England next time? Take everything out of the car, go on a scale, get the car weight, see how much it weighs. In Barnet, where you live, there is one nearby. There's a Weybridge.
Yeah,
As
no,
you go
no,
up
it
the
is.
hill,
Yeah, no,
he
it is.
actually, I have to tell you how I know this. That's how I actually got to know this guy about a year ago, 2 years ago. He wrote, Mr. Cash, I work in Barnet. I know you used to go to Barnet College. So I had to answer him because that's the first place I went to England. So I know the place roughly. So there is a Weybridge as you go to M25.
Yeah.
Yeah. You take your system out, you go to Weybridge, you weigh yourself, you go home, put everything back in, and go and weigh yourself again. See if you still weigh the same.
Okay, but do I have to let the reactor run, the plasma build up a little bit, or I can just...
Whatever you do, whenever you're happy,
Mm.
do one without and do one with it. See if you weigh any different.
Okay.
So it's very good. Barnet is one of the most beautiful parts of London years ago. I don't know about now.
Yeah, it's still nice. It's
It's still nice.
it's still nice.
It's got a very sharp hill, and the college is right on the top. You want to go to school from
Very
the
green as well.
and you want to go up from the train station, metro to up, it's a good walk. And sometimes you get tired. There's a court on the left-hand side. You go and rest in the court and listen to court sessions. I've done that a few times. Correct?
Yeah.
On the left-hand side. So now what happens? He has created a condition where now by plugging into the cigarette ashtray, he is using the generator, the starter motor, because it's got enough power to push the, what do you call it, the camshaft to start the car. He's actually supplying his starter motor as a runner. So the starter motor is feeding it. He has a small story to tell you, then you know what it is. What was the measurement of your battery before?
I think about 11 point something volts,
And what was after?
18 point something volts.
So he is charging his battery and he's feeding his starter motor.
18 volts. That's
18 volts.
More than 18 volts.
I hope that it didn't explode here shortly, but I
No,
know that's
no,
more
no,
of a
no,
plasma
no,
voltage,
yeah.
right?
No, it's a plasma state. You'll never
Yeah.
do.
No, but
You
listen,
take-
listen, I wasn't measuring from the battery, I was measuring the cells. I was
He's measuring the cells.
The cells, I was measuring the cells, not the
Oh.
battery itself.
Oh,
So I
but
was-
you're measuring the cells, so you get 18 volts in
you
total.
understand that?
So now you understand very simply, he's used the same knowledge, the same technology, and I tell you, we told you before, you might want to hear it again. He usually, don't forget, he's a very, very old man, this gentleman, extremely old. He was black hair when he came in this morning. He's got gray hair. We just noticed with Arman before he comes in. Maybe he talked with Arman a bit too long. He's a creature of habit. He lives very near to where he works. And he's done this for 20 years?
About so.
About 20 years. And how much fuel do you use? How do you buy fuel?
I just put a quarter every now and then because I live very
Quarter
close.
of a tank or
Yeah.
half a tank?
No, quarter of a tank
Quarter of a tank you put every how many weeks?
every month.
Every month. So he uses quarter of a tank because the shop is near the house.
Yeah.
Now, when did you fill the tank the last time? So that's every month about quarter of a tank you buy.
About April. So that's
You loaded in April. Do you know when April, beginning, end?
end of April.
End of April.
Mm.
And you still do the same thing as a creature of habit.
Yeah.
Have you filled up the tank yet?
No, since then, no.
You
But
still
I still have just under a quarter. Just under a quarter.
just under a quarter.
Okay.
So you've driven the whole of, let's say, May
June.
and June. We are July
Yeah.
today, it doesn't count.
Yeah.
So in this time, how much fuel? You still got a less than quarter.
Yeah, I still get
Not
just
a little
yeah,
bit
just a
less
little
than
bit,
quarter.
yeah.
So in fact, he hardly used any fuel in 2 months. So BP shares take a nosedive.
Mhm.
You understand?
Hmm.
In a simple way, a single reactor, not a star formation. Those of you who are buying a large number of single reactor cores from the foundation in past 24 hours, because it's gone on sale. Somebody's bought 60 of them, I think. Somebody has bought 60 reactors, single reactors, or 60, yeah, I think they bought 60 reactors. No, just a single, because we sell a single, I think so, I don't know. I was told a figure by somebody. I think, how much was it? I think it's, Vince.
No, Mr. Kish, I made a mistake. Actually, it was in March. not about-
March.
it was
Okay.
March, not
Sorry,
February.
we go back.
It was the
This
end
the
of
story is worse for
Yeah,
BP.
it was the end of March.
It's March. So 90. Pardon? 10 reactors. No, somebody has bought 60 health pain pads. That's what it is, the 60. So, but they made a mistake. They only paid 25 euro. So it's no one. I would have bought 60 after that price. So March, end of March. So you had the whole of April, May, and June, and literally no fuel is used. So what I recommend to you tonight, get your CO2s. It's not my problem, it's yours if you like to do it. How much did you put? How much CO2 did you
Just
put in there?
on a syringe. I think it's
A syringe.
Yeah, a syringe, not the big syringe. I think it's a 15 or 20 mil syringe.
20 mil of CO2
Yeah.
has to become the tea lady. Yeah, you're betting the grand Marco. Oh, no, full. No problem. So he hasn't put a lot of guns into the tank. He's only put 15 mil syringe.
Yeah.
Our syringes are 50 mil. You're talking about 1.5 milliliter of CO2 in a tank. What I call a bead set. It's very little, it's about this much. And then a reactor in the car. Connected reactor to, okay,
Cells.
the bead cell is connected to negative and positive,
Yeah.
and the core is connected to negative and
Yeah, positive.
negative.
No.
What is your core?
This is the core.
Yeah.
It's connected. That's the load. This is the load. So it's
So,
connected to this one.
Connected to
yeah,
positive and negative.
And then the
The
motor-
cigarette
Yeah, it's connected here.
to the cigarette box, connected to cigarette box.
Yeah.
I should write it this way. Cigarette box, yeah?
Mm.
So you connected that positive to negative to the cigarette box, the bead, and you connected the core positive, negative
As the load. to
as
the
a
reactor,
load.
To the reactor.
So understand his terminology. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a bit of a thing? He sees the core as the load. He sees the bead as a supply. Yeah? So,
It's the other way around.
no, that's what he says.
No, I'll take it. I didn't quite follow it. This leads to the cigarette.
Cigarette box,
Cigarette box.
yeah.
And then this leads to the load.
That's the load, the core.
The load contains the cells and the reactor at the same time.
Ah, okay. So
it's a continuation.
That goes
It's a continuous.
that goes to there, the supply. So the load and the bead, yeah,
Yeah, it goes. Yeah.
it goes to the what do you call it? To the ashtray.
Yeah.
To
So the ashtray, because that's the power supply.
ashtray. Okay, ashtray.
No, not ashtray. The cigarette
The cigarette.
lighter.
The cigarette lighter. So where are we? We're a bit confused.
No, I'm not confused anymore because this is the load and then this is the supply. This is the supply, which
Supply
is
goes to cigarette box.
yeah,
So
and then
where
the
does
load, the reactor goes to the load. The reactor, okay, I'll explain it to you this way.
Explain it. I've
If I
never learned about electronics and electrical. I was the
don't know.
worst guy.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about electronics as well. But if this is the okay, thank you, Amon. See, now this one, the negative, the positive, that's what I connect. The positive goes to the cigarette lighter,
cigarette.
and then the load from here and here goes to the reactor.
Uh-huh.
That's all, and then
So that's all. You
Yeah.
connect the positive
to the positive and
That's
then
a
negative.
negative here.
Yeah, this is negative and then this is positive. So,
So-
if you put it like that, negative goes here, positive goes here. So this one goes to the to
So
the
you
cigarette
connect
box,
one line to the negative, one line
then
to the positive,
yeah,
goes to cigarette box.
and then
So here you use one line from here and one line from here to cigarette box.
no, not from here. This is the negative. I'm using the positive to. Oh, wait, listen, no.
Yeah, this is what you're showing me
No,
there.
from here, this is the positive that goes to.
Okay.
Because this is the negative.
You see, we answer people and then they say it works, it has to be. So you go from one negative and one positive to
the
cigarette box.
Yeah.
And then
the load is here.
Yeah,
Goes to the
you
reactor.
go one from here.
That's positive.
And one from here
Negative.
to the core.
Yeah, to the core.
Okay, now we understand. So when you made this basic supply power, the one which has this is the base, usually where we connect the positive and negative together.
No, the positive is the one that takes the
No,
supply
no.
from.
Okay, we take the positive. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the positive and negative. You connect to supply.
Okay.
And you connect this and this to the load, to the core.
Yeah, and this one starts at a positive, and then this is a negative.
Negative. Okay, so we understood this from this morning. That could we have one of these fans blowing this way? It's too hot in here. It's getting very hot. Maybe it's the excitement or the old age.
Think it's both.
Call yourself old. I'm still young. You don't know. You don't want to know my age. I'm still young. At least in heart.
All right.
So. Huh?
Sorry.
No, we can't take it because it's putting load up. So we see this, and now in such a combination with the fuel in the car, the reactor on the floor, you reduce
the
consumption to more or less zero
Maybe.
in 3 months. I tell you something. Not only BP will like this one, nor would British government. Bed and breakfast will not be happy at all, because you know the British system is called bed and breakfast. You didn't know that. B&B. British government lives on the back of BP. That's what they do. You didn't know that. Of course. BP, yes. British Petroleum is the backbone of British government work. And with such a system, they cannot exist. Don't forget, all the acquisition, all the oil operation, all the income of British government, all the revolutions have done through the oil industry, through BP. You might not know that, but you know now. All financing of revolutions around the world through American government and British government is done through BP. Yes.
Okay.
Not many people know because it's a financier. So this way, they're bankrupt. The government doesn't receive taxes because nobody buys oil, and the BP cannot sell because nobody buys oil. It is applicable to all nations. You pay €1.40 for a liter of fuel. Total cost to the oil industry is about 20 cents. Transportation cost and retail brings it to about 40, 45 cents. 90 cents to about 85, different nations around Europe. About 90 cents is taxation for the government. This pays for your hospitals, this pays for all the military defense, all the killing machines are financed this way. Don't forget, the main income of oil taxation in most of the countries supports military. if you go on the balance sheet of most of the nation and find out actual true cost of the military is equal to income from the petroleum industry, where the people pay. So this way, we have taken and we can take the leg of the defense industry because they have no more money. You find out when the nations don't have money, the first thing they cut is defense. Pardon?
Social services.
Social services come last because they have to pay the army man. So you see how a simple man is helping towards the World Peace Treaty and the World Peace Map. This is how it sits. So now, this morning, a simple man has dismantled the energy. The same man in the afternoon dismantles the oil industry.
Mr. Kesh, you want to put me in trouble?
You're already in trouble. You should have never taken the flight. The thing is, I've done the same thing for years. Now, there is, I was told, hundreds of thousands of people within the next few hours and weeks will watch this. They replicate it, and because it works, they tell the others. So you have become partner in crime. At least it's two of us now. Huh? You made the life much harder for Mr. Hans Brackenier now. Now he's got to plan more. So you see, excuse me, the Italians. April, May, June, he still got his fuel in the tank. And you have not produced new fuel. You haven't produced new consumption fuel. All you've done, you have created energy which you're supplying into your starter motor, and the starter motor is doing most of the work, most probably. We did a research with the Ghent University in producing new cars. Because if you know or not, we were offered the General Motor factory for producing cars in Antwerp when General Motors was going bankrupt years ago, and they closed the plant. It was offered to us by Magna, and in that process, we had friends in Ghent University, the professors in electronics, electrical, and I went to them and said, we are getting the plant. We want to produce electric cars because we don't need anything else but electric in the general plant Antwerp. And if you read the business plan we gave to Magna and we gave to the German government and we gave for General Motors to give us the plant, it was all agreed. One of the professors of the Ghent University wanted to be a director in this new company, car manufacturing, which can fly. And the business plan, we've seen it. I can release it to you. You know who he is. He's the second man in command of what are called the electrical departments of the Ghent University. He was told he cannot operate with us anymore, otherwise he loses his seats as a professor. So it came to an end with it, but in that time of research, we found out the minimum weight of the car is 200 kilograms before the crosswind takes you, and other things affect your parameter of the running of a car. So you need to have a car to weigh at least 200 kilograms to have a safe driving car. So what happens, you can create a condition of lift. Don't forget, he's in England. Is your car front drive or back wheel drive?
It's automatic.
Pardon?
Automatic. Automatic.
Or the front wheel or back wheel axle? Back wheel.
I don't even know.
You don't know.
It's a Honda.
Doesn't make any difference. I don't know
Yeah,
what
so I don't
cars
know if
are.
it's,
I just know the
So I
signs
don't know
of
if
them.
it's front or back wheel.
Okay. Pardon? It's a front wheel drive.
Okay.
So you create a lift at the front. We reduce the weight at the front. That's why your steering is lighter. You have created a very complex but very system weight reduction system. That's why you feel the wheel feels when you drive it different than before. Take everything out and drive, and put things back on drive, and you tell us. Because, pardon? Pardon? Has the wind resistance lessened? When you go up the hill upon it, does it go faster or it goes slower?
It goes faster.
It goes faster. Has the wind has changed?
The wind.
Yeah, the wind, the resistance in the car.
I have to find out.
You can't say. He's
I
a very
have to find-
straightforward man. He doesn't know to
I have
tell
to
you what he
find that
doesn't. Find out. Get in
Yeah,
the
I'll
car
find
and
out.
let it run down the hill.
Mm.
And then next time, get in the car and down the hill. You'll find out very quickly.
All right.
So now you see how simply you change the composition. We see same development, same understanding, and we see the same kind of changes. So it is very easy for him to explain what is done. Somebody says it's impossible, but now we see with energy production, it's proven to be correct. We see it monitoring it. How much is our energy, sir? Good or bad? Have we lost or have we gained? We are on a full 4 and we're still between 1 and 2. So 1.5 to 4 is our gain by 2.5 watts putting in. No, it's clear 4. We have a look at it. So we see the proposition, we see the change, and if you like tonight, make yourself some CO2 and add it to your, do not use,
Make sure you watch the CO2 properly. Watch the source of the CO2. Otherwise, you're going to mash up your engine.
you have to wash the CO2 out of salt when you make the GANs. And please do not use, till you know what you're doing, any other mixture.
Any what?
Other mixture.
Okay.
If you do, let us know, and I'll tell you if it's good or bad.
Excuse me. I've used them. I've used the mixture of. Now I did not include the reactor in the configuration.
No, but in the fuel, fuel.
I've used the reactor CO2 and copper oxide in my fuel tank. I had a half tank and I drove for like half an hour. The tank was empty, so don't do it.
That's it. That's what just about I was about to tell you.
Yeah.
CO2, sorry, the copper oxide has a reverse effect in anything which is carbon or hydrogen connected. Do not use it in the conditions of application like with consumption, like with burning. It's very much one of the best materials for extraction of oxygen, and it uses different way of composition. So that's just about I was going to say. Use the CO2 because you create a specific condition that allows it to happen. On the other hand, so in a very easy way, you can change your fuel cost tonight for the house and your fuel costs for driving and locomotive. And if you understood the change on this proportion, and you can change the system on your reactors, position the reactor in the center of the car. Very important, in the center of the car. Make sure it's securely locked. Not with a seatbelt. And run your system. I'll see you in New York or Washington or Moscow. With putting CO2 in the right way and copper oxide, you have locked yourself into the earth. What's wrong, Armin? You're deep in thought. He's thinking, can I go to Los Angeles tonight? You lock yourself to Earth gravitational magnetic field because it's of the same. If you can create a composite, which is the Earth gravitational magnetic field Earth, you never fall out. You always stay within the power of gravitational magnetic field of the planet. So, no way. No, moon has got nothing to do with Earth. It's another blob of material which happened to be in the same near vicinity. So what you've seen, very simple. I don't think anything as simple as this has ever changed the destiny of man. If you look at it, it goes again and again in different directions. Make it in and out, you levitate further, you lift higher, make it out and in. You like wherever you want to go or land. If you understand it fully, you can make drilling machine. And if you can change, excuse me, I prefer not to be. And what will be interesting for you lot to understand is that he's going to do it. I know, but he listens to it now. If you change the composition of your wire instead of copper, aluminum, or whatever, and you change the composition of what he put in there as mixture, you create totally different power supply.
Mr. Kesh, there's something I've not tried. I just realized. What about if we power the cell from here? If we power it from the opposite side?
Doesn't matter.
It's still going to be the same thing?
More or less. Depends how the energy decides to flow.
Okay, because you know, this side is closed circuit is connected, the positive is connected to the negative. So if you add a current, I'm wondering if it's still going to flow.
This one?
Yeah.
Try it. Because what we're talking about is how you can change the power supply, energy supply. He used, for example, CHO3. I'll tell you something. I knew he is correct. And from my understanding, he was in the right path only when he explained that he added caustic and sugar. Sugar, some of you might not know, creates a very dynamic condition. In some of the rocket launches, they use sugar. In the rockets, when they want to make a lot of noise to create a fear, they use sugar. Don't ask me how I know, but I can tell you this much. It's a military secret. If you want to send a missile to create a psychological fright before attack, before landing, you add certain amount of sugar to your fuel. Because the energy release is psychological. If you understand this, go back in how he mixed even CH3, you will find out, if you understand the process and what I explained, and you mix copper oxide with CH3, the same structure is one of the most powerful medicine systems you can carry for yourself. Carbon dioxide, CH3, and CO2. You touch the physicality, and you touch the emotion, and you touch the energy. You're dealing with the plasma. You're dealing with the Ganser state of matter. So what the extension to the knowledge is, this simple parameter, as is connected to the energy of the reactor or star formation, don't forget the star formation creates a free plasma which touches the emotion and the soul of the man. I have taught you enough for past few weeks to understand. So now, if he puts copper oxide and CO2 on its own, the same combination, you see the effect. Change the car with the body of the man. This is, you want to create happiness, you want to create fear. The key, one of the keys. This is actually a very crude way, but if you understood this, you can do the same thing with your star formations, the way you load it up, the way you connect your loads. And then you find out, psychologically, you can control a lot of things in space. You create the plasma of the matter, add CH3, you're exhausted, you don't feel like working, you are tired, you need sugar, CH3. You transfer the energy of the CH3, not the material of the CH3. Our Chinese colleagues showed us with the water, with amino acid, CO2, CH3, and copper oxide, and with the watermelon. As I said, we fulfilled all the promise of the past prophets. I give you water to taste of wine, and some of you have already tried it. Water, you put a wine, the right amino acid combination will taste, feel exactly as you're drinking wine. So now you can do the same thing in a different way if you extend your knowledge with this. So in a space, you have this preset to test wine, preset to produce beef taste. So this is another control way, in a very simple way that a lot of people can understand, that we can go at least one step further in the knowledge of man in plasma technology. So you decide how you wind this basic system. You decide how many of them you put on the bead. Then you decide the strength of the energy you receive. 4 for wheat, 6 for fish, 8 for red meat and white meat and the rest. Because you want to gain gravitational field. And then you understand what we discussed in the teaching a few days ago, why the trees don't have a toilet next to them and they don't put anything outside. Why the man and the animals who eat and use nitrogen have excrement. We need toilets, where the trees don't. You transfer energy because they do not eat. They absorb the energy or reject the energy. Now you decide what you need, in what strength. You don't need to consume food. You don't need to carry food. But you can carry the texture of the food the way you want, because in a plasmatic condition, it gives you the feeling and the emotion of eating meat, the comfort of meat in your brain. So you don't need to eat an animal. You still have the feeling of a beef, rare, well done, You pre-program it in your packing. This is your new food system. Very hard, huh? Not to chew in space. You understand? So, in a very simple way, because every structure here starts life with a GANs. So, in the coming days, as I said to you, we'll have people which achieve flight. We know a number of people have done, and as you've seen how we watch things happening, I was aware of the intimidation which Alex received. He did not come online. We take different action. We took our time, and then we bring with such a force to devastate those who hacked the email. There are a bunch of hackers. They're not government. These are Third Reich in Germany. We know all their details, who they are. They're sitting on his computer monitoring. Even his ticket booking was blocked that he can't get his flight by the hackers. If you're afraid of the chickens, play chicken game. If you're a man, join the team. We support you the way we done with Alex. You brought him in securely, very quiet. Nobody knows. He understood the position, but to share the knowledge was more important than the personal, stupid email by a bunch of Germans in Austria and Germany. We know who you are. We answer you in time. I hope you enjoy a very good drink on Mars on your own, but you should listen to the technology to know how to make it for yourself. So you understand what is entailed. There are a number of scientists like him. I don't call professors and doctor scientists. These are plasma scientists. We got 2 of them with pleasure in this room, 3 of them. And they have understood, and they are going into the next step of flight and food production. Tomorrow, Alex will explain the food, because we need to open that door. We need to bring for you to understand the next step in the structure of the flight system. In a way, every single one of you should know as much as he knows that if you're the last man in the space standing, you can even create a replication of yourself that will be 2 of you that you make that the human race will survive in space. You think it's funny? It's happened to many races in the past. The strongest survives. And in so many ways, a very, very simple system has led to change of the course in a simple way. And I like this system because it's an intermediate system between the next generation of plasma technologies and the people who are interested still to be involved in the matter state. The next generation, and I'm sure Alex is one of them, he's going there, but he doesn't see it. Arman is not far behind in a different way, is these will be replaced with a positioning combination of reactors. You go into total plasma, but it's part of the maturity of the man who's got to go through the process. To go suddenly to plasma, you leave too many people behind. This way, we carry more people with us to be able to achieve the transition. No knowledge has been taught so fast and understood so fast by any generation of human being. So what it is, we have touched the energy. Please disperse this YouTube recording of this morning and this afternoon to as many people as you can. Send it to the president, send it to the God knows whoever, and let people help themselves, and then they help the others. And in that process, we manage to take at least one leg out of the war system. And I'll tell you one thing. Again, scientists, what are called true scientists in Africa, will be in the door of the White House in no time. And the same in China, and the same in all the capitals. Because now, in the coming days, the way you see free energy, which has been the dream of the man, and they call us charlatans, we have had access to this knowledge for a long time. It will be the time soon that there is no borders. This man, in a simple way, in his kitchen, has produced one of the most advanced science technologies man ever known. So now we come to the people who jump on for the next step, and it will be travel. You've learned how you can put the bead on top of a reactor, control its plasma. If you understood what I explained about Tesla, I don't know, from what I see on the internet, 2,000–3,000 people should be very soon on their way. And if they are brave enough to come and show it here, we'll have the whole world moving across without paying $5,000 for air ticket. I've paid that a lot of time. I never understood, why do I have to pay 5,000 euro for an air ticket? And then they give you one ticket free. So why don't you give me a 2,500 without giving me a ticket free? It's very easy. You can calculate the fuel, how much use, we are not stupid, and everything else. So now the cost of the fuel is extremely expensive. Zero. And the aircraft carriers, 747, how much does your car worth? 200 pounds?
Just over that.
A 200 pound can take you, it's about 250 euro, can take you to New York. You don't like it, you leave it behind.
Exactly.
So, at no cost, all of you are the passengers of at least this atmosphere at zero cost. Los Angeles, here I come. Breakfast in Los Angeles, teaching in the morning here. You'll be totally confused, man. I don't know what you're going to do. But this is what is about to happen. It's not too about to, it's happened. Now it's in your hand, not mine. This is not something which is going to be. It is happening right in your, under your eyes, under your nose. And in fact, we are going to 5 and we're stuck at 1 and 2. Marco, you're not burning enough. The more you burn, the more I look. He looks better, not
yeah,
me.
but let it go natural. Let it go naturally, because if you let it go naturally, you don't have to burn nothing. Just the DC stays constant, and then the AC. Anytime you put an appliance for AC, it goes triple. Like you can get like.
If you put AC, it goes higher.
Yeah, it goes higher. You get
Okay.
more. You get more.
More AC.
No, if you put AC, you get it puts more into the grid.
Ah, you pay more. So the more
Not
you use
don't pay
AC,
more,
you
get
put more up.
Yeah, you get more energy. I mean, you put more energy into the grid.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand. So because if you create the gravitational of it, you have a free magnetical, which
Okay.
gives up. And then if you understood this in another language tonight, if you made star formations, put one of these on top of it, control how many kettles of tea you put on, you can fly to. Because now you control the reactor. He's very busy with something.
No, I'm just want to try this. Look at this. This is the cigarette butt.
This
I wanna
is
see if I can do
Armand's
it.
job.
Yeah, I wanna
Armand
see-
gave him a cigarette butt. Now he's trying to do it
I wanna
instead of
see
the
if it
tissue
works.
box.
No, I want to see if it works before I go, because I'm just want to go home and
You
not think
are
about
a
nothing.
cause of a lot of problem, Armand, but you've done a lot of good. We'll see where it goes. But was the cigarette butt smoked or not? Is there a nicotine
No, it wasn't
in
smoked. It was
Are you
just.
sure it wasn't smoked?
No, it wasn't smoked.
Fresh. Fresh. Okay. So now you see this is a problem. He comes here to teach and he carries on. We'll never learn anything from you in London. We bring you here.
No, that's different. If I'm gonna,
He
because
goes
you're there.
doing something and if that teacher, students waiting.
No, no,
to
but
learn.
you're there, so I don't. You're talking.
No,
I
I
don't
don't
want to
talk.
be sitting down doing nothing. I'm not used to sitting and doing nothing. So
Can I sit down
I do-
for a haircut?
You have a scissors.
No.
No, that's not good enough. That's not good enough.
You have given me a brain cut since yesterday. Forget about the haircut. It's a pleasure to see men who can change the history of a man in a very simple way, and are still humble enough to be able to be still a man. And it's a pleasure to work with him since yesterday. I've learned. There he goes, Armand, the second one. They're just gathering in there.
Yeah, but I want to put this on for then I'll put it down.
Carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on. So what you see, he's still pushing. Let's see. Can we smoke it?
No. Can you
You're
smoke?
burning it. So if it's in a cigarette butt, we can smoke it.
No, you can't. Well, you want to try? You don't smoke, so you want to try?
Why not? It's good for a change.
No, man. I don't want you dead. I want you
You
alive.
never know.
I want
did
you
a
alive
lot of
so I can
reading.
learn more from
It
you.
might get me high.
Oh no, you don't have. You're already high. 24/7 high. How can a man stand on his feet all day long and then you say you're not high? You're high. You're high by nature.
Next step to this is to understand he's actually making a cigarette roll, huh? Is that it?
Yeah. I want to try
That is
that.
it? Pardon? The picture is too bright. There's too much light in the background. Turn off the lights, no problem. So, doesn't make any difference. I think the, he says, if he's on his computer good, how come we are so dark there? Pardon? What's the time, please? What's the time? 4 o'clock.
4:36.
4:30. Okay, I tell you why I asked you, and you know the reason. We have, we would like, I'm going to ask you first, Rick and Vince, can we carry this through to tomorrow here? Or can we support it with the Chinese taking over, that they can demonstrate it's too dark? Bulio. Oh, I understand this very good. Yeah. So if you can support, it's too dark. It's too dark. It's too dark. I've gone that dark. Can you imagine what's happened with Alex? You won't see him. It will be a shadow only. So what happens is that can we get, excuse me, gentlemen, can we stop this discussion? It's too much noise in the background. We can carry on with other people who have started the test around the world to carry on with the teaching. We don't stop. Has anybody, do you see anybody on the lines to say they have started testing? Or they start, pardon? You're building as we are talking. This is no good, Arman. It should be the other way up. This is too much light. It should be the other way. We should blind it. Yeah, go up, go up, go up, go up, go up, go up, go up. Yeah, that's what we need. The other way the same. It's too much light. So can we carry on, or do we need to change position to the new center? Because it involves a lot of moving, shifting things. And if it's possible, can we do it? We can stay here till 7 o'clock, and then we hand it over to you and the Chinese, and then the others to carry on, at least teaching each other, developing each other. I stay in the background if I can. We have a problem with our communication lines everywhere, that we see this not to stop. If we stop it, then to start again tomorrow, it'll be totally different. We've done this. Can we go through a process of linking up with different countries of the Keshe Foundation?
Yeah, let's.
We
you,
can
Rick?
certainly try. Sure.
I think we're talking at exactly the same time, which is normal for us, I think.
What is it?
Go ahead, Rick.
Well, I think we can certainly try, is what I said.
So if you can share the load, because not many people know how to use the systems between you two. So we get a number of people around the world to start building the systems, and they report it back on the Skype or Facebook or anything else. We need to create repetition to break the stronghold on the energy and what do you call?
Okay, I would like to make a call then that anybody that's been listening for the last 7 hours, especially the knowledge seekers that are building at the moment, because I see pictures, if you could please get in contact with somebody that you can come on to the meeting and continue on with what you've done and what you found out, that'd be much appreciated. So people that I've already seen posting in Facebook their few creations, I would invite you on, please.
Because we need to reproduce at least in 5 countries and feed into the power supply at least in 5 countries, that we can go from one state to the next. I explained to you why 5. There it is. Why don't you show it on camera? Show it on camera.
Well, the amp, I just want to show the amp is increasing.
The amperage is increasing or is going down, is 40. Must be 39. That's milliamp. Yeah?
Yeah.
And,
it depends on the...
And then what about the voltage?
The voltage is about 7 point something volts.
Can we see the voltage?
About 5.32,
34. Half a volt and...
But it seems that that number doesn't really mean anything when it comes in terms of...
That's true. In terms of the thing, it doesn't mean nothing. It can be 0, but still it's going to do the job.
Yes, because it absorbs the plasma. You lot are learning fantastic. It's matter dependent. Wow.
Yeah.
We are coming to schizophrenic house.
Yeah, I soaked in. Yeah, but you know, when you soak it and then it dries up, comes back to the same thing.
Mr. Keshe?
Yes?
I think we have a special guest here. It looks like we have the Chinese that have the Fat Boy reactor online.
Yes, let's have him on. And then, because I tell you why, not only because of the Fat Boy, it's fantastic what he's put on. Hello, Fat Boy. How is he? Is he getting any fatter or fitter?
You know what's really funny about this is that he has a bad network connection, and he's right beside his reactor, it looks like. So he might have to move away from his reactor to be able to broadcast.
Okay. Has he achieved anything? Let me tell you why. This afternoon or today when I was talking to Alex, he said, I know what I'm going to do when I go back to England with a fat boy. I can do something with it. Can you tell our Chinese friend what to do with his fat boy?
Yeah, you can incorporate the system into your fat boy.
He wants you to, Mr. Zhang, if I'm correct, what Alex is suggesting or he's going to do is to cooperate?
Yeah, to incorporate the system into your fat boy. What you do is, let's see
okay,
fat boy.
I'll leave it
If
to you. I
you-
can sit down.
See,
Can you do it on the
if you use-
board? Do it on
I
the
wanted
board.
to show. Okay.
I can take my car away and you can do it here. Explain it here because these people can see.
Okay, if fat boy, and then
Fat boy, his yeah,
this is nano-coated the surface, isn't it?
he's nano coated both sides,
And he told
inside
us-
and
He
outside.
told us he's getting overload from the resistance there. So
Yeah, he
if-
takes 8 ohms.
Okay, if it turns this.
Hello, just wait 1 second. Once there's something going on in the back. It's our cameraman. Okay, carry on.
Okay, if it takes if it turns this one into if it connects the negative of this to this positive, and then instead of using the GANS reactor, the GANS set up as the battery or whatever I was using it for, you just create a cell, mix a cell, and then connect it to a system to run. It's going to get a lot of power out of it. That's why I'm saying.
Okay. No. You spoke my language. Now I speak their language.
How can I speak Chinese?
No. No. Learn. You're going to be a teacher. You better understand.
Okay.
None of us understand your language. Otherwise, you'll be like me.
Okay.
We'll be two cuckoos
Well, I understand
speaking.
your language. So
Okay. You understand my language and all others. This boy,
Mhm.
a fat boy,
Yeah.
has brought changes like you into the game.
Mhm.
Okay. I understand you. I interpret. Okay.
Okay.
I
Can we-
I know
Chris, can we see the
English.
picture?
English Chinese. Just wait there. Just stay there. Don't
If you can
move.
see the picture of the fat- Okay.
Can we see a big picture of the fat boy? Can you expand on it by any chance?
Okay. You see, it's said it's coated the reactor, and then
It's
connect-
coated the reactor inside
connect
out.
to the GANs, connected it to GANs to run it.
He's using a gas to run it.
Yeah, I think so.
Jinkao, can you excuse me? Can you translate for us to get the message across, or somebody on the Chinese side?
Here
Can you
we
translate?
have Lisa on the line. Hi, Lisa.
Hello.
Yep, there she is.
Yes.
Is that
yeah,
Lisa?
yes. Hi, Mr.
Hi, Lisa,
Zhang.
darling. Listen, can you
Uh-huh. Yes.
the fat boy is doing?
I told him get close shot on the fat boy, but I don't know if he. Okay, now is.
Is he producing energy from the fat boy?
Yeah, it's better.
Yes. I think we sent. I don't know. It was Vince or Rick. He has a file, PDF file, indicate how the energy come out from the fat boy and the gas box.
I don't understand.
Same here.
Do you understand?
No, I
Anybody
didn't.
can
I
understand?
just ask her. Is this the gun setup that supplies power to the fat boy? Lisa,
Lisa,
is this the gun's reactor that supplies power to the fat boy, or is just?
The guns, no, it's different type of guns. He uses different type of guns.
Well, is he running the reactor?
how does he run the reactor? From the main or using the GANs?
The reactor, he's using just a motor. He connected the yeah,
He's
using the motor.
Main power.
Okay,
Yeah,
then if
right.
you put the system into it, it's going to be the same then.
What?
If you put the system into it, it's
Yeah.
going to be the same because you can add the system to it. Because
Okay, what Alex says, if he collaborates and cooperates, the system will be the same. So that's a fat boy. If he connects the north and the south to the beads as a load.
okay,
Am I correct?
yeah,
Don't forget what he uses the terminology. He uses the gravitational magnetic field, not magnetical magnetic field as a load, as what it takes, creates gravity. So he connects the core to there, and then what does he do with the motor? How does he feed his motor?
no, the motor is to the
main.
the grid, to the main, and then it just connects the cores to the thing.
So he can control the lift and coming up and down. Then.
Hopefully.
Congratulations. Fat boy, you're flying.
Sure, it's gonna fly.
Understand what he explains. He is controlling. If he can reduce the load, he will increase the magnetical field, and then it creates a gravitational push. The Earth gravitational field force will force the separation. So if you could ask him, Lisa, and he has understood how how Alex made the double loop of beads, and he can connect it, he will do exactly what we showed with the star formation to control the lift. Much more compact, central. Boy, fat boy, you should be on flight condition by Tuesday open teaching. And maybe even more faster. You Chinese guys are running very fast. If you can make the beads, by tomorrow morning, place it on top of your core. You control the core dimension field. Most probably you fly, irrespective of your short circuit. Do you want to translate this, sir?
OK。凯宇先生说，如果你能做几个那个就是说做几个它那个电池的东西的话，放在上边，然后就可以控制你的这个，就可以飞了。我听的也不是特别清楚啊，我这效果不太好。
He connects the big boy to central core, or he connects it to the outer core, dictating lift or landing. You're very worried about that boiling water. Marco, we have no more tea if that gets destroyed. We have to close the university and no more casting. A little bit left. The Spaceship Institute without caustic and hot water is no Spaceship Institute. It's taken us a long time to find this kettle. We are entering into 5 and 1.5. 4 just, yeah, no, it's about 4.5 and 5. Very interesting is that as it gets loaded, we get a flash of light here. So about 1.5, let's say, to 4.5, we are supplying 3 times more into the grid than what we are taking. It's a big ratio. So if you take 100 kilowatts, you put 300 kilowatt back in. If you connect such a system to an industrial unit which uses 1 megawatt of energy a year, you can see how much you'll put back into the country while it's getting energy free. By the way, you can tell your friends, the Italians, for the battery, they can come in, but they make a very good donation to the foundation. Every 3 batteries they produce, they sell, 1 battery goes free to Africa. Sure. So tell him to come. We got to show. Yeah, no problem. So we'll see. We have to be able to create employment. With this technology, if they cannot go to China, the Chinese will support. The whole object is to create employment in every nation. But unfortunately, in Africa, we have to support. They don't even have a cutting machine in some of the nations. We robbed, we didn't put anything back. Now they give us a gift like this today. We have no obligation, but we have plenty of free hands to do what we wanted to do with free energy. You know, a lot of energy magazines criticize us for not being able, not delivering, because of the fear of shelving and destruction of the technology. We didn't do. Now the technology is free. Anybody has got a doubt, they can build the system up themselves and see how it uses, how it feeds back. And it's not a theory, because now 2 houses in the United Kingdom, in London, which is very important, are getting supplied with the same simple circuit and more or less a ping pong ball for past 8 weeks. The suppliers to a grid, not the users of the grid. This is not what the energy companies like, but to third world nations and to the developing nations, if the cash foundations around the world are correct, is a gift to your nation. It's part of the free patent. It's part of the free technology teaching. And I wonder if the people who yesterday were with us, they can be with us today, who wanted to bring the change, and they said they have the contact to bring the change. Or are the people in the background afraid of what is to come? Don't forget, when NASA, when there was a problem with the space station, some 3-4 years ago, because of the loss of some launches and no shuttle, the Keshe Foundation at that time offered support to bring astronauts back on Earth. So in the coming days, we open the book. You will show and we tell you how it would have been done. The science is with us. The science is with the hand of one of the most capable scientists I know at the Iranian government hand. And now I'm sure Russians and the Iranians will open the book of plasma technology. Because compared to what we have here, that you understand, this is a child's play. In the advancement of knowledge, they have reached and they have achieved. So, in so many ways, if you go back, go to understanding of deuterium, now you can place cups of water, cups of whatever you like, in the center of this core. Make it to be the strength of fat, protein, banana. Ooh, I'm getting hot, Marco. Ooh, I'm getting it steamed on. Switch it up, okay. Your bar is showing itself. So what do? You saw the physical presentation of this with our Chinese. How they put a protein and CO2 and the rest, and they received water. And they had a taste of the water. Change the loading of your reactors in the food energy level of everyday consumption you need. Place water in the center, you receive your daily dosage of energy. Much simpler. In fact, what you got to do if you go further is thank you for coming. Now that you have learned the energy transfer from a system to matter state, get yourself a cup and make bands on it. Make the cups the way I did, with the beads. Nourish your soul, your heart, your stomach, your arms and legs. This is the health cup which I use instead of magnetic field. Now you put your daily dosage in your tanks. Anywhere in the universe, you need to be in the center of it because you are the water yourself. You understand?
Can I ask a question?
No, you can't. Just wait. Be patient. I'm very ruthless because I have a point to make. You disturb, I can't. So if you place yourself now in this material here in the center, you have made the beads and you make one gravitational, one magnetical, one gravitational, one magnetical. Don't forget, there are beads. You remember my magnets on the cup? You don't need even to drink from it. You just walk in it. I like fish and chips today. The combination of the plasma is fish and chips. I feel I had a fish and chips. Would you like with salt finger or sore finger? Sore finger. I'll tell you the joke about the sore finger later on. In England, when you go to get a fish and chips, they ask you, do you want a salt and vinegar on it? But we have so many lovely Chinese in England, they can't say salt and vinegar. You say sore finger, and you say, yes, please, the left one, please. So he understands the joke. That's why I said, you want a sore finger or salt and vinegar? So you go in, you decide. You got cancer. With less than $1, the new health system comes in operation. That's what I said. Don't touch that acupuncture needle. You're playing with people's life. Because when you enter the zone in this condition, the body takes what it needs because it's at the memory bank. Any DNA adjustment will be done. Any RNA adjustment according to the base will be done. Go back to the agricultural teaching about the wheat and how you put it in the GANs, and then you can go back to the origin. Perfect life without any disease. You'll have it for the first time in your hand. But you got to watch how long you stay in the car, how long you stay in the environment. Because if you go too far, you become a caveman before you know it. Yes. You think it only happens to the weed? It happens to you too. Yes, madam. Would you like that long hair? And Bill is good at it. Just don't go far back to become a rib. That's all. So, pardon?
I think there are 2 points that are not so clear that I would like to.
Who's speaking?
It's Vitor.
Vitor. Hi, Vitor, darling. How are you?
How are you? Fine, thanks. I have to. I would like to know about the negative to the negative connection, because it was not explained as a scheme. It would be clear to understand. Also, I'm talking about the inner ring. Sorry.
Negative to negative.
The inner ring. How is it connect between the?
Yeah, what happened here? He does 2 wires. It's not 1 wire. He does 1 here, which is the negative, back to the positive, and then he puts a second negative from the same plate to the negative of the second unit. As I said, here you don't look at negative to positive. This is a transfer of energy to feed itself. This is a closed circuit. In a way, if you look at this, it's like Earth, North Pole and South Pole fields always continuously, and taking whatever it comes in the environment with it to itself. So it's a supply power.
That I understood.
Absorption. Pardon?
That I can understand. What I mean is how it connects the inner ring, small batteries. I don't remember the name. I'll call it small batteries. The inner ring are connected negative to the negative. Is the outside
gravitational pull?
It's the outside of the battery.
No, what it does?
The outside of the other.
No, Victor. Let me explain to you for you to understand. Here he connected the negative to positive. Here he connects the whole loop. Whatever he connects to the negative, actually he connects it to the positive leg, which was now become the supply line. Understand very carefully.
Okay, so there are in series.
No, wait, Victor.
Sorry.
If you understand this, not just you, but it goes further step. In plasma technology, you create a demand, and when you create a demand, you create a supply to satisfy. Here, he creates a demand by this circle, by closing this circuit, because whatever comes, then he creates a demand to go out to supply. So the inner ring becomes to come to meet the demand. This is the supplier to meet the demand for that, and as this reduces, allows the magnetical field to supply the grid. This is where you look at it matter state, you have to look at it in the plasma state. Everything here is plasmatic. If you could make a perfect circle unit, you will have a perfect control in dimensions as well. Exactly what, as I said, Professor Mile has done. The shape of your figures will make difference. The shape of your rings will make difference. So here, you create a demand by short circuiting, and because of this demand, you meet the demand by what you absorb from the environment through the GaNs of the materials. Don't think in a matter state. Think about condition creating 129. the more you create. Listen to what he said. As the time goes, you supply more, because the more you drain the environment of the lower level, now the more higher levels are available to catch. That's how you increase the power. Because you get rid of, it's just like, what do you call it? The more power you want, the more you take off. You take it off, you empty of the lower order, the higher order becomes available, and this becomes your supply. That's what it does. But when he goes directly to the load, now he controls what he takes and what he puts out. It's the difference between connecting here and connecting there. It's fundamentally different. Here he controls the gravitational field. Here he controls the energy field. It's a two different systems embedded in the one. So your energy system and your flight system. Here he drains the energy to give for power. Here he gains the energy to control the altitude and position of gravitational magnetic field. Listen to what I said. Maybe you did not hear, maybe I didn't explain myself clearly. When we spoke about Tesla and Professor Mile, and what I explained to you about the ring position, Professor Mile sells two units, power unit and energy unit. Something you want to get work done, something you want to transfer information. Gravitational or magnetical, but limited by matter state of the copper and the ring and the size of the ball. Here, you don't have that problem. If you connect this way, as I said, the big boy, the fat boy, is both gravitational and magnetical. Depends if you feed into the center. The problem, the beauty with the big boy, and I'm sure this guy is going to hit it very big in lift, is that here you rely on another system to give you this. In a big boy, this is embedded inside. You have both gravitational and magnetical in the cover of the skin inside out, because inside layer of the coating is your gravitational, outside is magnetical, and then you have your supply and stuff that right in the center. You decide how much you give, how much you take. It's one of the most efficient ways. But then you can connect the outside and inside together. You have a lift system or you have a power system. This
so
is
to get it right, if I understood, so the inner ring is like an expansion of the bottom cell in the simpler
star formation.
No. The mini cell, which is the one
yes.
Alex represented in his hand. Yeah. The bottom one in the drawing, in the screen, the bottom one who has the loop, which you referred as the Earth. Yes, thank you. Yes. This one is kind of an expansion in the inner ring. It's like the same, but in the inner ring, in a series of little batteries that go to in a loop itself.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So in a way, you have to understand this in a very, very effective way. And if you know how to mix it, he uses, let's expand on something very nice. I think it's time to do a little bit of expansion, then we'll go. As I said, you went into a specific material he uses. Now, you choose your material in the lining, as we've seen here. You see in that direction. But let's open this. If this is the bottom one, if you start developing the right way, you will make rings of your GaNs materials. What you can do in these rings, you can use GaNs materials of a lower to a higher order. So you amplify the energy very rapidly in your system. So you can change one with the totality of that. We talked about this yesterday or the day before when I was teaching you about the universal box or the Fukushima box. How you can make composite materials from the same thing. You've seen today with Alex the composite components. You make the composite, and according to its strength, you can load up your circuit. You can choose where you want to load up. That at the end, it'll be powerful, lower or higher. This is a plasmatic amplifiers. In one of the patent sections, this has been referred to. Then you can use the same kind of amplifier in suddenly increasing the strength of the inner plasma to lift. That's how it's done in the space technology. That's how you see a UFO, suddenly you get a flash of light and it disappears. Because the controller decides on the speed of transfer of the plasma. He doesn't change pressure. You've seen it in systems. Rotation is irrelevant. He increases the power in a rapid way into the system. He already have access to what? This is 1,000 times the speed of light. This is 40 times the speed of light with 20-meter diameter protection. This is 1,000 times the speed of light with 1 kilometer transfer of resistance, or what do you call it, magnetical field, to give him protection. So for the first time, you understand how you control your flight system. This is a cruel way. This is a very, very basic understanding of it. Now, you know how you, I taught you this week, how to make the Fukushima box, how to make different kind of materials. And now, if you start layering this, you can even layer this material layer by layer in what you choose from the center core. This is the opening door. You haven't just got in. You have opened the door, and now we teach more. You can create layers of it, different tissue papers, different ways, but this is a start. Because you cannot change the magnetical gravitational field reloading yourself again. Every time your reactor, you reload through parameters of the energy, gravitational magnetic field of your amplifiers or your systems. You see it? Huh? You go layer by layer this way to increase your power.
Yeah, I think
It's okay.
I've done the layered version of it. I did up to 3 layers, and then I had.
Is it okay? Can you hear him? No problem.
Yeah, I did the layered version of it, and then I had good feedback.
You had a good feedback, so
Yeah.
you already achieved in that direction.
Yeah.
So you mix them, you amplify it, you reduce it, you connect lines together in a plasmatic condition. So now the game is expanding very rapidly. I want to know if the Chinese will have the Fat Boy flying by tomorrow.
Hopefully.
Do you know what you can do, boys, in the Fat Boy, Mr. Zhang? Make one of these systems, use the last layer Okay, I'll show it to you on your Fat Boy. It's easier. This is your Fat Boy. If you understood this, make the ring of beads around this. But make sure your last layer is 100% a nano-coated material, that you do not create electrical current, electron transfer. Then you can compress the gravitational magnetic field literally by a small control on your beads. And then you can decide which beads will be magnified. You dictate the direction of the flight or the flow. This is one of the simplest ways to create control. Because if you decide to control this and this in a certain way, this is the direction you fly. If you control this speed and this speed, this is the direction you go fly. But this is very advanced, but that's the way. If you put the beads, at least you can create a condition of lifting yourself and landing. At least we can start with that, while you're producing a lot of energy. You can transfer the knowledge from beads, the way you have it over the reactors in 3-star formation, into closed star formation, as I said, as a flat on top of the core. Now you have 3-dimensional control in how you fly. Brings the system control in operation, which is inevitable in the coming time anyway. As I explained, FATBOIS has been one of the oldest systems, well tested in the space. But now you look into a further development of the control of the direction.
Should we leave the thing activated, or just have to hook it up this way?
If it's this one, you want to activate my emotional part, my physical part. You want to replace my heart valve to be in the direction of the flow of the energy you can have. You don't activate the rest, but you still activate them enough that, because don't forget, all these organs depend on the heart valve, so they have a connection with it. Yeah? So you want to change the muscle or the tissue of a liver, which is cancer, you change one of the beads which covers that area in field, no cancer. What you do, you increase its gravitational or magnetical. You transfer energy of the cancer cell outside the system, no cancer. Milliseconds. The game you opened up, and this is just the beginning.
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming.
All right.
So what is the decision? Are we going to carry on here without moving the reactors, and we leave it to the others? And the knowledge seekers can stay on home or wherever. We keep on adding to the knowledge because we've been here. And we ask you, please start producing as many beads and start supplying your country, your nation, to become independent in energy supply. We are already still at 1 to 2. We're coming to 2, but we are at 5 already, achieving the 5. You want to go closer? You're still at 2.5 times energy, which is very good. But the more faster we go, the better it gets tomorrow. We see how far we can push it. So what is the decision from the masters? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We open the questions. If there are any questions, let's answer some. I'm not going to answer. We're going to leave it to you.
Have a mic.
You have a mic. Are there any questions?
Hello, Mr. Gacha. Is there a circuit for the connection of the watt meters, please?
We can't hear. Can you repeat?
Is there a circuit diagram for the energy meters showing the kilowatts, the in and
This
out?
sounds like Emmanuel from Malta.
Yes, how are you?
Hi, Emmanuel. Hi, how are you?
And how are you, Alex? All right?
Oh, very good. Tell me the question, please.
is there a circuit for the watt meters showing the input and output so that we install a watt meter also?
This is your job. Is there a voltmeter for input and output?
No. Is there a circuit for the watt meters? They connect it in the.
Yeah, he wants to know if there is a circuit that can use the voltmeter to measure the voltage.
He is asking about the power meters, not the voltmeters.
The watt meters, yeah, the power meters. Mr. Keshe, the power meters that are connected in the lecture room over there.
I don't understand what you're saying. But if you're talking about the meter, the wall meter at home.
No, the power meter here. Okay, I'm seeing the two power meters, the in and out. If they can supply the circuit diagrams, how they are connected, you know?
I know one understands what he's saying, so you can explain to me.
Yeah.
I think I understand. He wants to know the circuit diagram of the measuring equipment that you're using for in and out.
Okay, I understand now. That socket, I didn't make it. We had an electrician who got it made yesterday. But Mr. Kesh can link you up with the electrician if you want the diagram.
Okay. Maybe tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Alex.
All right.
And about the connection for the car, Alex, are both beads, the gravitational and magnetical, have to be connected also with the reactor?
Can you come again?
Okay, when you connected the cigarette lighter, okay, you connected the beads, the outer and the inner, okay, the gravitational, the inner, and the outer, the magnetical.
Yeah.
Both have to be connected.
Yeah, just the same way it is here.
Same way.
Just the same way. There's no change. The same system. That's the
same way. And okay.
Yeah.
And also have to add a one reactor to that.
You have to add what?
A reactor. Also the ball. Okay. The ping pong ball also.
Yeah, I use
has to be connected.
I use the ping pong ball reactor.
Okay, and what guns are you using in the ping pong balls?
What guns did I use in that ping pong ball? I think it's composite guns. No, it's CO2 guns with the strength of banana.
Pardon?
CO2 guns with the strength of banana.
Okay, so,
you know what that means? Which means if you make a CO2 box and you put a banana on top of it, you get the strength of banana in the CO2.
Okay. So it's CO2 and banana?
Yeah. Not inside. Don't put the banana inside. You have to leave it on top of it. And then you're going to attract the feeds of the banana into the CO2.
So what I want to make clear is that you are using the same GaNs in the tank and in the reactor. Okay, so in the tank you use CO2 GaNs.
Yeah, but I think you can use any GaNs actually, because it doesn't really. It's the field that matters. It's not the GaNs itself.
No, in the tank and the petrol and the fuel you put CO2 GaNs, 50 milliliters.
Oh, in the tank.
In the tank, yes.
Yeah. But listen, it's a half tank. No, it's a quarter tank I used. It's not a full tank, so it's a quarter tank of petrol.
And every time you fill it up, do you have to put more GaNs?
I don't put more GaNs. I just top up.
That's it.
Yeah, because I put the GaNs in December, and then ever since then I've not added no GaNs since December.
So practically the GaNs remain there. They don't get wasted, you know.
Yeah, listen, it's not the same CO2 GaNs that I have in the reactor that I have in my car. In the car, in the petrol tank, I use the plain CO2, nothing with no strength, just ordinary CO2.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and I congratulate you.
All right, thank you. Maybe we can close now. With the plates. Oh yeah, how do you do that?
Yeah, so what I would like to add is maybe we'll keep the live stream, the YouTube going, and we'll just have it on pause, but we'll keep the Zoom going as well, so that if people want to come on that have made devices, then we can turn the YouTube back on, and people can share.
Nano-coated material to energize the motor.
Yeah, but when I use the banana dances, it gives me a different strength when I put them. Okay. Thank you, Amor. Thank you. So can we close now? No. All right. Amon just told me if you want to energize your CO2, the best way to do it is to use nano-coated plates to do it. If you place one nano-coated material here and next one here, it's going to get energized. I think we should close and go home now because I want to come to your place again. Any more questions, or shall we go, Vince?
Okay, I think maybe we should take a break here, eh, Vince, and do a little regrouping.
We could take a break and come back. I can always schedule another live event if everybody wants to follow the Keshe Foundation YouTube, then we can see it there. Also, I'm sure that there'll be posts under Facebook, and of course, the video will always be available after we're done the live event, and you can come in and catch up as you need to. Maybe that's a good idea, Rick. So everybody can take a little break and regroup with their thoughts. We'll be still here on Skype, so let us know if there's anybody on the knowledge seekers that want to present their newly created devices.
Okay.
Okay.
So
we'll close the live stream down, I guess, right, for now?
Well, is it possible that we can leave the camera on with it focused on the in and out of the power?
On the meters?
On the meters? Power? Yeah. On the in and out of the power meters?
Well, we have to ask them. Maybe. Yeah. Marco. Okay. Okay, it says yes.
Because that way, if we leave that on, then we can dynamically come back to it and check it out and include that into parts of the YouTube video as well.
Question.
Yeah.
When you put the reactor inside the car, the reactor.
Okay.
Just might need some light. Keep the lights on.
Connect negative with negative. There is no.
Because it's nano.
Make a long video.
He said, look, it's nano.
Many gigabytes. It's going to be hard to deal with it later.
Yeah, I have a motor that in the reactor that has a fan motor. I put the ping pong ball on top of the motor, and then I do this configuration with the cigarette. The
rotor inside CO2.
Huh?
The reactor inside the CO2
has gases. Yeah, has gases.
Liquid CO2.
Yeah, only CO2.
Gas, dry or
no. It's No, it's dynamic, which means nano CO2, dry CO2, and the normal gas itself. You know, if you're making the layering,
Dry liquid. So
yeah, dry liquid, and the one you treat with caustic. You know, you treat, you know,
caustic.
and the caustic one, you know, because the nano guns.
Are internal and external. So only internal.
No, listen, the guns.
Can you explain to the board so that people
understand? Okay, so he's asking me if sorry. He asked if I have if I added ganses to the reactor on the car. Okay, yes, I put ganses in the reactor. It's dynamic. I mean, it's layered. I had 3 layers of it, which means the dry GANs of it, and then the nano one, and then the normal GANs. The 3 layers of it. So that's all. Which means one treated with caustic, and one normal, and then one dried. So that's what it's talking. And then it's a motor. This normal. I didn't put no caustic dust. I just did a nano.
internal of the sphere.
Okay, if I quoted. No. Okay. So that's all. Anyway.
And put motor connected with the circuit with the nano wire to minus and minus 4.
Just the same way it is here. That is the same way I put in car. Where's the socket? Where's the little one? I'll show you. You see this one?
Yes.
This is the negative, and this is the positive. So this and this one goes into the cigarette lighter.
Yes.
And this one goes to the reactor.
This one?
And this one. This is the negative, this is the positive. So the reactor, this one has to go to the negative of the reactor, and this one is positive of the reactor. And then this one and this one here, same positive.
Positive and negative go to the reactor.
Yeah.
And negative and negative go to the...
No negative and negative.
There is a problem in the explication.
No, it's not a problem. Maybe you don't understand that. Look at
this. This is the cigarette lighter.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. This is your cell. Yes. This is minus. This is plus.
Okay.
This goes to cigarette lighter. Yes. This goes to motor. And then comes to the cigarette lighter. You understand? So what it has, whatever it collects,
it goes back
to your generator.
You understand?
Okay.
Sure.
So this is your reactor. Okay, it's rotates because it's 12 volt, whatever.
Hey Armin, can we get you a microphone? Because it's really hard to hear you through.
The reactor.
Is there anybody still listening there at the SSI?
Aluminum reactor.
So this motor.
Positive and negative. Positive and negative.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yeah, could you get Armin a microphone? Because it's really hard to hear him through Alex's microphone.
Armin, could you speak
to microphone somehow?
Oh, okay. You want
to explain to microphone? And we would like to.
You just yelled into the microphone too loud and uploaded it, and it stopped transmitting.
Wait, I tell him and then he explains to me.
Is that okay?
I tell him and he explains.
Say it again. Sorry, we didn't catch any of that. You were too close to the mic.
If we want to follow the meters, we have to change the position of the camera, so we have to stop it for a while. Is that okay?
No mechanic, so I don't know.
Well, I was just thinking about zooming it into the meters there, and we can see.
No, it's not possible to zoom it. The position of the camera now is not
yeah, it becomes lighter, and even when you drive.
Can we do?
Sure, no problem.
I believe
Okay.
it does. You want to,
Okay.
like you want to fly. It's very light.
Guys, can I speak a bit?
Yeah, but could you ask Armin to repeat that on microphone? That was really.
You can feel it slide. It just go straight. But it's not levitating. It doesn't levitate, but it just lights. No, it doesn't levitate.
Live stream is registration in the
Sorry?
live stream registration registrato.
Io credo no, solo per vedere no.
Ah, perché in the other video in the live stream play e go video. Live stream.
Yeah. What's
Sono
wrong?
tutti i video in live stream. Ad esempio, live stream the morning, the maestro. Se io voglio rivedere, posso rivedere?
Sì.
Play.
Sì, play.
Quindi registrato video. Se io posso vedere...
No, anche no, anche senza registrare.
In automatic posso vedere. Play,
Io credo.
ci sono. Quindi...
Come on. I think that's a great thing is going to work, you know.
The internet
the secret
connection
thing is
because
going to work.
Mr. Cash computer
The amps are,
want to plug in.
yeah, the amp, yeah, it's
Marco?
Maybe.
Marco.
Yeah, the secret thing works.
Recording.
Quindi get dry.
I'm not sure.
Marco.
Recording o meno. Thank you.
Marco, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, we're just listening to the conversation. We're trying to listen to Alex too. Can you make sure that microphone that you're holding is with Armin?
What is it?
Sorry.
We just hear have a conversation with Alex and yourself as well, so it's a little confusing. Maybe it's better if we just mute you and we continue this, or are you guys still going to be there for a little bit?
What you want me to do?
I think you were too close to the mic there, Armin.
What we had discussed.
Oh, we were too close.
Oh, okay. Maybe we should switch this off.
It's off?
Oh, I hear you loud and clear. I muted them there.
Thank you.
So maybe we should just say that's it. I will periodically turn this on, see what we can do about keeping updates happening regularly, and we'll see where we have to go. I'm sure there's many people that are building frantically.
Sounds good, Vince. Yeah, we'll take a break and check back in later.
Sorry, guys, can I say a bit?
Sure.
I was looking when there was, to put this Fukushima box, and when they're putting the outside of the box, the container, the plates, and what Alex said, like you put banana on top. Actually, we can use the same things with the plates. We don't need to put outside. We can just put on top of the water, and you just don't touch the water. Like you by the layer, kind of covering the box. You understand what I tried to say? Hello.
I mean, You're saying you put the plates over the water instead of outside the box, so you don't
Yeah,
have the
yeah.
dust in between.
Yeah, example, yeah, I think it would be clearer, the better field. And if you just in case don't have nano coated, it's also could be the way. What is your thoughts on it?
Oh, I think you should try it and see and report back to us.
Color doesn't change, so you can't really see it changing. Only when you put in the reactors and see the effect only then. But if you can get the taste of watermelon, the metal should have the same effect, basically, logically.
Okay, we can think about that. I need to take a break. I've been at this way too long and I'm falling asleep. So
okay, yeah, sorry
I have
guys.
to
I just
be home here. But we can bring that up later this afternoon.
yeah, thank you guys, and thank you for everything. You do great job.
All right.
Yeah, there is some questions on the YouTube just asking for more information, and there's lots of knowledge seekers out there that can help these people get up to speed a lot quicker than looking at 68 or 67 other workshops that are approximately 4 hours each. So I think we can all help each other to be able to get to the position we want ourselves to be in by tonight, which is basically fossil fuel free. So let's all help out our fellow neighbors and anybody that's willing to listen and wants to make one of these devices. If they're just starting out, let's all pitch together and help these people. There are lots of places like on Facebook that have lots of different opinions and information about how to make the GANs. And especially this, the beginnings of this workshop, right at the beginning, Alex did a good job in describing what needs to have happen to make the GANs and the different styles that he's using there. So again, let's all help each other out, and there's lots and lots of resources that we can help each other out with. So point people in the right direction, point people to the good timings in the videos that might help them the most.
And we can work toward a fossil-free Friday.
Exactly.
Okay. Anything else, or shall we wrap it up for now?
Let's wrap it up for now. Again, if there's something that's going to be happening really soon, then we will schedule another live event. So please watch for that, and we'll make sure that information gets posted on Facebook and elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be broadcasting through the day here, or night, whichever it turns out to be where you are. Okay.
Okay, thank you everybody for coming. Maybe you should wrap it up like normal, Rick, and then we'll stop it as there.
Okay.
Thank you to both of you.
That's the end of this part at least of the 68th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for July 2nd, 2015. And thank you everybody for attending.